There are several different ways you can access Microsoft Word. You will find Word with the other apps in the Start menu or by searching, but you can also pin Word to the Start menu or taskbar, making accessing Word much quicker. Then, when the app is open, we look at the Start page interface to give you an introduction into what you can do with Word 2019. If you have Word 2019 installed, you can access it through the Start menu. Open the Start menu by either clicking the Windows icon at the bottom left of the screen, or by pressing the Windows logo key on your keyboard. Here we see a list of all installed apps sorted alphabetically. Scroll down to the W heading to find Word. Clicking on this will open the app, but let's look at making this process a bit quicker. Right-click the Word app to view options on opening the app. The first option is to pin it to the Start menu. Doing this will create a permanent tile in the Start menu, making it easier to access. As you can see, Word has successfully been pinned to the Start menu. We can pin Word to the taskbar too for even quicker access. The taskbar is this semi-transparent bar along the bottom of the screen that houses useful apps like the Start menu, search bar, file explorer, and more. To add Word to the taskbar, simply right-click the app, hover your cursor over More, and select Pin to Taskbar. As you can see, Word has been pinned to the taskbar, giving us easy access to the app. You can also create a desktop shortcut for Word. Returning to the Start menu, simply click and drag the app from the Start menu to the desktop. So now we can open Word through the Start menu, taskbar, or desktop. You can also use the search bar at the bottom left of the screen to search for apps including Word. Click on the empty search field to activate it. Then type Word into the search bar. The best match will be displayed at the top of the new menu, which in this case is Word. Click the search result to open it. Alternatively, you could click the speaker icon to the right of the search bar and speak to the Windows 10 personal assistant Cortana, asking her to open Word. We don't need to do that right now though, because we've opened Word. Word will open on the default Start page where you can choose what document you want to create or open. On the left side of the window, we see a list of recently opened documents and documents that have been pinned for quick access. If the document you want to open doesn't appear on this page, you can find the file by selecting the Open Other Documents button here. From the main pane here, we can create a blank document or choose from one of the commonly used templates like a resume. If the template you need isn't there, you can search for one online by using the search field above the default template. To unpin Word from your taskbar, simply right-click the icon and select Unpin from Taskbar. This has been a basic introduction to finding and opening Word 2019. There is a wide variety of functions and tools available in Word. These can be accessed through the Office ribbon and tabs. There is also a quick access toolbar which is used to perform certain actions quickly. We look at navigating with these and more in this video. You navigate through the tools and commands in Word with a ribbon along the top of the interface. There are several different tabs, each with their own unique set of commands and functions. We'll go through each of these tabs shortly. The tab currently selected will be marked like so. So now we know we are on the Home tab, which houses basic commands for formatting text. Switch between tabs by simply clicking a tab name. Let's switch to the Insert tab just to the right of the Home tab. Note that when you switch tabs, all of the commands change too. From the Insert tab, you can add extra elements like tables, illustrations, and hyperlinks to your document. The Design tab gives you options to change what your document looks like with themes, colors, and paragraph spacing. From the Layout tab, you can alter things like the margins, orientation, or size of your document. The References tab features lots of handy commands for essays or reports where you need to do things like add a table of contents, footnotes, or citations. If you need to send the letter to many different people with different addresses, you can do so easily and efficiently with the Mail Merge command in the Mailings tab. The Review tab has commands to help you proofread your document, as well as extra functions like checking for accessibility and translating text. The View tab is used to change how your document will be displayed to you. You can change the view mode, zoom in or out, and more from this tab. You can use the Help tab to contact support or give feedback. The blue bar above the Tabs ribbon is a quick access toolbar. From here, you can quickly save your file and undo or redo actions. You can add extra commands here by clicking the arrow icon and selecting a new command from the drop-down menu. I want to be able to quickly send my documents and emails, so I'll add the Email command to my quick access toolbar. Note that when you add a command to the quick access toolbar, a new icon appears there, like so. If this is all a bit much and you don't want to see certain tabs and commands, you can change the ribbon display options by clicking the icon beside your account name to the top right of the window and selecting one of the three options: Auto Hide Ribbon, Show Just Tabs, or Show Both Tabs and Commands. We leave it the way it is for now. You can access your settings and options from the File tab located to the far left of the ribbon. From here, you can view information about your document, save the document or save as, print the document, share the document with OneDrive, or export as a different file type. Below these, we have the settings. You can view your account settings here. You can switch the account or change your photo from here. Below the account settings, there are options to give feedback. And at the bottom, you can view further, more detailed options from here. But we won't look at this for this video. We navigate through the actual document itself with the scroll bar here on the right. Just click and drag the bar to move up or down the text. The status bar along the bottom of the interface displays which page we are on. So we are on page 1 of 7, and the word count, which tells us that there are 843 words in this document. And if we move our cursor over to the right, we can see options to change the view mode and zoom in or out of the document. This has been a basic overview of navigating through a document in Word 2019. There are many ways to navigate through a document in Word. You can use a scroll bar, but there are also several shortcuts that make navigation easier. This is especially important for larger files with many pages. We look at these and more in this video. The most basic way of navigating through text is with the scroll bar. The scroll bar is located to the right of the window and is used to move up or down through a document. You can move through text by clicking and dragging the bar up or down like so. You can also click on points above or below the bar to jump to a selected point. And you can click the arrows at the bottom or top of the bar to move up slightly, like this, or down slightly. Right-clicking the bar will open a drop-down menu with more options for navigation. You can jump to a selected point by clicking Scroll here. You can jump to the top or bottom of the document with the top and bottom options. So let's jump back to the top. You can move up or down just one page with the page up and page down commands. And lastly, you can scroll up or down just a bit with the scroll up and scroll down commands. The scroll bar is handy, but it lacks the ability to jump to specific pages or headings, which is highly important for large documents. We can navigate through a document more efficiently with the Find tool. The Find tool is located within the Editing toolset on the Home tab to the top right of the interface. Clicking this will open a new navigation pane. You can easily move through your document and switch pages from this new pane. Just like that, we've jumped to page 7. You can also navigate through headings if you have them from the Headings tab here. If jumping to headings or pages isn't specific enough for you, Word has a Go-To tool that allows you to move to essentially any part of the text. To open this tool, click the arrow beside Find, then select Go-To from the drop-down menu. In this new window, we have further options to choose what we want to navigate through and which number we want to go to. For example, let's select Line from the menu on the left. Then in the blank field, enter the line number you would like to jump to. Let's say line 25. And then select the Go To button. And just like that, we are now on line 25 of our document. This doesn't just apply to lines though. Let's return to the Go To menu and navigate through images instead. From the menu on the left, scroll down and switch to Graphic. Let's go to the first image in the document. Enter 1 into the blank field and click the Go To button. Just like before, we have handily jumped to a specific point in the document. You can also navigate through the selected elements from the Go To window. To enable this function, we must first clear the number field. Note that when you do this, Previous and Next buttons appear below. With these, we can move between the selected element, which in this case is graphics. So if I select Next, we will jump to the next image. If I click it again, we'll jump to the next image. And if we click Previous, we'll go back one image. And again, back to the first image. This gives you complete control over navigation in your Word document. This has been a basic overview of scrolling through a document in Word 2019. In Word, you can use the Zoom tool to optimize the display to best suit your needs. The Zoom tool, which can be accessed in different ways, can be used to zoom in on details or zoom out to view multiple pages. You can then further format the tool to display custom amounts of pages. The basic Zoom tool is on the bottom right of the status bar here. Click and drag the slider to either zoom in or out. Move the slider to the right to zoom in, and move the slider to the left to zoom out. Note the percentage level changes as you zoom. To zoom in or out by 10%, simply click the plus sign to zoom in, or the minus sign to zoom out. Another way to use the zoom tool is with your mouse. If you hover your cursor over the zoom tool like so, and then use the scroll function on your mouse, you can zoom in or out like so. Using the zoom bar is handy, but it also lacks precision. Word has some handy presets that can give you more control over what you want to see. Click on the zoom percentage to view zoom options. From here, we can view the different percentages we can zoom to. Below this, you can select a custom percent to zoom to. The options in the middle of the window are the presets. Here you can zoom to view page width. Let's click OK to activate it. This will zoom in as far as the page is wide. Returning to the zoom options menu, if we select the text width preset and click OK, we can zoom in as far as the text is wide. Returning to the zoom options menu one more time, if we select the whole page preset and click OK, the zoom will change to fit the whole page like so. There are further ways you can use the zoom tool through the View tab. In the zoom toolset, there are quick zoom commands. Select the 100% command to reset the zoom level to the default 100%. Click the One Page tool to view one full page. Select the Multiple Pages tool to view multiple pages at one time. You can also access the zoom options from here by clicking the magnifying glass icon. The Many Pages option allows you to customize how you want Word to display multiple pages. If we select 1 by 2 and hit OK, We can see that our document is being displayed the way we just said. This has been a basic overview of utilizing the Zoom tool in Word 2019. Word has different ways of displaying a document depending on the task at hand. These are called view modes and are used to change how a text is displayed. If you want to focus on reading text, then there is a read mode. There are also view modes for the web, planning and drafting. By default, documents are displayed in Word in the print layout. This is a normal way of viewing documents in Word. On either side of the normal viewing mode button, there are two other viewing modes. Let's first take a look at reading mode, which can be activated by clicking the icon to the left of the normal mode icon. With reading mode activated, there is less clutter to distract from the text. Navigating in reading mode is a bit different to normal mode. You can move through the document by clicking and dragging the navigation bar along the bottom of the screen, like so. You can also move forward or backward by clicking the arrow icons to the left and right of the text. Scrolling with your mouse will also allow you to navigate the document, like so. Note that in reading mode, the ribbon has a reduced number of tabs, and that these tabs have been reduced to drop-down menus with basic commands. Let's switch to the web mode by clicking the icon to the right of the normal view mode icon from the status bar. Web mode is a handy way to see how your text will be displayed if used in an online environment. In web mode, the text will react to any changes made in the size of the window, mimicking a browser. So, to demonstrate, let's resize our Word window and see what happens to the text. As you can see, the text will readjust to fit the resized window. There are also other view modes in the View tab. Within the Views toolset, there are two different viewing modes, Outline and Draft. Outline mode is a way of displaying your text in hierarchical bullet points known as levels, where you can change headings or move full paragraphs within the document. Don't worry if that doesn't make sense right now, we'll take a closer look shortly. Levels in outlining mode are basically how big headings are and how far into the text said headings or paragraphs are indented. To explain this further, let's use the heading Commercial Activity as an example. With the cursor activated on the heading, we can see that this heading is on level 1. Level 1 is a level used for main headings. Everything after level 1 is a subheading or sub-subheading, kind of like Russian dolls. If we change this heading to level 2, the heading will indent further into the text and get a bit smaller. And if we change it back, we can see it returns to its original size. From the Outline Tools toolset above, we can choose to show only specific levels. For example, let's only show level 1. As you can see, only our main headings are now being displayed. And if we change this to show level 2, we see more headings. Double-click the plus sign beside a heading to expand its contents. This clearly displays the hierarchy. The text is held within the consultancy subheading, which is then held within the commercial activity heading. Level 1, Level 2, and body text. Also note that in outline mode, all images are hidden, allowing you to focus on the layout. Let's close outline view for now by clicking the X icon from above. We'll need to return to the View tab to activate the last view mode. From the same toolset as before, select the Draft button to turn on the Draft view mode. Similarly to outline mode, Draft mode displays only the text. Images, footnotes and other objects won't appear. This is handy for when you need to make quick edits and focus solely on the text. Let's close the Draft mode and finish the video. This has been a basic overview of the different view modes including Read, Web, Outline and Draft mode in Office 2019. Documents in Word can be displayed in Read mode. Read mode is handy if you want to display your text with minimal clutter. The text is a primary focus and tools become rudimentary but still useful. To To activate the read mode, click the read mode icon on the status bar at the bottom right of the screen. Read mode is indicated by an open book icon. The changes in display are obvious. Text is bigger and more legible, and there's less clutter in the form of tools. Select the full screen icon to the top right of the window to activate full screen in read mode. Even with the toolbar hidden, we still have access to some basic tools. Select some text and right-click to open a drop-down menu. From here we can do things like highlight text and define words with Smart Lookup. This new pane on the right also gives additional information from the web. Let's close Smart Lookup for now by clicking the X icon to the top right of the pane. To leave full screen mode and show the toolbar again, click the full screen icon beside the X icon to the top right of the window. Select View from the toolbar to open a drop-down menu with further display options. From here we can alter things like column width. Let's change this to narrow. We can also change page color from here. Let's change this to inverse. Note that when you change the page color in read mode, it won't affect the document in normal mode. So if we return to print mode for just a second, we can see that our text is still white here. Changing color in reading mode is more for legibility than style. Let's change it back for now. The View tab has extra tools to help improve legibility like syllable breaks and text spacing too. If you close a document in Reading View, then reopen it, Word will remember. So if I close this document and hit Save and reopen it, we can see that Word has remembered the viewing mode we last used for this document. This has been a basic overview of using read mode in Word 2019. The navigation pane in Word can make moving through your document much easier and more efficient. You can jump to specific headings or pages and even search for keywords within the text. This is especially helpful for large documents. To activate the navigation pane, we must first go to the View tab. From here, within the Show toolset, check the empty box beside Navigation pane. The navigation pane has 3 sections: headings, pages, and results. You can resize the navigation pane by clicking and dragging the partition line when your cursor changes to a double arrow icon, like so. You can close this pane by clicking the X icon to the top right of the pane, but we still have more to go through, so we won't do that right now. The navigation pane can be rearranged too. Just click and drag the top portion of the pane when the cursor changes to a multiple arrows icon. The pane can be snapped into place on the opposite side like so, or you can have the pane float at a custom point like so. Let's bring it back to the left for now. We can navigate this document through this pane. Click a heading to jump to that point in the text. Clicking the arrows beside a heading will show or hide its contents, like so. This is a handy way to clean things up because it gets a little messy at times with many headings and subheadings. If you want to jump back to the start of your document, you can do so by clicking the arrow bar just above the headings here. Headings aren't the only way to navigate a document. Switch to the Pages tab just beside headings. From here we can handily scroll through our document and jump to any specific page. Just like that, we've jumped to page 6. Let's look at the last function of the navigation pane, search results. If you need to find a keyword, you can search for one in the search bar at the top of the pane. Simply click the bar to activate it, then type your keyword. Your results will be displayed below. Word will tell you how many matches it found here, and highlight said matches in the document itself. This has been a basic overview of utilizing the navigation pane in Word 2019. It can be hard to manage multiple open Word documents at the same time. However, Word has different functions available that make navigating between them more efficient. We look at utilizing these functions and more in this video. So currently we have one document open, which is fine and easy to manage, but once more get involved, things get a little trickier. Let's open a second document. Switch to the File tab, then select Open, and let's use this document from my recently opened invoice. So now we have two windows open, one on top of the other. A simple way to navigate between them is through the taskbar. Hover your cursor over the Word icon. Previews of the open windows will appear. Hover over a preview to show its contents. Click on a preview to make it the active window. The View tab has further, more advanced options for displaying and arranging multiple documents. To view all of your open windows at once, select the Arrange All command. This will stack your windows, making them all visible to you. If you need to view two documents side by side, activate the View Side by Side command here. Now our documents are displayed side by side, and if we scroll, we can see that both documents are scrolling at the same time. This is because synchronized scrolling is automatically activated when documents are being viewed side by side. To deactivate synchronized scrolling, click the arrow below the window toolset, and then click the synchronous scrolling button. If we return to our document and scroll, we can see that the function has returned to normal. It can be hard to see the toolbar in side-by-side view, so I'll reselect Arrange All to swap the windows around. You can also split the display of one document with the Split command in the Window toolset. I'll just expand this window to make it a little bit more visible to you. With the split function activated, you can keep one part of your document still while you navigate the rest like so. This can be a handy time saver rather than constantly scrolling up and down between a document. Use the New Window button to open the same document in a new window. So now we have the newsletter document open in two windows. However, it is important to note that this is the same document, not a copy, so any changes made in one will also appear in the other two. You can also switch between windows from the Window toolset. Select the Switch Windows button to open a drop-down menu with a list of currently open documents. From here, you can easily switch between windows like so. So let's switch back to the invoice document. This is very handy if you are working on multiple documents at the same time. This has been a basic overview of navigating and working on multiple documents at the same time in Word 2019. Before you begin working in Word, you need to either create or open a document. The Start Page interface has a simple layout giving you access to old and new documents. You can also change what gets displayed on the Start Page through the options. Word will open on the default Start Page where you can choose what document you want to create or open. On the left side of the screen, we see the recently opened and pinned documents. Pinned documents will remain on this page as long as they're pinned, giving you quick access to chosen documents. Below these is the list of recently opened documents. The most recently opened documents will be top of the list. If the document you want to open isn't displayed here, you can find it manually by selecting the Open Other Documents link at the bottom of the pane. We'll take a closer look at this shortly. The right-sided portion of this window is where Word's templates are displayed. Scrolling down, we can see templates for a variety of documents including report cards, invoices, flyers, and more. If the template you need isn't there, you can search for one online by using the search field above the default templates. If you want to start a document from scratch, just select the blank document template from the top of the list of templates here. Now you can begin working on your new document, but let's take a look at opening an older document first. Select File from the top left of the interface. This is the Open tab, where you can find and open old documents. From here you can view recently opened documents and pinned documents. If you have OneDrive or SharePoint synced, you can view and open any documents you might have saved in the cloud. Documents saved to your Documents folder on your device will be displayed within the This PC tab here. You can also add locations to make it easier to save documents to the cloud. You will need your username and password to do this. If the document you want to open doesn't appear on this page, you can find the file by selecting the Browse button here. The file I want to open is saved on my desktop, so I'll find it, select it, and click Open. You can also change how many documents are displayed in the recently opened list. If we select File again, and switch to the Open tab, we see our list of recently opened documents here on the right. To change how many get displayed, we must first go to the Options tab at the bottom of the navigation pane. From this new menu, switch to the Advanced pane and scroll down to Display. Currently, Word will display the most recent 50 documents in the open pane. Let's make this smaller for a cleaner interface. Just below this, you can also check the Quick Access function. With this toggled, the most recent 4 documents will appear at the bottom of the navigation pane from the Start Page interface. Select OK to save your changes. Let's see our changes in action. Select the File tab and switch to Open. As you can see, only 5 documents are now being shown in the Recents list. And if we move our cursor to the navigation pane on the left and scroll down, we can see Quick Access function has been successfully added. The 4 most recently opened documents will appear at the bottom of this pane, making accessing them much easier. This has been a basic overview of creating and opening a document in Word 2019. Word has thousands of pre-formatted templates available to download for free. These can be used to quickly create documents like reports, resumes, and letters where you can simply fill in your details, making your workflow more efficient. When you open Word, you can access templates right away. The default start page displays commonly or recently used templates for quick access. From this pane, we can choose from a wide range of templates like reports, cards, letters, and more. If the template you want doesn't appear here, you can search for one using the search bar at the top of the pane. Let's search for a report template. Type the keyword into the search bar and hit Enter. When you search for a template, the results will appear below. And a new list of categories will appear on the right side of the interface where you can filter your search further. Click on a category to only show results from that group. I want to create a quarterly report, so I'll narrow my results down to business. So now, Word is only displaying templates from the business category. You can add multiple filters at once too, narrowing the results even further. Let's apply the Papers and Reports filter. So now, Word is only displaying templates that are in both the business and paper and reports categories. To remove a filter, just click the X that appears beside a category name when you hover your cursor over it. Clicking on a template will open a preview where you can see who created the template, as well as a short description about the template itself. Select Create to use this template. We can now change this document's contents and fill in our own without having to worry about style or formatting. Firstly, let's change the title. This is for a quarterly report, so I'll change it to that. I'll just readjust the size so you can see it better. And if we scroll down, we'll see more placeholders, where we can fill in our details. Let's change the company name and the author name. And if we scroll down further, we see more placeholders for content. Templates act well as guides if you're unsure about the layout of a certain type of document. I'll save this for now to work on later. I'm going to go to File. Then I'll select Save As. And I'm going to save this to my desktop. So I'll go Browse. Then find Desktop. And just going to rename this. So now we've saved the template as a standard Word document. This has been a basic introduction to using document templates in Word 2019. Word allows you to turn documents into templates. This is especially handy if you have a document you want to reuse on a regular basis like a report or a brochure. You can create your own placeholders and then save the document as a template, making reusing it much easier. Currently, I have a brochure open that I want to be able to reuse but with updated content. The first thing we need to do is replace the content with placeholders. Placeholders are used to stand in for actual content in templates. For this brochure, we'll use dummy text to act as a placeholder for the text. You can find dummy text from websites like blindtextgenerator.com. I'm quickly going to select and copy this text and return to my brochure. So let's select our text content by clicking it and pressing Ctrl A on your keyboard to select all text, then pressing Ctrl V to paste the dummy text into the brochure. We have successfully replaced the text with a placeholder. Now let's put placeholders as the titles. Let's just replace them with the numbers 1, 2 and 3. To save your new template, go to File, then switch to Save As from the navigation pane on the left. You need to save templates within your documents for it to appear on the Word Start page. Double-click this PC to view saving options. From this new window, we can configure our file further. Firstly, I'll rename this to Brochure Template in the top field. Most importantly though, you need to change the file type. As is, the file will save as a standard Word document, which isn't what we want right now. To change this, click the bar just below the name field to open a drop-down menu with a list of different file types. We want to save this as a Word template. And I'm going to save this to the Custom Office Templates folder in my Documents. Once you're happy with configuring your file, select Save. Let's close this for now and examine our saved files. I'm just going to quickly find the saved template in my Documents. I'm going to go to this PC, then select Documents, and open Custom Office Templates. As you can see, we have two files, the standard Word file on the desktop, and the Word template file. Note the differences in appearance. We can open the template by double-clicking the icon here, or we can access it through the Word Start page. Note that a new tab has appeared above the templates. This is a Personal tab where any saved templates are displayed. As you can see, our template we saved earlier is now available from this tab. Click on the template to open it.
Here we can see the brochure from earlier with our dummy text in place. Let's put a title in to demonstrate what templates can be used for. And now save it as a document. So I'm going to go to File, then Save As, and I'm going to save this to my desktop. And I'm going to call it Brochure 2. And select Save. If we close this window, then reopen the template, we can see that the template remains in its original state. Templates are a great way to speed up your workflow if you need to create and reuse a document in Word 2019.
It is important to save your documents in Word to avoid losing your progress, but there are also further options for saving where you can do things like edit the file destination or choose the file type. We look at these and more on saving a document in this video. If you're working on a document and want to quickly save your progress, you can do so in a few different ways. Firstly, you can simply click the floppy disk icon from the Quick Access toolbar to the top left of the window, like so. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S to quickly save your document. Or you could go through the File menu. Click the File tab to the top left, then select Save from the pane on the left. After you save the document, you can then close it and any changes made will be remembered next time you open it. If you make changes to your document, so let's just remove something for the sake of demonstration, then try to exit without saving, you will be prompted with a warning message where you can choose to save or not, or cancel. If you want more options on saving your file, like choosing the location, we can do so by using the Save As function. Select the File tab again. Then, from the pane on the left, select Save As. From here, we have extra options for saving our document. The left-sided portion of this pane is where we can choose the location of our file. The Recent tab shows recent places previous files have been saved. If you have your OneDrive linked, you can save documents directly to the cloud. This is a good way to save storage on your device. The same applies to sites like SharePoint. You can also save your document directly to your PC here. You can also add a location for saved files to make it handier for documents to be saved to the cloud. However, you will need login details to do so. If your desired location doesn't appear in any of the previous options, you can browse for one manually by selecting the Browse button. From this menu, we can further configure our file. We can rename the file from this field. Note that when you rename a file, you are creating a copy. The original document will remain in its original location. Below this field, we have options to change the file type. You can convert it to a PDF or an older Word document from here. Not only can you just choose a location here, but you can also do things like change the author and add tags. Before saving, find your desired location from the above interface. I want to save this document to my desktop, so I'll select Desktop from the navigation pane on the left. Then select Save. I'm just going to minimize the screen so we can see our files. Here we have our two files, the original and the renamed. You can have both files open at the same time after you save a copy. So, if I open the original file again, we can see that we have both files open at the same time. This has been a basic overview of saving documents in Word 2019. Word documents can easily be converted into PDF files. PDFs are a safe document type compatible with many different platforms, making them very versatile. PDFs also display your document as it would appear if it were printed. In this video, we look at the different ways you can export a document in Word 2019. Because PDFs are used to display what printed documents will look like, it's important to make sure the document is optimized for conversion first. Switch to the Layout tab. Here, you're just going to want to make sure the margins, orientation and size are correct before you proceed. I'm happy with my document though, so let's continue. The first way to convert a file to a PDF is through the Save As function. First, let's select the File tab. Then switch to the Save As tab from the navigation pane on the left. I'm going to save this PDF to my OneDrive. Then I need to choose where on OneDrive I want to save the file by clicking the folder. From this new menu, we can rename our file. And most importantly, below the name field, we have options to change the file type. Click the arrow to the right to open the drop-down menu with a list of different file types. From here, select PDF. We can then optimize the file as standard, which is recommended if you plan to print your document, or optimize for online publishing only, which will reduce the file size. Click the Options button to the right to view more advanced options for formatting your document. Here we can choose a custom range we would like to export. This is handy if you're working on an unfinished project and only want to export a portion of the document. You can also create bookmarks using headings by checking this box here. You can turn on or off the document structure tag for accessibility here. And at the bottom of the menu, you have extra options to ensure the document meets compliance standards. Select OK when you're happy with the configuration. And before we select Save, we can choose to have the file open after publishing or not with this checkbox just below the Options button. I'll leave it checked. The file will open with my default PDF program. Now that I'm happy with all my options, I can hit Save. This may take longer than a normal Word document to save, as the file has to be converted. Once complete, the file will be displayed where you can check the contents. Let's close this for now though. The second way to convert a document to a PDF is by exporting. Go to File, then switch to the Export tab on the left, and select Create PDF/XPS. This will open the same options menu as before. Let's save it to our desktop this time. Select Publish to convert your file to a PDF. As you can see, our Word document has been successfully converted into a PDF file. This has been a basic overview of saving a document as a PDF in Word 2019.
If your computer crashes or you forget to save the document you're working on, Word creates backup files automatically, meaning there's a chance you may recover your document. This can be a lifesaver if you're working on an important document. If your computer crashes while you have an unsaved document open, there's a chance you can recover the file. When you reopen Word after a crash, the Document Recovery side panel will display the files that were successfully recovered. Here we have the original document prior to the crash, and the auto-recovered version, along with information relating to when each file was saved. If we open the drop-down menu beside either of these, we have options to view or save as. To recover a file, first select the file you want to recover. We'll recover the auto-recovered version, so I'll click the arrow. Then select Save As from the drop-down menu. You can then choose to save the recovered file as a new document or overwrite the original file. Let's save this as a new document by clicking Save. After you have recovered the correct file, you can close the document recovery pane with the bottom Close button. Before we continue, I'll just close our original file as it's no longer needed. So I'll activate it, then click the top right X icon. And I'll just rearrange this window by clicking and dragging like so. So let's say you're working away on a document and you close without saving by accident. So I'll just scroll down, select this text and change it to italic. Then if we click the top right X icon and then click Don't Save, we can avoid a disaster if we reopen the document, then go to File, and on the Info tab, go down to Manage Document. Here we can see any recent documents closed without saving. So if we click this and scroll down, we can see our changes have been preserved. We have options to compare this to the original file or restore it. Click Restore to recover the unsaved file. Word will notify you that you are about to overwrite the last saved version with the selected version. Click OK to proceed. And once again, I'll just rearrange this. You can further configure the autosave settings in Word too. Go to File, then switch to the Options tab at the bottom of the navigation pane on the left. From this menu, switch to the Save tab. From here, we can customize how documents are saved. We can choose what format files will automatically be saved in from this drop-down menu. It's currently set to a standard Word document, but we can change this to an older version of Word or a Word template, for example. Below this, you can choose how frequently you would like autosave to perform. Right now, it autosaves every 10 minutes, which is fine with me, so I won't change it. You can disable this feature entirely by unchecking the Save Auto Recover Information box. However, we'll leave ours checked. You can turn off the option to keep the last autosaved file after closing without saving by unchecking this box. I would recommend keeping this checked though, because you never know when you'll need to recover a document. And you can also change the default auto recover file location. Select Browse, then select your new location. However, we leave ours to Word for now though, and click Cancel. This has been a basic overview of recovering unsaved documents in Word 2019.
It's a good idea to check your page layout settings before printing to ensure it will print properly. Word has a number of tools to help you organize your document's margins, orientation, and even choose the paper size your document will be printed on. Any changes made to the layout of your document will be done in the Layout tab. From here, you can alter the margins, orientation, and size of your document. Let's make some changes. Firstly, let's change the orientation from portrait to landscape. Be careful when changing orientation, as you can disrupt the formatting. For example, the address that was previously visible at the bottom of this page has now been cut off. So let's change this back to portrait for the time being. As you can see, this was the address that was cut off by changing the orientation. You can use the Page Break tool within the Page Setup toolset to mark the point where one page ends and the next begins. You also have extra tools for column layout and text wrapping. It's helpful to zoom out of your document when editing layout, as it gives you a full picture of what changes you're making. I'm just going to zoom out a bit using the zoom tool from the status bar at the bottom right before making changes to the margins. Margins are the blank areas around the contents of your document. The margin spacing for my document is set to normal. We can change this by clicking the arrow under the Margins command on the left of the ribbon. So say I want my text to take up more space on the page. I'll set it to narrow. Or we could change it to moderate to try achieve more balance. You can also insert your own dimensions from the Customs Margins menu here. Let's change this around so we have an even break on each side. I'm just going to change the top, left, bottom and right to 2 centimeters. Then I'm going to apply these changes to the whole document by clicking this arrow and selecting whole document. And I'm going to hit OK to apply these changes. Much better. If you're not planning on printing an A4 document, you can change the page size in Word by clicking the arrow under Size. You can choose your desired size from one of Word's handy presets here. Once you're happy with the layout of your document, you can begin the printing process. If you plan to print your Word document, it is important to understand how to configure the print settings to ensure your document will print the way you want it to. We look at the basic and advanced printing options in Word 2019 for this video. Before we go near printing our document, let's first take a look at the print settings. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left of the window. From this new window, switch to the Advanced pane on the left. Then scroll down to the Print heading. From here, you can check or uncheck certain features. You can toggle or untoggle the option to use draft quality. With this checked, your document will print as a draft, saving lots of time in the printing process, especially with large documents. You can check or uncheck the Printing in Background option. With this checked, you can continue to work while printing continues in the background. Note that this may slow down the printing process. You can toggle the option to print pages in reverse order. You can have your document print XML tags by checking this box. You can allow or disallow fields containing tracked changes to update before printing. The two options just below will print on either the front or back of the sheet for duplex printing. This is handy if you want to print a double-sided document, but your printer doesn't do this automatically. And lastly, you can check or uncheck this box, which will automatically scale content for A4 or 8.5 by 11 paper sizes. Once you're happy with the settings, select OK at the bottom of the window to save your changes. Now let's take a look at the printing interface in Word. Go to File, then switch to the Print tab on the left. On this pane we have more basic printing options on the left and a preview on the right. The preview displays what your document will look like when printed. You can move through this preview by scrolling with your mouse like so, or by pressing the up and down arrow keys on your keyboard like so. On the left hand side, we can make some final adjustments to the document before printing. We can choose the number of copies we want to print here. Click the up arrow to increase the number and the down arrow to decrease. Below this, we can select the printer we would like to use. Select the Printer Properties link just below this to open options on the page orientation. If we scroll down slightly, we can see further printing settings. We can choose to print all pages or select a custom range from this menu. Below this, we can have our document print one-sided or both. We can have the document print collated or uncollated from this menu. Just below, we can change the page orientation. We can change the page size here, or change the page margins from this menu. And lastly, you can change the number of pages per sheet you would like to print. When you have configured your settings, select the Print button at the top of the interface to print your document. This has been a basic overview of printing a document in Word 2019. Word provides you with statistics for your document. These can be very handy if you want to see the technical information of your document like word count or the number of lines or paragraphs in your document. These same stats can be provided for selected parts of your document too. This can be extremely useful if you're working with a limit on your word count. You can access the stats through the Review tab. The Review tab is used mainly to check your finished document, but it also provides statistics. Within the proofing toolset on the far left of the ribbon, select the word count command. This will open a new small window with a list of relevant statistics. We now know that this document has 7 pages, 948 words, 5,619 characters. Characters are symbols that represent a number or a letter in case you didn't know. 6,528 characters if you include spaces. 55 paragraphs. Paragraphs are these sections of text and are created by pressing the Enter key on your keyboard. And lastly, we know that this document contains 169 lines. Below this information, we have the option to include text boxes, footnotes and endnotes in the stats by checking this box. Let's close this for now and look at another way to view these stats. The status bar at the bottom left of the window displays the word and page count. This will be displayed regardless of which tab you have selected. If you don't want to see the word count, you can remove it from the status bar by simply right-clicking anywhere on the bar and selecting word count from the new drop-down menu. I like having mine displayed, so I'll turn it back on by following the same process as before. You can quickly access the same stats window from earlier by clicking the word count on the status bar, like so. With this, you won't need to go to the Review tab each time you want to view your stats. This is all well and good, but what if you want to see stats for a certain page or paragraph? Well, thankfully, Word allows you to do so. Firstly, select the text you want to view stats for by clicking and dragging over the area, like so. I want to see stats for just this paragraph. With this selected, note that the status bar displays how many words this section contains. 19 of 948 words. If we click the word count like before, Word gives us stats for just the selected area. 1 page, 19 words, and so on and so forth. This has been a basic overview of accessing statistics for your document in Word 2019. Word allows you to insert information automatically using data fields with quick parts. You can insert a document character or word count, file name or size, and much more. Word will pull the data from properties and add it to the text, meaning you won't have to enter it manually. So let's get started. We can see that this document has a statistics page with different categories. Now, you could find and enter the information for each individual category manually, but that's quite time consuming, so we'll use the Quick Parts tool. To access Quick Parts, first switch to the Insert tab. Then, within the text toolset on the right of the ribbon, select the Quick Parts tool. Then, from this new drop-down menu, select Field. On the left portion of this new menu, we can see a list of the different fields we can add to the document. Let's add an author field. Find author from the list and select it. This will open further formatting options where we can choose how to display the text. Let's have the author name as uppercase. Once you're happy with the formatting, click OK to add the field to your document. And just like that, the author name has been added. Word pulled the information from the document properties and inserted it as a field. If you add an author field to your document, the name displayed will naturally be different. Moving on, let's add some more fields. Click the point in the document you would like to add a field to, which for me is date. Then return to the same tool as before. Quick Parts, then select Field. We want to add the date this time, so let's find date from the list of categories. I like to keep things clean, so I'll go with this format. And just as before, Word has inserted the date from the properties for us. The next piece of info to add is a character count.
Return to the previous window as before. This time we need to find num cars from the list. Because this is a figure, I'll format this numerically. Word count follows the same principle as before. Go to Quick Parts, then Field, and scroll down until num words. Let's format this numerically again. The same applies to page count. Quick Parts, Field, scroll down, and find num pages. You can display figures in non-numerical ways. Let's display the page count with words for the sake of demonstration. Next, let's add the file name. Quick Parts, Field, and then find file name from the list of categories. This time, let's format the text differently. Let's go with lowercase for the file name. Note that the file name here matches the file name of the actual document. We can even add file size. Return to the same window as before and select file size from the list of categories. On the right we can see options to display the size in either kilobytes or megabytes. Because this is a small file, I'll display it in kilobytes. And then format it to display decimals. And as easily as that, we have added key information to the document without having to do the time-consuming process of finding it manually. We can also choose how we would like fields to be displayed. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom of the navigation pane. From this new menu, switch to Advanced on the left, and scroll down to the Show Document Content heading. We can turn on the option to have field shading show always or just when selected. Let's select always. And just above that, we can have fields show their codes rather than values by checking this box. Click OK to save and see your changes. As you can see, the changes have been successfully implemented. But I don't need to see the codes for this document, so I'll go back to the options and turn them off. This has been a basic overview of modifying your document properties in Word 2019. You can check your documents for compatibility issues in Word. This is useful if you want to see if your document will lose any key information if converted to an older version of Word. So currently I have a document open with the most up-to-date version of Word, but say I want to send it to someone using an older version of Word. How will I know if they'll be able to see everything? Luckily, there's a way we can check this. Firstly, go to File. Then switch to the Save As tab. To view the file format, first select Browse from the bottom of the list. Let's quickly rename the file. As is, the file will save as a standard Word document. Click the arrow to open a drop-down menu where you can choose the file format you would like to save it as. Let's save this as an old Word document. And I'm going to just save this to my desktop. However, before the file saves, you will be prompted with a warning message. This message informs us of any functionalities that will be lost, and how frequently said losses will occur. The only losses that will occur here, though, are related to design formatting. No essential information will be lost, so I'll continue with saving. After saving finishes, the file will convert to an older file type. Note the subtle differences in appearance. And if we take a key look, we can see that no key information has been lost. Let's close this window for the time being and look at our two files. Here are our two files, old and new. Note the difference in icon appearance. Files saved in the old format will have the old icon. Old Word documents can also be restored to newer versions. Let's reopen the old file to see how. Go to File, then from the Info tab select the Convert button beside Compatibility Mode. You will be prompted with a message telling you the document will be upgraded to the newest file format. Click OK to convert the document back to its original version with effects restored. This has been a basic overview of checking compatibility issues in Word 2019. When creating a document in Word, you may not realize if the layout and text are fully accessible. Word has features that scan the document to make sure it's accessible for everyone. This is especially important for people with hearing or sight difficulties. To check for accessibility, we need to activate the Workbook Inspector. Go to File, then in the Info tab, select the Check for Issues button, and click Check Accessibility from the drop-down menu. With this activated, a new sidebar will appear alongside the text with a list of errors, warnings, and tips. Let's examine some of the errors. The first group of errors are missing alternative text. This means there are images that need textual support for people with visual impairments. Click on one of the names to jump to the image in the document itself. To add alternative text for this image, click the arrow beside its name. Then select Add a Description. A new panel will open where you can add alternative text to the image. Once you have finished typing the description, you can close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. The same can be done for graphs. Click the arrow, then select Add a Description. This follows the same principle as it would with images, so we won't need to add a description here. Returning to the accessibility checker, we can see more warnings. Let's take a closer look at images or objects not being in line. If images are not in line, it may be difficult for screen readers to interact with the object. To change this, simply click the arrow beside the image name, then select Place this in line. Note the difference in layout in the document itself. Below here, Word gives tips on any of the above errors or warnings depending on which item you have selected. Naturally, the average person isn't expected to be familiar with the potential issues with compatibility, so Word has provided some handy tips below. Click the X icon to the top right of the pane to close it. There are further compatibility options when saving your file. Go to File, then select Save As from the left, then select Browse. Then importantly, you need to change the file type to a PDF. Let's save this to our desktop. But before saving, click the Options button from the new menu. From here, make sure that Document Structure Tags for Accessibility is checked. After this, click OK and save your document. This has been a basic introduction to creating an accessible document in Word 2019. You can listen to your document being read aloud in Word with the Read Aloud tool. The tool can be customized to suit your preferences too. Though anyone can use the Read Aloud tool, it is particularly important for people with visual impairments. To activate the Read Aloud tool, we must first switch to the Review tab. The Read Aloud tool is within the Speech toolset on the left of the ribbon. Clicking this will activate Read Aloud. But before we activate this, we need to choose where we want the reading to begin. As you may have noticed before, when you click a point in the text, a flashing line will appear. This is the insertion point. Though primarily used to show where you can enter text, it also marks where the reading will start with the Read Aloud tool. So with that in mind, let's select this command and activate Read Aloud. The text being read will be marked by a grey highlight like so. Note the new functions to the top right of the interface. To skip forward a paragraph, click the arrow on the right. To go back a paragraph, click the arrow on the left. To pause the reading, simply click the pause button like so. You can customize the Read Aloud voice through the Read Aloud settings. Open the settings by clicking the speaker icon beside the skip forward button. From this new drop-down menu, we can adjust the voice's speed with this slider. Moving it to the right will increase speed, while moving it left will decrease speed. If you don't like Microsoft George, you can change the voice to someone else by clicking the arrow and selecting a new voice from this menu. To deactivate the Read Aloud tool, simply click the X icon to the top right of the interface. This has been a basic overview of activating and customizing the Read Aloud tool in Word 2019. When sending certain documents, you may not want to give the receiver full editing control. Word has a function that allows you to protect your document, restricting certain areas from editing. This is helpful for documents like surveys where you want the receiver to answer questions but not change anything else. To begin the process of protecting your document, first go to the Review tab. Then select Restrict Editing within the Protect toolset on the right of the ribbon. A new sidebar will appear on the right where you can set exact restrictions. Let's apply some editing restrictions. Check the box beneath the second heading. Then open the drop-down menu by clicking the arrow. I only want readers to be able to fill in forms, so I'll select Filling in Forms. When you have your restrictions in place, select the Start Enforcing Protection button at the bottom of the pane. You will be prompted with a new window where you have the option to apply a password. If you choose to apply a password, you will need to enter it to deactivate protection mode. Let's give this document a password. As a general rule, it's a good idea to use letters, numbers, and punctuation for maximum protection. Select OK to apply the restrictions. And let's close this sidebar for now. So right now our document is protected. If we go to the Home tab, for example, and look at the ribbon, we can see that all of the editing tools have been deactivated. We can no longer modify the document. If a reader would like to edit the document, they need authorization. To re-enable editing, return to the Review tab. Then select Restrict Editing on the right of the ribbon to reopen the protection sidebar. From the sidebar, select the Stop Protection button at the bottom of the pane. You will need to enter the password to remove protection. We can now edit and modify our document again. This has been a basic overview of adding protection to your document in Word 2019. When adding protection to your document, you can adjust the settings to allow different types of access and give selected people editing power. You can even restrict access to certain areas of your document. We look at these and more in this video. Firstly, switch to the Review tab. Then within the Protect toolset, select Restrict Editing on the right of the ribbon. From this new sidebar, we can apply editing restrictions to our text. Let's examine some. Check the box under the second heading. To view the different types of restrictions we can apply, click the arrow to open a drop-down menu. Enabling tracked changes will give readers the ability to make changes that are easy to spot. Think of any changes made with this activated as suggestions you can review. You can restrict all editing but allow comments. This is a good way to ask for feedback on a document without having the layout change. Or you could restrict editing to just filling in forms. Readers won't be able to format text or change any design aspects. Let's allow comments. Select the button at the bottom of the sidebar to enforce protection. Then add a password and hit OK. So, with protection enabled, we can't make any edits to the text itself. If we move quickly through the tabs, we can see that all of the editing tools have been deactivated. However, we can still add comments from the Review tab. From the Comments toolset, select the New Comment command. Then add your comment. Let's return to the sidebar. I'm just going to quickly stop protection so we can look at allowing exceptions to the restrictions. If you are sharing a protected document but want to allow certain people the power to make changes, you can do so by adding an exception. Firstly, let's set the restrictions to read only. So now, anyone I send this to will only be able to read, not edit, unless I add an exception. We can add an exception from below by clicking the More Users link and then entering the username. Add a semicolon once you've finished with the username. Then enter the user's email. But I won't add this right now. If you want to add an area that can be edited, we need to first select the chosen area. So let's say I want this paragraph to be editable. I'll select it. Then check the box from the exceptions list. Areas added to exceptions will be marked by grey brackets around the editable area, like so. Nowhere else in the text can be changed. If we return to the exceptions list in the sidebar and click the arrow beside the name, we can see further options like displaying all regions that this user can edit. As you can see, our previously selected area has been highlighted, giving us complete control over who can and can't edit our document. This has been a basic overview of adjusting your document's protection settings in Word 2019. With Word, you can manage documents version history by opening a different version of the document, recovering unsaved documents, and checking out a document so no one else can edit the document at the same time. This file has been saved to my OneDrive and shared with other users where edits have been made. To view a document's history, first go to File, then select History from the navigation pane on the left. This will open a new side panel with a list of all the previously saved versions of this file. This could potentially save you lots of time if you make an error on a document and need to work from an older version. So let's say I want to open an older version of this document. Click the file you would like to work on from the side panel. This will open the file in a new window. Word will also notify you that this document is a previous version and that you can compare this to the latest version or restore it. But I want to restore this file, so I'll click Restore. So now if I make changes, let's just get rid of this for the sake of demonstration. Then go to File and select the History tab. We can see that the edits we just made were successfully logged. You can also check out a document if you want to make edits without other people making changes. Go to File, Then in Info, scroll down to the Manage Document button. Select Checkout. With this file checked out, we can make edits privately without having to worry about another user altering the text or layout. Note that when you check a document out, no one else can edit or view changes until it's checked back in. So when all changes have been made, you should check back in. Click File. Then in Info, click the Check In button. You will be prompted with a new window where you can add comments about this version. This is a good idea if you want to bring any other users back up to speed on what edits have been made. We don't need to do that for this document though. This has been a basic overview of managing your document's version history in Word 2019. Word's primary function is adding text to a document. You can choose where to insert text and then navigate or remove said text using the keyboard. We look at the basics of inserting text to a document in this video. As you can see, we have a document already opened for editing. You can add text by simply typing on your keyboard, but before we do that, we need to know where our text will be inserted. You may have already noticed the flashing line at the end of the first paragraph. This is the insertion point, which indicates where text will be inserted if we start typing. Keep an eye on the insertion point as I type. It moves as we type. To move the insertion point, just click a different point in the text. So now, if I were to start typing, text would be inserted at the end of the second paragraph, like so. Note that our text is formatted to italics, even though we never selected this manually. This is because the text will format automatically depending on where the insertion point is and how the text that preceded it was formatted. To explain this further, let's move the insertion point. We know that these three paragraphs are italicized, and any text added here will also be italicized. But if we move the insertion point to the heading, we can see the formatting changes to bold. And if we move the insertion point to the bottom line, we can see the formatting change automatically again. To delete text, simply use the backspace key on your keyboard. Use the insertion point like a guide as before. To remove text in the other direction, just use the delete key like so. You can move the insertion point using the arrow keys on your keyboard to navigate the text too. Use the up and down keys to move between lines, and the left and right keys to move between characters. To create a new line, hit the Enter key on your keyboard like so. This has been a basic overview of inserting text to a document in Word 2019. Adding text to a Word document is a simple process, but you can configure the settings to allow for even more efficient typing. In this video, we look at Word's auto-suggestion tool, using overtype mode to replace text directly, and activating click and type mode to move the insertion point to any point in the text. Firstly, let's look at activating and using the overtype mode. When editing a draft of your document, it can be time-consuming to delete and then replace a word. This is where overtype mode comes in. To activate overtype mode, first go to File, then select Options from the bottom of the navigation pane on the left, and switch to the Advanced pane. Under the Editing Options heading, check Use the Insert key to control overtype mode, and use overtype mode. This will activate overtype mode and allow us to switch modes using the Insert key. Let's select OK and return to the document. Note that Word displays what typing mode is active from the status bar below. To add or remove this display, just right-click the status bar and click Overtype from the drop-down menu. I like having mine displayed though, so I'll leave it as is. With all the configuration taken care of, let's replace some words. So, say you're proofreading your document and you see a word you want to replace. With Overtype, you just need to click the point where the word begins and begin typing. Let's replace world with earth here. Note how the new text replaces old text rather than inserting it. We can also switch between insert and overtype mode easily in two different ways. The first is to simply press the insert key on your keyboard like so. Note the changes taking place in the status bar. I am doing this by pressing the insert key on my keyboard. We can also switch mode by simply clicking the mode name from the status bar like so. As you may have noticed before, when you click somewhere in Word, the insertion point will automatically appear at either the start of the line or the end of the last word, regardless of where you click. This is handy for the most part, but sometimes you need to add text to a specific point. We can do so by activating Click and Type from the Options menu. Go to File, then Options, and switch to the Advanced pane. Under the same heading as before, check Enable Click and Type. We can also change the default paragraph style from this drop-down menu. Let's leave it as normal for now though. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. So now we can move the insertion point to anywhere in the text by simply double-clicking. Let's scroll down to the end of the text to demonstrate. I want to add my name and date at the bottom right here, so I'll find my point, then double-click to move the insertion point. And simple as that, we've moved the insertion point to where we wanted. If we type, we can see the text is being inserted to the desired location. Word also has an auto-suggestions feature for commonly used words. For example, if I begin to type a month name, we can see the auto-suggested word being displayed just above. To insert this, just hit Enter on your keyboard like so. This is another handy time saver when inserting text. You can disable this by returning to File, then selecting Options from the bottom of the navigation pane on the left again, and switching to the Advanced pane. From here, uncheck Show Autocomplete Suggestions if you would like to disable suggestions. This has been a basic overview of inserting text more efficiently in Word 2019. Text boxes are areas that can be created to mark distinct sections for paragraphs and titles within your Word document. These boxes can be edited, formatted, and arranged as separate objects, making them especially handy for documents with a complicated layout. I have a document open and displaying a text box. This is the basic idea of what we want to replicate. I'm just going to scroll down to a blank area in the document so we'll have somewhere to put the text box. To add a text box, first switch to the Insert tab. Then, within the Text toolset, click Text Box to open a drop-down menu. From here, we can choose a default text box from the list of presets, or we could manually draw a text box by selecting Draw Text Box from the bottom of the new menu. The cursor will change to a cross. Click and drag the mouse to draw your text box, and release when you're happy with the layout. Now that we've added the box, we now need to add the text. You can insert text here the same as you would in any other part of the document, but I have a paragraph copied from earlier, so I'll quickly paste that here. Then I'm just going to clean it up a little bit. What makes text boxes so useful is that when the box gets readjusted like so, so too does the text. Note that when you have a text box selected, the Display tab will be the Format tab, where drawing tools will appear just above. From this ribbon, we can make changes to the appearance of our text box. Firstly, let's change the outline from the Shape Styles toolset. We can choose to apply a preset to the box by clicking this arrow, or we can make custom changes from these menus just to the right. Let's add a fill by clicking the arrow beside Shape Fill and selecting a color to fill our box with. If we reopen the same menu, we can add more effects like using a picture as a fill or applying a gradient or texture. Let's apply a gradient to give it more depth. I'm just going to hover my cursor over gradient and choose one of the gradients from the new menu. Just below the Shape Fill menu, there are options to customize the shape outline. From here, we can change the outline color, style, and size. Let's change the color and make the line thicker. Hover your cursor over weight and choose the desired thickness. If you don't like the standard box shape for your text box, you can change the shape from the Insert Shapes toolset. Click the Edit Shape arrow to open a drop-down menu. Then hover your cursor over Change Shape to view a list of possible shapes. You can choose from speech bubbles and love hearts, but for now, let's just change this to a rectangle with rounded edges. After the change has been made, you can further customize the shape by clicking and dragging the yellow point at the border of the rectangle like so. You can modify the shape even further. Select Edit Shape within the Insert Shapes toolset to the top left of the interface. Then, click Edit Points. With this activated, you will be able to maneuver each individual point of the text box, giving you complete creative control. This has been a basic overview of inserting a text box in Word 2019. If you want to insert a text character or symbol that cannot be found on your keyboard, you're going to need to use Word's Special Characters menu. This can be handy if you plan to include foreign currencies, equations, or other symbols in your document. To view a list of the symbols available in Word, first switch to the Insert tab. Then, within the Symbols toolset on the far right of the ribbon, click Symbol. This will display a list of commonly used symbols. Clicking on one of these will insert it in the text, but first let's view some more symbols and options by clicking More Symbols at the bottom of the drop-down menu. From this new menu, we have much more options for formatting and inserting symbols. We can change the font from this drop-down menu just above the list of symbols. The second row of symbols displays a history of recently used symbols. Use the scroll bar on the right to navigate through the list of symbols. Information on the currently selected symbol, like the shortcut key, will be displayed at the bottom of the menu. You can give or change symbols autocorrect codes or shortcut keys. This is a good idea if you plan on repeating certain symbols in the document. Currently, the yen symbol's shortcut is Alt MO-165. Let's change this to something shorter. Select the shortcut key button, then type the new shortcut in the empty field. I'm going to change this to Alt Y. Select Assign to save changes. Then click Close. Select the autocorrect button to view options on replacing a certain word or letters with the chosen symbol. Enter the keyword to be replaced in the box just below the Replace heading. I'll use YE to be short for the yen symbol. Click Add to add it to the list of autocorrect words. Click OK to save changes and close the window. We can add symbols in a few ways. You can add one by simply clicking the Insert button at the bottom of the window. You can also add one by double-clicking the symbol like so. Let's see if autocorrect works for this symbol. If I type YE, then press space, we can see that our changes were successfully implemented. You can further format symbols if you need to. Let's quickly insert a copyright symbol here. This is fine, but it needs to be changed to superscript, which just means it needs to be smaller and above the text. To do so, switch to the Home tab first. Then, with the symbol selected, within the Font toolset, click the superscript icon. A copyright symbol has been correctly formatted. You can even paste symbols from the web into a Word document. Find the symbol you would like to add and copy it. Then just paste it into the document like so. This has been a basic overview of adding special characters to a document in Word 2019. Word provides additional information about your document called properties. Properties can include information about the author, tags, or the last time the document was modified. We look at adding to your document's properties in this video. To view a document's properties, first go to File. The properties will be listed on the right portion of the pane, like so. The Properties heading displays things like the file size, page and word count, and total editing time. There is also editable information like the title, tags, and comments. Below the Properties heading, we can see the file history. The last time the document was modified or printed will be displayed here, along with the creation date. Below this, we can see who wrote the document, as well as anyone who may have modified it. These properties are a quick and handy way to get a brief but expansive overview of your document information, which is especially helpful if you're organizing your files. Just below the bottom of the list, we see an option to Open File Location. Clicking this will display your file location in a new window. Along the top of this window, we can see the path to the file's location. This again is handy if you're in the process of organizing your files. I'm just going to close this window and return to the document so we can take a look at adding properties information manually. If you're working on a collaborative project with many different people and documents, it's a good idea to add tags or comments to the properties. Let's add some tags to this document. Click the empty field beside tags. Then add your tags. Remember to separate your tags with commas. With these added, we will be able to locate similar documents more easily. Comments are a good way to provide context about your document, which is key for collaborative projects. Click the empty field beside comments and begin typing to add your comment. I'm just going to paste a comment in for the sake of brevity. There are additional properties we can add. We just need to ask where to show them first. Click the Show All Properties link at the bottom of the list of properties. As you can see, Word is displaying more properties. Let's add the company name, and status. This will provide the document with extra context. If these don't provide enough information, you can view the advanced properties by clicking the arrow beside the properties heading, and then selecting Advanced Properties. This opens a new window with additional, more detailed information. The General tab displays information that can't be edited, like file type, location, and size. The Summary tab gives you general editable information about the document, like the title or author. Statistics logs key information like the save history and lists content stats. The Contents tab displays the headings used. And the Custom tab allows you to add other properties you would like displayed. For example, we can add a client to the properties by filling in the blank fields and clicking Add. This has been a basic overview of adding to your document properties in Word 2019. Knowing how to select text with precision will allow you to format your content efficiently. You can select text using the mouse or keyboard. We look at these and more in this video. The most basic way to select text in Word is by clicking and dragging with your mouse. Let's select the first part of this sentence, from the word 10 to industry. So, making sure my cursor is aligned, I'm just going to click just before the T in 10 and slowly drag my mouse along the sentence until all of the words are enclosed by a grey square, like so. You can release your mouse once you have the text selected. And as simple as that, we have selected text. We can now format this text whichever way we want. Note how only the selected text changes. Using your mouse to select text is fine, but it lacks precision. Let's look at using the keyboard to select text. As you may already know, we can use the directional arrows on the keyboard to navigate text in Word, like so. Using the insertion point as a starting mark, hold down the Shift key and use the directional arrows to select text, like so. Pressing the left or right arrow keys just once will select just one character, giving you more control over your selection. You can combine using your mouse and keyboard for the same selection. Let's say I want to select this first paragraph, so I start by clicking and dragging over the area, but I accidentally release my mouse prematurely. We can still complete the selection using the keyboard. Holding the Shift key, I'll simply press the right arrow keys until the selection is finished. We can also select separate pieces of text at the same time. There are a few keywords in this paragraph I want to select. The only problem is that they aren't connected. We can overcome this, however, by using the Control key. I'll start by selecting the first keyword. Then, holding the Control key, I'm going to select a separate word, like so. And I'll do it one more time. Holding the Control key, I'm just clicking and dragging over the keyword. And just like that, we have selected 3 separate pieces of text rather than doing each individually, saving us lots of time in formatting. We can use the Alt key to select text vertically too. Holding the Alt key, then clicking and dragging, we can now select a large but controlled area of text. This is especially handy if you want to select a column of text. We can further change how text behaves in the settings. Go to File, then select Options at the bottom of the navigation pane on the left. Then in this new window, switch to the Advanced pane. If we uncheck Typing replaces selected text won't be replaced when you type. It will just be inserted like with unselected text. This could be helpful if you want to focus on formatting without having to worry about accidentally removing text. And if we uncheck the option just below this, auto-select will be deactivated, meaning we will have to manually select whole words. This is useful if you want to be more precise when selecting text. This has been a basic overview of selecting text manually in Word 2019. Word allows you to select text automatically in numerous ways. You can quickly select whole words, paragraphs and titles. You can even select all text too. Getting the hang of these will increase your workflow, so let's get into it. To quickly select a whole word, simply double-click the word you would like to select, like so. To select a whole paragraph, just click any word in the paragraph 3 times. Note that you need to click quickly for this to function properly. If your document contains a table like this, you can select the contents of a whole cell by clicking 3 times. If you want to select a whole line, you can do so by clicking the left-sided margin at the point parallel to the desired line. This applies to other elements like headings and tables too. Clicking and dragging on the margins will select multiple lines like so. Double-click the margin to select the whole paragraph parallel to the point of clicking. If your document contains footnotes, you can select one by triple-clicking the chosen footnote. You can select the whole text, excluding headers and footers, if you press Ctrl-A on your keyboard. If we quickly scroll through the document, we can see the entire document is selected. To deselect the text, just click once on any point in the document. The Home tab has alternate access to some of the previous commands. Within the Editing toolset to the right of the ribbon, click the Select tool. From here, we can choose to select all, which functions the same as previously shown. We can also select only text with similar formatting. So if we move the insertion point to this heading, then return to the Select tool, and click Select Text with Similar Formatting, we can see that all text formatted this way has been selected. This has been a basic overview of selecting text automatically in Word 2019. Cutting, copying and pasting are essential tools to know when using Word. They will allow you to transfer text, images and more, saving you lots of time in your work. Before we begin, it's important to know the difference between cutting and copying. When you cut a selection, it will be removed from its original location and stored in the clipboard. Copying is similar to cutting, except it remains in its original location as well as being stored in the clipboard. Don't worry if this doesn't make sense right now, this will be a bit clearer with examples in a moment. First, let's look at the Cut tool in Word. Before you cut anything, you must first select the word or text you want to cut. So I'll just quickly select this paragraph by triple-clicking. Now, we could access the tools we need by right-clicking and then selecting one of the options. But there's a faster way with keyboard shortcuts. The shortcut to cut text is Ctrl-X. And as quickly as that, we have successfully cut our text, meaning that it's been removed from its original location, and saved to the clipboard, ready to be pasted. We can now paste this to another part of the document, but for now let's just put it back in its original location. To paste from the clipboard, just press Ctrl V on your keyboard. The cut paragraph has been successfully returned to the document. Let's look at the copying tool. Copying isn't restricted to just one document. You can copy items from other documents and even the internet. Let's open a browser to demonstrate this. I want to use this first paragraph from Wikipedia in my document, so just like in Word, I'll select it by triple-clicking. Then I'll copy the selection by pressing Ctrl-C on my keyboard. It is important to note that anytime you cut or copy something, the item that was previously stored on the clipboard will be removed. This means that the original paragraph we cut earlier is no longer stored in the clipboard. Keep this in mind when cutting, as you don't want to accidentally delete something important. Let's return to the document and paste the Wikipedia paragraph. Just like before, paste the text by pressing Ctrl V on your keyboard. When you paste from somewhere with different formatting, you have different pasting options. Click the arrow from the new box to view these options. You can choose to keep source formatting, merge formatting, use destination styles, or keep text only. I'll choose merge formatting for now though. Copying is not just limited to text. You can even copy images from the web. Let's return to Wikipedia. To copy an image, just right-click the image and select Copy from the drop-down menu. The image is now saved to the clipboard. Pasting items is not just limited to Word. You can move items between programs too. So if we open PowerPoint and paste by right-clicking and selecting Paste from the drop-down menu, we can see that the image has been successfully pasted, meaning we can quickly and easily move items between different programs. This has been a basic overview of cutting, copying and pasting in Word 2019. If you need to quickly reorganize text in your document, Word allows you to manually move and reposition your paragraphs. We look at the different ways you can move words, lines and paragraphs in this video. The handiest way to move text within a Word document is with the Cut tool. Firstly, select the text you would like to move. I want to rearrange this section, so I'll select it by clicking and dragging over the area. Then, with the text selected, right-click to open a drop-down menu with a list of options, and select Cut. This will remove the selected text and save it to the clipboard where it can be pasted to a different part of the document. I'm going to just scroll down to the point in the document where I want to move the text. Then, to paste the text from the clipboard to the document, we first need to right-click, then select Paste from the drop-down menu. As you can see, we have successfully moved text within our document. There is a faster way to use the Cut tool in Word with keyboard shortcuts. Firstly, let's reselect the text. Then, instead of right-clicking, you can simply press Ctrl X on your keyboard. Let's scroll back up to the original location. Then, to paste the text back, we can press Ctrl V. Shortcuts are a very handy way to increase your workflow in Word. You can also use your mouse to move text in Word. Like before, we must first select the text. Then we can click and drag the text like you would with an image. While holding down left-click, you can hover your cursor just above the status bar to move down without releasing the mouse. We can choose where to place the text by the black line that appears near the cursor. When the black line is in the desired location, release the left click to move the text. Though this feels more intuitive than the Cut tool, it's more time consuming. We can even turn this drag and drop feature off in the settings. Go to File, then select Options from the navigation pane on the left, and switch to the Advanced pane. If we uncheck Allow text to be dragged and dropped, we will no longer be able to move text by clicking and dragging. Let's return to the document to see have the changes taken place. So, if we select this paragraph again, then try to click and drag, we can see that we are unable to. This is a handy tip to know, as the drag and drop feature for text can sometimes be a nuisance. This has been a basic overview of moving text in a document in Word 2019. When pasting, Word gives you formatting options to adapt the text to your document or preserve the text in its original state. This is important to know, as you'll often need to paste text from different places. If you're moving text around your document, you may want to change the formatting to fit the new location. I want to move this text to a different part of the document. Note that the formatting here varies. Some text is larger than the other, and there are different colors too. Let's cut this text and see what options we have for pasting in a differently formatted part of the document. I'm going to cut by pressing Ctrl X on my keyboard, and I'm just going to scroll down to a different part of the document. Right-click the point you want to move your text to. The drop-down menu will display different paste options. We can choose to keep source formatting. This will preserve the original state of the text. No adjustments will be made in the pasting process. We can choose to merge formatting. This will match the font style, color and size, but will keep key formatting like bold, italics or underline. And lastly, we can choose to keep text only, which will remove all original formatting to make the text match the new location. You can access these options if you paste using Ctrl V2. I'll just quickly paste this text by pressing Ctrl V. A clipboard icon will appear at the bottom right of the pasted item. Click this icon to view the previous options again. Let's merge the formatting. Merging is a good way to paste, as it adjusts the text to the new location but also keeps key formatting elements. It's also a good way to paste if you're copying items from the internet, as it will remove unnecessary things like hyperlinks. If you don't like having these options, you can turn them off through the settings. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left of the navigation bar, and switch to the Advanced pane. Scroll down slightly to the Cut, Copy and Paste heading. Uncheck the Show Paste Options button to deactivate paste options. You can even paste text and other items as an image. This time let's use the Home tab to paste the item. On the left of the ribbon, within the Clipboard toolset, click the arrow under Paste. Then select Picture from the drop-down menu. The cut text has been converted into an image, which can be resized or rotated like you would with any other picture. Before we end the video, let's look at changing the default paste options. Return to the settings by clicking File, then selecting Options from the bottom left of the navigation pane, and switching to Advanced. Then just scroll down a bit to the same heading as before. From here, we can change the default pasting options. So as is, when pasting within the same document, the default option is to keep source formatting. We can change this by clicking the arrow and choosing from one of the options. Let's set the default to merge. We can change the same options when pasting between documents, pasting when styles conflict, or pasting from other programs. Adjusting these to suit your needs can be a good way to save time and speed up your workflow. This has been a basic overview of using the paste options in Word 2019. If you often use the same items or group of items in your documents, you can save them to your auto text and quick parts galleries, which will then allow you to insert them into future documents quickly and efficiently. Quick parts and auto text are essentially different parts of the same tool. Quick parts is used for larger items such as letterheads, whereas auto text is used more for smaller items like names or numbers. Let's look at the auto text function first. Switch to the Insert tab. Then, within the Text toolset on the right side of the ribbon, select Quick Parts, which is indicated by the top middle icon. This will open a drop-down menu with further options. From here, hover your mouse over Auto Text. This will display any previously saved auto text items. As you can see, my company name has already been added here. Clicking on this will add it to the text, like so. This is a great way to save time if you use the same elements in different documents. We can easily add items to this list straight from our document. Because I sign off on documents a lot, I want to add my name to auto text. To add an item to auto text, first select it in the document, then return to the Quick Parts tool, and hover over auto text. Then from this new menu, select Save Selection to Auto Text Gallery. You can customize how it will save from this menu, but for now, let's just select OK. So now, if we return to auto text, we can see that our item has been successfully added to the gallery. We can now quickly and easily add our name to documents with just one click, like so. Quick Parts functions essentially the same as auto text, but is used for larger items. This document contains a letterhead I would like to add to my Quick Parts gallery. Adding items to Quick Parts follows the same process as with auto text. Select the item, then open the Quick Parts menu from the Insert tab, and select Save Selection to Quick Part Gallery. This time, let's give the item a name. I'll call it Letterhead. Let's save this to the Quick Part Gallery from this drop-down menu to make it easier to find. You can even add items to categories to make them easier to find. Let's create a category called Headers. Once you're happy with the information, hit OK to add the item to Quick Parts. And if we open Quick Parts again, we can see that the letterhead has been successfully added. To delete an item from the Quick Parts or Auto Text gallery, select Building Blocks Organizer from the Quick Parts drop-down menu. Then find and select the item you would like to delete from the list. Let's delete my name for the sake of demonstration. And click the Delete button at the bottom of the window. Then if we return to the Auto Text gallery, we can see that the item has been successfully removed. This has been a basic overview of using auto text and Quick Parts in Word 2019. If you make a change to your document that you don't want to keep, then you will find the undo function very useful. Word logs your recent actions, meaning you can undo or redo anything you have done since creating or opening your document. It is also possible to save different versions of your document, which can be used as backups should you wish to make any major changes to the content. To demonstrate the undo tool, let's delete this picture, this paragraph, and this heading. The undo button is located to the top left of the window on the Quick Access toolbar. Clicking the undo button will bring you back one step. So if I click this, the last action, which was deleting the heading, will be undone. And just like that, our heading is back. You can also activate the undo command with the shortcut Ctrl-Z. So, if I press Ctrl-Z on my keyboard, we will go back one step further and the paragraph should reappear. Knowing the undo function can be a real lifesaver when working in Word. You're not just limited to going backwards though. Word also has a redo command which brings you forward one step. The redo button is located beside the undo button on the quick access toolbar. So, remembering that going one step backward brought the paragraph back, going one step forward should remove the paragraph again. Like the undo button, the redo button also has a keyboard shortcut, Ctrl-Y. Word logs all changes you make to a document. These changes can be viewed by clicking the arrow beside the undo button. From here, you can choose how far back you would like to return. Note, however, that you can't undo earlier actions without also undoing what came after. If you've made lots of changes to a document and aren't sure whether to keep them or not, you can always save what you're working on as a new document. Go to File, then switch to Save As from the navigation pane on the left. Rename your file and choose where to save it. I'm going to rename this and save it to my desktop. We now have two versions of our document, the original and the edited. So if we reopen the original document and scroll down, we can see the previously made changes haven't taken place here. This is a good habit to get into as it means you can edit a document safe in the knowledge that an original, unedited copy exists. This has been a basic overview of undoing and redoing your actions in Word 2019. The proofing tool allows you to proofread and correct your document with confidence. Word provides contextual suggestions and the ability to check the spelling and grammar for your text. We look at these and more in this video. When you misspell a word in your document, it will be marked by a red underline like so. Blue lines indicate grammatical errors. We can easily amend an error by right-clicking the misspelled word and selecting one of the suggestions from the drop-down menu. Based on what you've typed, Word will try to figure out what you meant and provide suggestions. Below these suggestions, we have more commands. You can choose to ignore all, which will ignore all instances of this misspelled word. Below this, we have the option to add to dictionary. Adding a word to the dictionary will mean Word will stop recognizing it as misspelled. This is a good idea for unique words or names that Word doesn't recognize but are still spelled correctly. We can get a more extensive overview of the errors within this document with the Proofing panel. Switch to the Review tab. To open the Proofing tool from here, select Spelling and Grammar within the Proofing toolset on the far left of the ribbon. The paragraph in which the error was found will be displayed first. Note that the instance will also be highlighted in the document itself. Word will provide suggestions based on what you've typed. We can open the subcontext menu by clicking the arrow beside a suggestion name. This will provide more options like read aloud, spell out, change all, add to autocorrect or view autocorrect options. And below these suggestions, Word gives extra commands to ignore or add to dictionary, like before. Click on a suggestion to make the amendment. Once corrected, Word will automatically move to the next error. We can navigate through errors by simply clicking the mistake in the text itself. We can amend grammatical errors the same way we did for spelling errors. Close the proofing panel by clicking the X icon to the top right of the panel. This has been a basic overview of correcting your document in Word 2019. The autocorrect feature in Word can save you time if you frequently use specific vocabulary or symbols. Autocorrect can be used to assign shortcuts for certain words that you use a lot, which can then be inserted quickly and efficiently. Autocorrect works by correcting common mistakes in the middle of typing. It works automatically, so you don't have to go back and adjust manually. To demonstrate, let's commit some common errors. Autocorrect will amend incorrect capitalization. So, if I begin my sentence with a lowercase word, then hit space, we can see that autocorrect has done its job. Autocorrect also works for spelling errors. If we type the same word but misspell it, then hit space, we can see that autocorrect has worked again. Autocorrect also formats certain words or numbers correctly where needed. For example, the ST in first needs to be superscripted. Rather than doing this manually, autocorrect does it for us. So, if we type first and hit space, we can see that autocorrect has correctly formatted the text. We can even add custom shortcuts for commonly used words or names to autocorrect. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left of the navigation pane, and switch to the Proofing tab. Then select Autocorrect Options to open a new menu. In this new menu, we can see the default list of autocorrect shortcuts, and we can add to this list from the empty fields above. I often sign off on documents with my name, so to save time, I'll create a shortcut for John Smith. In the Replace field, I'll enter JS. And I want this to be replaced with my name, John Smith, so I'll enter John Smith in the empty field beside it. Once you finish typing, select the Add button below to add it to autocorrect. Let's add one more. I want to give my company name, Homotech, a shortcut, so I'll just follow the same process as before. So now when I type HOM within brackets, it will be replaced by my company name, Homotech. Let's return to our document by clicking OK and test our new shortcuts. So, if I type JS, then hit space, we can see autocorrect successfully replaces the shortcut with the full word. And if we try our second shortcut, we can see that this has also been successfully added. Autocorrect can be utilized to really speed up your workflow, especially for repetitive tasks. This has been a basic overview of using autocorrect in Word 2019. Autocorrect in Word is a handy tool that amends common errors while you type. You can configure autocorrect settings to better utilize its features. We'll look at how you can do this in this video. To access the autocorrect settings, first go to File, and select Options from the bottom of the navigation pane on the left. Then switch to the Proofing tab from the new menu. And click the Autocorrect Options button. From here, we can see a list of times when autocorrect will intervene. Unchecking any of these boxes will remove a part of autocorrect's functionality. Let's go through these individually to get a better understanding of autocorrect. If you accidentally type a word with two initial capital letters, autocorrect will correct this. Uncheck this box to remove the function. Autocorrect will capitalize the first letter of sentences if you forget to. It will also capitalize the first letter of table cells if you don't remember to. Autocorrect will capitalize the names of days too. And autocorrect will correct accidental usage of caps lock. As stated before, to remove any of these functions, simply uncheck the boxes. Autocorrect also formats certain words and numbers automatically too. To configure these settings, we need to switch tabs to Auto Format as you type. From here, we can view and configure autocorrect's formatting functions. As is, autocorrect will format ordinals with superscript. Hyphens will be replaced with dashes. This is useful for formal writing. Fractions will be replaced with fraction characters automatically. Autocorrect will also replace internet and network paths with hyperlinks, giving readers easy access to referenced websites. Autocorrect also generates automatic bulleted lists, making creating lists much easier. Let's leave the settings and demonstrate this feature. To create a list, type the number 1 followed by a bracket, then hit the spacebar. Then add the first item to your list and hit enter. As you can see, Word automatically generates the next list item. This doesn't just apply to numbers though. To create a square bullet point list, type 2 hyphens, then hit the spacebar. Just like before, autocorrect generates the next list item automatically. This is a handy tool to know, as it means you can avoid returning to the tool ribbon each time you want to create a list. This has been a basic overview of configuring the autocorrect settings in Word 2019. It can be hard to keep track of spelling when working on a document in Word. Luckily, Word has several tools that can help you find and remove any errors from your text. We look at these and more in this video. When you misspell a word in your document, it will be marked by a red underline like so. Blue lines indicate grammatical errors. We can easily amend an error by right-clicking the misspelled word and selecting one of the suggestions from the drop-down menu. Based on what you've typed, Word will try to figure out what you meant and provide suggestions. Some words, like names, may be marked as incorrect even if they are spelled correctly. This is because Word doesn't recognize the name. So, if we right-click My Company Name, just below the suggestions, we can see further commands. Adding a word to the dictionary will mean Word will stop recognizing it as misspelled. This is a good idea for unique words or names that Word doesn't recognize but are still spelled correctly. You can also choose to ignore all, which will ignore all instances of this misspelled word. Because this is my company name and it's spelled correctly, let's add this to the dictionary. Note that the red line has disappeared. We can check all spelling errors in the document from the Review tab. Within the Proofing toolset, select the Spelling and Grammar button on the far left of the ribbon. This will open the proofing panel. The paragraph in which the error was found will be displayed first. Note that the instance will also be highlighted in the document itself. Word will provide suggestions based on what you've typed. We can open the subcontext menu by clicking the arrow beside the suggestion name, which provides us with more options. Below these suggestions, Word gives extra commands to ignore or add to dictionary, like before. We can navigate through errors by simply clicking the mistake in the text itself. Let's amend some mistakes. Simply click the suggested word to replace the misspelled word in the document. When you amend the mistake, Word will automatically move to the next error. This is similar to the previous error in that it's a company name. Word doesn't recognize this word, so it's marking it spelled as incorrectly. So for this word, I'm going to choose Ignore All Instances. The same applies to this company name. Once all mistakes have been rectified, you will be notified with a message. And as we can see in our document, there are no more red lines. If you've accidentally added an incorrect word to your dictionary, you can delete it through the settings. Go to File, then select Options from the navigation pane on the left, and switch to Proofing from the new menu. From here, click the Custom Dictionaries button. Then select the dictionary list you would like to change, and click the Edit Word List button just to the right. Find the word you would like to remove. I accidentally added a misspelled version of the word conceived to the list. Then select Delete. Select OK to leave and save your changes. This has been a basic overview of using the spell check in Word 2019. You can configure the behavior of the word spell check to suit your needs. You can add words to your dictionary and manage your dictionary settings, giving you greater control over Word's ability to recognize errors. Before starting any document, it is important to have the correct settings to prevent any possible errors in future. First things first, you should always confirm the set language matches the language you'll be typing in. The editing language will be displayed on the status bar at the bottom left of the window here. As you can see, the editing language is set to UK English. This is for the most part fine, but if you're typing in US English like I am, then Word will mark certain words, like colour, as incorrect. To change the editing language, simply click the language from the status bar and choose your desired editing language from the list of the new menu. Note how after the language was changed, the red line under Colour disappeared. You can further configure the language settings. Go to File, then select Options from the navigation pane on the left, and switch to Proofing in the new menu. From this tab, we can configure the language settings further. Before we look at these in detail though, it is important to note the differences between the two sections here. The first section is the settings for configuring spelling in all Microsoft Office programs. So, any changes made here will affect programs like PowerPoint or Excel. The second section just below configures corrections for just Word. Let's examine the first section a bit closer. We can choose to exempt all uppercase words from corrections. We can also choose to ignore words that contain numbers such as passwords or internet and file addresses. It's a good idea to keep this checked as the links you put in your document won't work otherwise. The information just below is only really pertinent if your editing language isn't English. You have the option to ignore repeated words here. This is mainly for languages where repeated words are more common than in English. And at the bottom there are extra menus for specific languages like French and Spanish. These will vary depending on which languages you have installed. In the second section, which applies only to Word, we have more options for configuration. You can check or uncheck the option to check spelling as you type. You can have Word mark grammar errors as you type. And you can allow Word to check for frequently confused words like effect and effect, for instance. When the settings have been configured, click OK to save changes and close the options window. This has been a basic overview of configuring the spell check in Word 2019.
Once you've added text to your document, you can begin to personalize its properties. Word allows you to change the font, size and formatting, such as bold, italic and underline options, giving you greater control over the look and feel of your document. We can see how certain text is formatted by moving the insertion point. The insertion point is this flashing line, and will detect the font style and size based on where it's placed. Currently, Word is displaying the formatting for the heading Introduction, because that's where the insertion point is.
The font toolset to the left of the ribbon displays the font style, size, formatting, and more. If we move the insertion point to differently formatted text, note how the information within the font toolset also changes. I'll move the insertion point one more time. Keep an eye on the font toolset and see what changes. If you don't like having many different fonts in your document, you can easily make the whole text the same font. First, select all text by pressing Ctrl-A on your keyboard. Then, when all text is selected, within the Font toolset, click the arrow beside the font name to open a drop-down menu. From here, you can choose from a long list of fonts. Let's go with Arial for now though. All text in our document now has the same font. We are not just limited to changing all text. We can make changes to selected text too. I want to change the size of this heading. So firstly, I'll select it by clicking and dragging over it like so. Then within the Font toolset again, click the second drop-down menu beside the font name. This field denotes font size. Hovering over any of these will give a preview of the size. Click a size to make the change. Just to the right of this menu, we can make selected text bigger or smaller with these buttons. The larger icon makes the text larger, and the smaller icon makes it smaller. We can make the same changes using the keyboard shortcuts Ctrl, Shift and greater than sign, or Ctrl, Shift and less than sign. This is handy to know for quick formatting. Now that we know how to change the style and size, let's look at more formatting options. Within the Font toolset, just below the Font Style menu, we have options to make text bold, italicized, or underlined. Change the formatting of selected text by simply clicking one of these buttons. Let's make the heading bold. We can also apply bold with the shortcut Ctrl-B. Note the new appearance of the heading. We can apply multiple formatting tools simultaneously in the same way. The shortcuts to italicize and underline text are Ctrl-I and Ctrl-U respectively. We can strike through text using the strike through button just to the right of the underline button. This is handy for when text changes in a collaborative document, but you don't want to completely erase the text. Note there is no shortcut for the strike through command though. Click the arrow beside the underline tool to view more formatting options. Here you can change the underline style and color. To remove any of the formatting options, simply re-click the effects you would like removed. There are even further formatting options if we right-click selected text, then select Font from the drop-down menu. Most options here are the same as previously shown, but there are extra commands like double strike through or small caps. This has been a basic overview of changing your text's font and size in Word 2019. If you want a word or a phrase to stand out in your document, Word has some useful color options. You can change the color of your text and even highlight certain entries, giving you greater control over what the text in your document will look like. When you select text, a pop-up toolbar automatically appears. From here, we can change the font style and formatting, but we can also change the font color. Click the arrow beside the font color button to open a new menu with a display of colors, where it displays the theme colors first, the standard colors just below, and if we click the More Color option, a new menu will open where we can choose specifically the color we want. These same options can be found in the Home tab. The Colors command is located within the Font toolset. Changing the color of text is a good way to give a document more personality, but it can also decrease a text's legibility. To the left of the font color button is the highlight tool. Select the text you would like to highlight. Then return to the highlighter tool. Click the arrow to view the different highlighting options, and choose your desired color. This is a good way to draw attention to certain parts of a document. Coloring is not just limited to text though. We can alter an image's border too. First, select the image. Just going to zoom out a little bit so you can see the picture better. With the picture selected, switch to the Format tab. Then, within the Picture Styles toolset, click the Picture Border command to view options on changing a picture's border. This is similar to text in that we can change the color, but we can also change the weight of the border too. For now though, let's just give it a color. Giving images borders in Word can make your document more uniform. This could be handy if your document contains pictures with varying styles. We can even change the page color itself. Switch to the Design tab. Then click the Page Color option on the right of the ribbon. I'm just going to give this a light orange so the text will be easy to read. Though this can give a document an interesting character, it may be hard to edit content without a white background. You may also use a lot of ink if you plan on printing your document. Lastly, we can even change the whole theme for a document. Within the Design tab, select the Themes option to the left of the ribbon. From here, we can choose one of Word's pre-made themes. Hover your cursor over one of the themes to view a preview in the text itself. Themes are a good way to give your document a more personalized feel without having to do the formatting yourself. This has been a basic overview of using colors and highlighting tools in Word 2019. Word's case tools allow you to quickly and easily modify the case of your text. You can automatically insert capital letters at the start of sentences and use them to toggle between upper and lowercase letters. These are handy for when you need to change large sections of text quickly and easily. So let's say you've been typing away in your document but haven't realized you left your caps lock on, like I have. We can avoid rewriting the whole paragraph with Word's case tools. First, select the text. Then, within the Font toolset on the Home tab, open the Change Case menu by clicking the upper and lowercase a icon. From here, we have different options for changing the selected text's case. Keep an eye on the selected paragraph to see what changes take place. We can change to Sentence Case, which will change the case so that the only capitalized words begin sentences. We can make all selected text lowercase, which naturally makes all text lowercase. Or we could make all text uppercase. We can also capitalize each word. This is handy to know for titles and headings. And lastly, we can toggle case, which will invert the case of any selected text, meaning lowercase becomes uppercase and vice versa. This is handy to know if you've been unknowingly typing on caps lock but also using the Shift key. Although changing the case is a simple process, these tools are very helpful to know in the editing process and may potentially save you lots of time. We can view more case options in the Font menu. Right-click your selected text, then select Font from the drop-down menu. Under the Effects heading, we have extra case options. We can change all text to caps or small caps. Note the preview at the bottom of the window. I'm just going to put this text back to normal. So I'm going to go to the Change Case tool and select Sentence Case. We can also add a drop cap in Word. A drop cap is a stylistic element where the first word of a chapter or paragraph is much larger than the other characters. You often see them in magazines or books. To add a drop cap, first move your insertion point to the start of the paragraph. Then switch to the Insert tab. From here, on the right of the ribbon, click the drop cap command, which is the middle bottom icon within the text toolset. Text toolset, drop cap command. We can choose dropped or in margin. Let's go with dropped. We can alter the size of the dropped cap by clicking and dragging the transform points around the cap itself. Drag out to make the cap bigger, and drag it in to make it smaller. With our cap selected, we can view further design options by returning to the drop cap menu and selecting drop cap options. From here, we can further configure how the drop cap interacts with other text. Drop caps are a versatile way to give your text personality, whether you're writing a fashion magazine or starting a fantasy novel. This has been a basic overview of using upper and lowercase tools in Word 2019. How text is aligned greatly affects the layout and feel of your document. These align options include aligning your text to the left and right margins or centering your text. There are 4 alignment tools in the Home tab located within the Paragraph toolset. Like with other formatting options though, we must first select the text we want to change. I'll just quickly select all text by pressing Ctrl A. We can align text left by clicking the leftmost command within the Paragraph toolset or by using the shortcut Ctrl L. This is commonly used for body text as it is easier to read. We can center text by clicking the middle left icon or by pressing Ctrl E. Center text is usually used for cover letters or quotes as it gives text a formal feel. The middle right icon will align text to the right. Aligning right is a good way to isolate smaller sections of content like headers or footers. The keyboard shortcut for align right is Ctrl or. The rightmost icon is the justify command. When you justify text, it will be evenly distributed between both margins. This can give your document a more polished look. Note that justify will not affect lines that don't run to the end. For example, if I press enter to start a new line, justify will be broken. I'm just going to press Ctrl Z to undo this. However, we can start new lines without disrupting justify by holding Shift, then pressing enter. Note the new spacing in the above line. I'm just going to press Ctrl Z again to undo the previous action. We can enter non-breaking spaces to ensure that words are not put on different lines by the Justify tool. So as an example, let's enter the chapter name into the end of this first paragraph. I'm just going to change the text to bold so we can see it more clearly. The title has been broken by the Justify tools. I want to keep the entire title on one line. We can prevent this with non-breaking spaces. To enter a non-breaking space, press the spacebar while holding the Shift and Control keys. I'm just going to press Ctrl Z again so I can demonstrate the non-breaking space. Let's enter the title again, but this time using non-breaking spaces. Now I'm pressing Ctrl, Shift, then space. Type the second word, hold Ctrl, Shift, press space again, and type the last word. As you can see, the title name has been added without disruption. There are further alignment settings in the options. Go to File, then click Options from the bottom left, and switch to Advanced, and scroll down to the Layout heading. Check Don't Expand Character Spaces on a line that ends with Shift plus Return to deactivate manual justification. This will override line breaks. However, if you want to keep justification manual, then leave it unchecked. We can also adjust image alignment. I'm just going to scroll back up to an image at the start of this document. First, let's make sure the image is set to inline with text. This means the image will act and react to commands like text would. Then, with the image selected, we can align it as we would with text. This has been a basic overview of aligning elements in Word 2019. Word's text effects can help make your text stand out. You can add a shadow, reflection, and glow effects to your text. These effects can then be customized, giving you greater creative control over your document. We can apply numerous special effects to text with word art, as well as changing color, outline, or style. Many of these effects are the same that can be applied to shapes. Like with all formatting though, we must first select the text. Note that the Format tab has been activated. From here, we can apply effects to text. We're going to make changes using the Text Effects tool within the Word Art Styles toolset. We can apply inner or outer shadows to text to give it more depth. We can apply a reflection to text, giving it a more sleek and modern finish. We can really make text pop with the glow effect. We can also use the bevel tool to create more depth in your text. Move your text to the third dimension with the 3D tool. And lastly, things get really weird with the Transform tool. We can apply wavy effects and more here. Note that the transform effect can only be applied to text, not images or shapes. Play around with these effects to give your text that extra impact. We can further personalize these effects with the options. Each effect has an options menu that can be accessed from the individual effect menu. Let's look at the shadow options, for example. So we're going to return to the text effects menu, then hover over shadow, and select shadow options from the bottom of this new menu. This opens a new sidebar where we can alter the effects with precision. We can close this sidebar by clicking the X icon to the top right. Don't worry, we're going to open it again in a second. We can reopen it by clicking the small arrow to the bottom right of the Word Art Styles toolset. Let's customize the shadow effect as an example. We can change the transparency, size, blur, angle, and distance from here. Let's make some changes. We can see extra options for customizing the previously applied effects. The properties for these are fairly similar. Like with the shadow options, we can configure each effect to achieve the desired style. Getting the hang of these can really allow you to personalize your document style. This has been a basic overview of adding text effects in Word 2019. Changing the paragraph spacing settings can improve your document structure and make it easier to read. This is a handy tool to know as it is used in most stylized documents. Before we begin, let's turn on markers to help us see the space between paragraphs and margins on either side. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left, and switch to Advanced. And finally, scroll down to the Show Document Content heading. Check Show Text Boundaries to turn on the markers. We can now see the space between paragraphs and margins more clearly. Let's look at changing line spacing. We can do this quickly and easily in the Home tab. Firstly, let's select the paragraph we want to alter. Then within the Paragraph toolset, select the Paragraph and Line Spacing tool. From here, we can change the distance between lines in the selected paragraph. Hovering over any of the options will preview it in the text itself. The larger the number, the more space there will be between each line. More space between lines can improve legibility. However, you don't want to make the spaces too wide as it can disrupt the document. So I'll change it back. We can view further spacing options by right-clicking, then selecting Paragraph from the drop-down menu. From here, we have more control over the spacing in our document. You can see what changes will look like in the Preview section at the bottom of the window. Here we can see a preview of our selected paragraph. Under the Spacing heading, we can change the spacing between paragraphs. We can increase the spacing before and after the paragraph by clicking the up and down arrows here. Note the difference in the preview as I make adjustments. We can even enter the precise spacing we want between paragraphs in these fields. Just to the right, we can change line spacing. This is just like before, except we have more precision this time. Under the Indentation heading, we can change how much of an indent the selected paragraph has. We can increase the left or right indentation. Note the difference in the preview as I make adjustments. This can further be changed to just the first line, or hanging, where all lines except the first one will be indented. Let's change it back to normal. We can also activate the ruler to help us too. The easiest way to do this is search for ruler from the search bar along the top of the interface. Then select Show Ruler. This will show extra guides on the top and left sides of the interface. We can now use the white markers along the top ruler to manually change the indentation of the selected paragraph. Simply click and drag the white marker to indent your selected paragraph. And if we select a different paragraph, we can indent in from the right too. I'm just clicking and dragging this marker. This has been a basic overview of modifying your paragraph spacing in Word 2019. You can give your document more structure in Word with the Bullet Points tool. You can create more than one type of bullet point list, which can then also be modified manually. Like with all formatting tools, we must first select the text we want to make changes to. I want to create bullet points out of these 3 lines. So I'll select them. We can create a list out of these from the Paragraph toolset. Click the bullet point command to quickly turn these items into a list. And as simple as that, we've created a list. Click the arrow beside the bullet points command to view extra bullet point options. From here, we can choose from Word's different bullet point styles. Let's change this to a square bullet point. Bullet points are a great way to give certain parts of your document structure and coherence. We can even create lists within lists. Let's select these second 2 items. Now let's imagine I want these 2 items to be a list within the first item. Return to the bullet point menu from before. Then hover your cursor over Change List Level. From here, we can choose how far into the text we want to indent the 2 items. Let's just move them 1 level further in. Note that the bullet point style changes when you change levels. This is handy to know for lists with complicated items and varying degrees of importance. We can quickly adjust an item's level using the increase or decrease indent tool. Within the paragraph tool set, select the increase indent button to move the item up a level, and click the decrease indent button to move it down a level. We are not just limited to listing items with bullet points. Word also allows us to create numbered lists. I'm just going to reselect all 3 items quickly. This numbered list tool is located just to the right of the bullet point list and works in essentially the same way. Our bullet points have been replaced by numeric and alphabetic characters. We can also mix styles in lists. Click the multi-level list button just to the right of the numbering command to open a drop-down menu with extra options. From here we can choose from Word's list library. We can easily delete bullet points or numbers by simply re-clicking the activated button like so. Knowing how to create different lists in Word is an essential tool no matter what kind of document you're working on. This has been a basic overview of inserting bullet points to a document in Word 2019. If you don't like the default bullet and numbers list styles available in Word, you can create your own multi-level list style. You can specify the formatting styles, the characters used for each bullet point, and even the indent settings at each level within your list. To begin creating a new list style, first open the multi-level list menu from the paragraph toolset. From here, select Define New List Style at the bottom of the window. First things first, let's name our new style. I'll call this style Homotic. The formatting heading just below is where we can adjust the look of our new style. Before we make changes, we need to make sure we know where we're applying formatting to. The field beside Apply Formatting To displays the current level being edited. So now we know we are making changes to level 1. The level will also be highlighted in the preview below. Now let's make some changes. Because level 1 is a number, we can format how it will be displayed. We can change the font from this drop-down menu. Let's go with Arial. And just beside this, we can change the size. Let's go with 14. And we can also apply bold, italics, or underline here. Let's give this a bold and italics. Keep an eye on the differences taking place in the preview. Let's make changes to the second level. Return to the previously mentioned drop-down menu and choose the second level. This time, let's use a bullet point instead of a number. Select the bullet point button just below the formatting tools. The drop-down menu just to the right of this button allows us to choose our bullet point style. But if we select the symbol icon just to the right, we see a wide range of potential symbols. Let's go with the love heart symbol for this. If you have a picture you'd like to use as a bullet point, you can add it by selecting the picture icon to the right of the symbol icon. I'm happy with my symbol though, so I'll leave it as is. There are options to change the indentation of the selected line to the right here. We can indent the level left or right. Changing the indentation here will only affect the selected level. When you're happy with all the changes, select OK to finish creating your new list. Let's see our list in action. First, select the 3 items you would like to turn into a list. Then reopen the multi-level menu. Here we can see our custom list. And if we change the levels, so I'm just going to click here and indent it, we can see our new list has been successfully created. We can easily edit this style at any point by right-clicking and then selecting Adjust List Indents from the drop-down menu. From this new menu, we can further configure our list. Any changes made here will affect any lists currently formatted with this style. This has been a basic overview of creating your own list style in Word 2019. In Word, you can organize your text into columns. This can be particularly useful if your page contains a lot of text laid out in landscape format, or if you're creating a magazine or a newspaper document. You can choose the number of columns used, modify your column width, and even adjust the spacing between columns. Before adding columns to your document, you should create section breaks around the area you plan to turn into columns. To do so, switch to the Layout tab. We want to organize these two paragraphs and this image into columns, so we will create breaks at the start and end of this section. Move your insertion point to the start of the section. Then open Breaks within the Page Setup toolset, and select Continuous from the drop-down menu. Let's do the same for the end of the section. Choose your point, open Breaks from Page Setup, and select Continuous. Now there are invisible section breaks at the start and end of this section. When working on layout, it is a good idea to make these breaks visible. We can do so if we go to File, then Options from the bottom left, and switch to Display. From here, check Show All Formatting Marks. We now have a clear idea of what we're working with. Without these breaks, Word would have trouble recognizing which section you want to turn into columns. And here we can see our section breaks we made earlier. To organize a section into columns, select Columns from the Page Setup toolset, and choose the desired amount. Note that images are included as part of columns. Because we only selected 2 columns, the text and image are being split like this. Let's change this to 3 columns. Return to the column menu and select 3. Because our image is still a bit big, it's encroaching on the second column, so I'll just readjust it. Select your image, then click one of the points at the corner and drag it in. We can choose where to start new columns with the Break tool. I want the second column to start with Hour here. To do so, return to the Break tool and select Column Break. Let's add another at the end of this second column. Once basic columns are in place, we can further personalize them. Reopen a column from the Page Setup tab and select More Columns. From here, we can choose the number of columns we would like, and just below we can adjust the spacing. To do so manually, first uncheck the Equal Column Width box. We can now enter column width and spacing manually. I want my first 2 columns to be 4.5 centimeters wide, Note that this automatically adjusts any of the columns to fit the page. Let's make the spacing 1 centimeter each. This also affects column width. We can add lines to really partition the columns by checking this box above the preview. Let's hit OK and return to the document. As you can see, all our changes have taken place. Now that we've finished adding columns, we should turn off the markers. Return to File, then select Options from the bottom left. Return to Display, and uncheck Show All Formatting Marks. This has been a basic overview of organizing your text into columns in Word 2019. In Word, tab stops can be used to adjust the layout of your text items and even structure them as if in a table. This gives you more control over the presentation of your document. You can use the ruler to manually insert, modify, and remove your tab stops. Before we take a look at adding tab stops, we must make sure any images we plan to use are set to in line with text. To do so, click the image, then click the icon to the right of the image. This displays the layout options, and as we can see, this image is set to in line with text. This means that the image will act like text would. Now that that's taken care of, let's look at adding tab stops. Like most tools in Word, we must first select the elements we plan to change. Then, with these selected, click the points on the above ruler you would like to add tab stops to. When you click, a temporary line will appear marking where you've added the stop, and a small L icon will mark the point on the ruler where the tab stop was added. Let's add some more stops along the ruler. We now have 5 tab stops at different points of our document. We can remove unwanted tab stops by simply clicking the L and dragging it away from the ruler towards the document. Similarly, we can adjust the position of tab stops along the ruler by clicking and dragging to the left or right, like so. When all stops are in place, we can begin organizing the elements in our text. Move the insertion point to just before the element you want to move. Then press the Tab key on your keyboard. The Tab key is located to the left of your keyboard and is indicated by a long arrow facing right. Because I pressed Tab, this item has now been aligned to the tab stop at the 2nd centimeter mark. We can go to a different element and hit Tab to move it to the other stops. This one is now in line with the tab stop at 6 centimeters. If we click and drag a stop that's in line with an element, the element will also move with it. We can also add tab stops if we select our elements, then right-click, and select Paragraph from the drop-down menu. Then from here, click the Tabs button at the bottom left of the window. We can enter tab stops in this field. Let's put one at the 5 centimeter mark. Then add it by clicking the Set button below. Our tab stop has successfully been added to this list. We can remove stops from here by selecting a stop, then clicking the Clear button below. Once you're happy with your changes, select OK. As you can see, our tab stops have been successfully updated. This has been a basic overview of using tab stops in Word 2019. If a word is too long for a line, Word 2019 will automatically move it to the following line. However, Word also allows you to hyphenate your words, saving you space in your document. The hyphenation function can be allowed to work automatically, or you can use it manually. The hyphenation tool is located in the Layout tab within the Page Setup toolset. Here we have 3 options: None, Automatic, or Manual. Clicking any of these will perform the command, but first let's look at the options. Checking the first box will automatically hyphenate the document. Below this, we have the option to hyphenate words in caps or not. If you are using a 97 to 2003 Word document, you'll have the option to set the hyphenation zone. This is the distance in inches between the end of the last complete word in a line and the margin. But because we're using Word 2019, we don't have this option. And below this, we have the option to set a limit on consecutive hyphens. Too many hyphens in a row can make the text look odd. Once you're happy with the options, click OK to apply the hyphenation. Let's go through the document and see where the hyphenation has taken place. In this first paragraph, the word everybody has been hyphenated. And if we scroll down, we can see that retiring here has also been hyphenated. This can be a handy tool if you need to save space in your document. We can easily remove hyphenation if we return to the hyphenation tool and select the option None from the drop-down menu. Note the differences in the text. If you want to decide where hyphenation should occur on a case-by-case basis, select Manual from the Hyphenation tool. With this, we can choose whether to allow Word to hyphenate certain words, and we can also choose where the hyphenation takes place. So with the word everybody, we can choose where the hyphenation would occur, between Y and B, or E and OR. To allow hyphenation, select Yes. Select No to skip a word. Even though it's more time consuming, using hyphenation manually can be a good way to save space but not disrupt the text entirely. Click Cancel to close the hyphenation tool. This won't undo any previous hyphenations you've approved. This has been a basic overview of using the hyphenation tool in Word 2019. With Word's different text styles, you can quickly customize the appearance of your text. Using text styles means you no longer need to manually edit multiple text strings in your document if you want to change the formatting. I have an unformatted document open with headings and subheadings in place, but they don't stand out and Word isn't recognizing them as headings. To demonstrate this further, if we go to the View tab and toggle the navigation pane within the Show toolset, we can see that Word doesn't recognize any of our headings. If Word recognizes headings in a document, you'd have more control in the layout. Let's close this and return to the Home tab. At the top of the document, we see our main heading. Let's select it so we'll be able to change its style. We can change the formatting and style in the Styles toolset. From here, we can assign selected text a specific heading. Heading 1 is the main heading, and anything that comes after is a subheading or sub-subheading. Let's choose Heading 1 for the main title. Note the difference in appearance in the document itself. Let's scroll down a bit and find another main heading. Company History is also a main heading, so I'll do the same as before. Select it, and then select Heading 1 from the Styles toolset. Following the same principle, we can assign selected text Heading 2. Editorial is a subheading, so we want to assign Heading 2 to it. First, select it, then click Heading 2 from the Styles toolset. Heading 2 is a subheading of Heading 1, so that means that Editorial is a subheading of the main title. Let's stylize some more subheadings. Select it, then select Heading 2 from the Styles toolset. Note that because the Founders and Story subheadings came after Company History, they are subheadings of this heading, not the original title. Let's reopen the navigation pane via the View tab to help visualize this hierarchy. Here we can clearly see our headings. Heading 1, and these are our Heading 2s. Close the navigation pane by selecting the X icon to the top right. If you don't like the look of this style, we can easily change it through the Design tab. We can change the formatting of the headings from these options. I'll just scroll up so we can get a better picture of what we're editing. Hovering your cursor any of these will display a preview in the text itself. Because we have assigned our headings a style, Word can recognize and update them easily. Click one to change the heading style. If you don't like this color, you can adjust it with the color menu just to the right. We can get a clearer picture of our headings in outline or draft mode. Switch back to the View tab. Then within the Views toolset, select either Outline or Draft mode. Outline mode removes images and clutter, which allows you to focus on headings and the general layout. We can also see which level a heading or text belongs to from this panel. So now we can clearly see that Company History is heading 1 and Founders is heading 2. If this panel doesn't appear, you can make it visible in the settings. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left. Select Advanced from the new menu and scroll to the Display heading. Then adjust the field beside Style Area Pane Width. By default, this is set to 0 centimeters. I like having mine set to 3 centimeters. If you don't want to see the panel in outline mode, set it to 0 centimeters. As you can see, the panel is no longer visible. This has been a basic overview of using text styles in Word 2019. You can create your own style in Word, which can be saved and reused in other documents, giving you the ability to create more personalized, distinctive documents. We can create a new style from scratch or update an existing style. We'll look at these and more in this video. Firstly, let's look at creating a new style from scratch. Let's use this title as our template. Firstly, let's change the formatting. I'll make this bold, and I'll also make it bigger. Let's change the color and add an effect. To create a new style from this, click the arrow to expand the list of styles and select Create a Style. Let's name this as Homotic and hit OK to save. As you can see, the new style has successfully been added to the toolset. This is a really great way to add character and personality to your document while also saving you time in the formatting process. Once saved, the style can be applied to other sections of the document. Let's take a look at editing one of the default styles. As you can see, this heading is an already formatted style, Heading 2. We can edit this by right-clicking the style and selecting Modify from the drop-down menu. We can rename this like we did with our earlier style. Under the Formatting heading, we can adjust the look of the text itself. Like earlier, we can change the font, size and formatting. Let's make this bold and italics. Keep an eye on the preview for changes I make. Just below the formatting tools, we can change the spacing and layout. For example, we could center this. We could also adjust the line spacing here. And make changes to the indentation here at the far right. The Format button at the bottom left of this window allows us to view even more options. We have a number of options to choose from, but as an example, let's add a border. We can change the setting, style, color, and width of our border here. Let's give this border a shadow. Click OK to add the border and click OK again to save the changes. As we can see, straight away our changes have been implemented. And if we scroll down, we can see that any previous headings with this style have been updated too. We can quickly adjust styles in another way too. Say we want all the headings in this text to be underlined. Select it and apply the changes you would like to make. I'm going to give this an underline. With the text selected and newly formatted, right-click the heading in the Styles toolset and select Update Heading 2 to match selection. If we go through our text again, we can see that the new changes have been successfully implemented. This has been a basic overview of creating your own style in Word 2019. If your Word document contains different text styles, you can save them all as a style set. This style set can then be applied to other documents, potentially saving you lots of time when designing your documents. So here we have a document with different elements of text. Some are larger and some have effects. The document has its own style. I'm just going to quickly open the navigation pane via the View tab to demonstrate this further. Here we have different headings and subheadings, and each has their own formatting. We can save this as a style set through the Design tab. Just going to close the navigation pane, then switch to Design. Here we can see that this document's current style set is our custom one. To save this style set, click the arrow at the bottom right of the styles and select Save as New Style Set from the drop-down menu. You will need to rename your style set. I'll name this one Homotic and save it as a Word template. And if we return to the row of style sets, we can see that our new style has been successfully saved. So now, if we open a different document, we should be able to apply the new style set to it. First, let's look at the current style of this document. I'm just going to open the navigation pane again. Here we have the different headings in this document. To apply our style set, first go to Design, then open the list of styles, and here we can see our saved style set. Click this to apply it to the new document. If we go through the headings again, we can now see that our own custom saved style set has been successfully applied to this document. This has been a basic overview of creating style sets in Word 2019. In Word, you have tools to help visualize formatting and style settings applied to a text document. These tools can even be used to select all the text in your document that has been formatted in a certain way. This allows you to make quick but consistent changes to several items of text in your document. Firstly, let's see how we can use Word to help mark formatting inconsistencies. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left, and switch to the Advanced pane from the new menu. Then, under the Editing Options heading, first check the Keep Track of Formatting box, and then check the Mark Formatting Inconsistencies box just below. With these activated, Word will pay attention to your formatting and mark any inconsistencies in the text with a dotted brown line. With this in mind, let's click OK and return to our document. Let's scroll through our document and see if we can find any inconsistencies. Right-click a marked paragraph to see why it's inconsistent. Click the option from the drop-down menu to make it match. To turn this tool off, return to the same menu as before via File, then Options, switch to Advanced, and uncheck the previously checked boxes. I'm just going to scroll back up before we take a look at the Style Inspector. If there are dispersed paragraphs or items of text with a type of formatting you want to change, you can alter them all simultaneously via the Styles panel. Click the arrow at the bottom right of the toolset to open a new Style panel. This panel displays all of the different formatting in the document, and if you click a point in the document, it will be highlighted in the panel. But we want to open the Style Inspector. Click the icon with a magnifying glass at the bottom of the panel. This opens the Style Inspector tile. So now, when we click on a different item of text, we can easily see the style displayed in the Inspector tile. Now we know that this is set to heading 1, and this is formatted to normal. We can clear formatting for whichever item is currently selected with the eraser buttons on the Inspector tile here. We can even clear all formatting by clicking the Clear All button at the bottom of the tile. We can open the Reveal Formatting side panel by clicking the magnifying glass icon at the bottom of the Inspector tile. I'm just going to close the Style tiles so we can better see the side panel. The Reveal Formatting panel gives an extensive overview of the formatting and even spacing of selected text within the document. It will display the selected word at the top of the panel, and below this we will find information on the font, alignment, indentation and spacing. To find and select all text with similar formatting, click the arrow on the right of the selected text field, and click Select All Text with Similar Formatting. And if we scroll through our document, we can see that all text formatted in this way has been selected, giving us better control and speed when formatting in Word. For example, we can now change the selected text's color. This is a very handy tool to know, as it allows you to be consistent but also speedy in your formatting process, which is key for large documents. This has been a basic overview of inspecting your text formatting in Word 2019. You can export styles from one document to another. This is a handy way to maintain consistency throughout your projects without having to manually format each individual document. The document we have open contains the styles we want to export. We have a title, 3 different headings, and the body text to export. Next, we need to open a document that will be importing this style. To begin importing, we need to expand the Styles toolset by clicking the small arrow at the bottom right of the toolset on the ribbon. Then from this tile, click the Manage Styles button, which is indicated by the letter A with a pen. Then click the Import/Export button at the bottom left of this new window. The left-hand portion of this window displays where we are importing to. This is the second document we open. It's called Service Outline. While the right-hand portion of this menu is where we are exporting from. Currently, it just displays the normal styles. Before importing, we must select the Close File button. We are now free to begin importing. Click the Open File button. Find your document with the styles you want to import. Mine's saved on my desktop. To find our document, we need to change the file type from All Word Templates to All Word Documents. I'll select the Styles document and click Open. After we do this, we need to find the styles we would like to import. We are going to import the title, 3 headings, and body text. Here are our 3 headings. And here's our title. And here's our body text. Once selected, click the Copy button between the 2 lists to import the styles. If the style you're importing has the same name as a style in the document, you will be prompted with a message asking if you want to replace the existing style. Select Yes if you'd like to overwrite the existing styles. We can now close this menu and view our updated document. Because we replaced existing styles, we can see that this document has automatically been updated. As you can see, this is our first heading from the previous document. Let's switch it to heading 2. And just below we have heading 3. Let's set this as heading 1. Because the old style has been replaced, the title has been automatically updated. Importing styles from another document is a very handy way to maintain consistency between documents. This has been a basic overview of importing styles in Word 2019. Having an eye-catching title is of key importance, especially for any documents that advertise products or events. A good way to create an attractive and interesting title is to use the Word Art tool. We can add word art to our document in the Insert tab. Before adding though, we need to choose where we want our word art to be placed. I'm just going to click this blank section of the document as that's where we want the title to appear. The Word Art tool is located within the Text toolset on the right of the ribbon. The Word Art menu is indicated by the letter A. From here, we can choose from one of Word's Word Art presets. Clicking on one of these isn't final. Changes can still be made later. The word art will be added with some default text within a box. This text box is invisible, but it can be made visible with the Shape Outline tool within the Shape Styles toolset. When you insert word art, the default text will automatically be selected, so to change the text, we just need to start typing. Let's change the text to Homotic Village. And I'm just going to move the text to the center by clicking and dragging when an extra arrow icon appears beneath the standard cursor. We are not limited to just containing text within a box, where it has more shapes we can use. Within the Insert Shapes toolset on the left of the ribbon, select the Edit Shape menu, then hover your cursor over Change Shape. You can choose from a wide range of shapes, but I'll go with an arrow for now. I'm just going to rearrange this like we did with the box earlier. We can change the shape of the arrow with the yellow points like so. We can make it wider or thinner, and we can adjust the arrow head. We can also use the white points to rearrange the shape like you would with any other shape. Just click and drag when the cursor changes and rearrange to your desired shape. Note though that the text will adjust to the size of the shape, so if you make your shape too small, then your text might disappear. Use the icon above the shape to rotate it like so. This has been a basic overview of creating titles with word art in Word 2019. The Word Art tool provides handy preset styles you can add to your document. These styles can then be further customized with the Fill and Outline tools. Knowing these tools will allow you to personalize your documents in future. So first things first, we need to add our word art. Switch to the Insert tab. The Word Art tool is located within the Text toolset on the right of the ribbon and is indicated by the middle A icon. Here we have Word's Word Art presets. I'll go with this option so there'll be room for a fill and outline. When you insert word art, the first thing you should change is the text itself. When you add word art, the default text is already selected, so you just need to start typing to replace it. We now need to reposition our title. Click and drag the surrounding box to move the word art. Our title is now in place, but it's still off. The colours don't really match the rest of the document. Let's look at changing the fill and outline. The fill is the inner part of the text, which in this case is the lighter shade of blue. And the outline is the darker shade. To change the fill, open the Fill Options menu by clicking the top icon within the Word Art Styles toolset. From here, we can choose from the theme colours, standard colours, or find a specific colour with more fill colours. I'm going to go with a red from the theme colours so it better fits the document. We can change the outline colour in the same way. The outline colour menu is just below the fill menu. We'll give this a white outline. Our word art already looks much better, but we can make further adjustments. I want to add a gradient fill to give it more character. Return to the fill menu. Hover your cursor over gradient. And then in the new menu, select more gradients from the bottom. From this new side panel, we can change precisely how we want our gradient to behave. First, apply the gradient by checking Gradient Fill. Note the new appearance of our title in the document. We can change the type of gradient to linear, radial, rectangular, or path. I'll go with radial for this. We can alter the direction the gradient starts and ends here. I want my highlight in the center of the text, so I'll select this option. If we scroll down slightly, we can adjust the gradient stops. Gradient stops mark the light and dark shades in the gradient. We can choose which point we want to change by simply clicking a gradient stop like so. The properties below display the selected gradient stop's color, position, transparency, and brightness. I'm going to decrease the brightness of my dark shade to give it more contrast. So, select your gradient stop. Then adjust the properties below, which in this case is brightness. I'm just going to decrease the brightness by clicking the downward arrow here. Note the new appearance of our title in the text. Play around with these to find the right look for your document. We can close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. We can customize our outline too. Return to the Outline menu within the Word Art Styles toolset. We can change the thickness of the outline in the Weight menu. I'm just going to make this a bit thinner. We can even add a dashed outline from the Dashes menu. I like mine without a dash, so I'll leave it as is for now though. This has been a basic overview of using different word art effects in Word 2019. Word allows you to edit the fill style of shapes. These effects vary from standard colors to gradients or textures, and even images. Our word art has already been added to this document, but the rectangle it's contained in has no effect. Before we go on, note that you don't need to have text in a shape to modify the fill. Any changes made to the shape fill will be done in the Shape Styles toolset within the Format tab. Open the Shape Fill menu to view our different style options. We can make basic changes to the fill color. We can choose from the Theme, Standard, or find a specific color with the More Fill Colors menu. We can even set a picture as the background. Select Picture from the Shape Fill menu. We can choose from a file, search for pictures online, or choose an icon from the icon collection. I have a picture saved, so I'll select from a file. I have my picture saved on my desktop. Move to Desktop, then I'll select my picture and select Insert. Our word art already looks much better. We can also apply gradients to the fill. We can choose from one of the presets or customize our own gradient with the More Gradients option below. From this new side panel, we can see our different options for applying a fill. We can have no fill, solid fill, gradient fill, picture or texture fill, or pattern fill. Let's take a look at applying a texture to the fill. We can choose from Word's default textures or find more textures. Let's go with one of Word's presets for now. Our word art looks great, but the outline needs some effects. Open the Shape Outline menu within the Shape Styles toolset. Firstly, let's change the weight. I want to make the outline a little bit more thicker. And let's change the color too. Return to the same menu and choose your color. Let's make the outline white. And returning to the outline tool one more time, we are able to apply dashes too. We can add even more effects if we expand the Shape Styles toolset by clicking the small arrow at the bottom right of the toolset. This is the Format Picture panel. Make sure that the hexagon icon is selected. The shadow, reflection and glow properties function in essentially the same way. You can choose from one of the presets and change the color, size or transparency. Let's give this glow a color and increase the size. Like previously stated, the shadow and reflection tools work in essentially the same way, so we won't need to look over those now. The Soften Edges command will naturally soften edges. We can apply 3D effects too. We can change the bevels, or adjust the depth and contour, and even change the material and lighting. We can change the angle of our 3D shape within 3D rotation. You can edit the axes manually from these properties. If you want to keep your text flat, check the Keep Text Flat box just below. And just below this, you can change the distance your object will have from the ground. I'll just go with one of the presets for now though. And lastly, we can add some finishing touches within the Artistic Effects properties. Click the icon to view the different options. Then select the desired effect. Close the panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. Knowing word art gives you complete creative control over your documents. This has been a basic overview of changing the fill style of a shape in Word 2019. Themes in Word combine the different elements in text styles, word art, smart art, and more to create a uniform look for all items. They are a quick and easy way to change the overall look of your document, and they can even be customized to suit your needs. To view and apply themes, switch to Design. Open the list of default themes from the Themes button on the left of the ribbon. Hovering over a theme will preview it in the document itself. Note how the font, colors, and effects change with each theme. Click a theme to apply it to the document. Once you've selected a theme, you can still make changes to the appearance. Click Colors to view options on changing the theme's colors. From here, we can choose from one of Word's presets or customize them ourselves. Let's customize the colors. From this new menu, we can change individual elements of a color scheme. Let's change the first accent. I just want to make it a lighter shade. And let's change the text color too. When you're happy with the changes you've made, hit save at the bottom of the window. Once you change the colors, the theme will automatically update. If we go to page color, we can see our new color scheme as well as options for applying more fill effects. We can edit the theme fonts from this menu. Like before, we can choose from one of the existing presets. Let's change this to Arial. We can also change the paragraph spacing. The presets vary from compact to more open spacing. Note though that changing this may affect your smart art, so we leave it as is for now. You also have the option to set this theme as default, meaning that anytime you open Word, the default formatting would be this theme. We won't do that right now though. To save your theme, reopen the Themes menu and select Save Current Theme. Then name your theme and hit Save. I'll call this Homotic. And if we reopen the Themes menu, we can see our custom theme has been successfully added. This has been a basic overview of changing your document theme in Word for Office 2019. Word has some handy tools that allow you to jump to essentially any point in your document. You can navigate between pages or lines with the Go To tool, or jump through headings using the navigation pane. So say you're working on a large document and you need to jump to a specific page or heading. We can avoid having to scroll through the whole document with the Go To tool. First, select Find within the Editing toolset on the right of the ribbon. The Find menu is indicated by a magnifying glass. From this drop-down menu, click Go To. This will open the Go To tool in a new menu. The left portion of this menu displays the type of element we are jumping to. As you can see, we can choose from pages, sections or lines, just to name a few. Simply click an element name to select it for navigation. Let's go with pages. The search bar just to the right is where we enter our desired location. For example, to jump to page 3, simply enter 3 into the blank field, and then select the Go To button just below. And as simple as that, we have jumped to page 3 of our document. We can move forward or backwards relative to where we are with the plus and minus symbols. So, if we wanted to jump forward one page, we can just enter +1 into the field and then press the Go To button again. To go back one item, just use the minus symbol. This doesn't just apply to pages. As stated before, the same principle can be used to navigate through different elements of a document like sections or lines. I'm just going to close this window for now so we can take a look at the navigation pane. If you have headings in your document, you can use the navigation pane to move through them easily and efficiently. To open the navigation pane, first go to the View tab. Then within the Show toolset, check the box beside Navigation pane. This opens the navigation pane in a side panel on the left. From here, we can easily view and jump through the different headings in our document. And if we switch to the Pages tab just above, we can view and move through the pages of our document. This gives you a clear overview of your document, but lacks the precision of the Go To tool. This has been a basic overview of jumping to a location in your document in Word 2019. You can use the navigation pane to find words and phrases in a document. Search results are navigable and clearly displayed, and you can even search for symbols or parts of words too. We can open the Find tool in two ways. Firstly, we can open it via the editing toolset on the right of the ribbon. Open the Find menu, and then click Find from the drop-down menu. This opens the Results tab in the navigation pane. I'm just going to close this panel to show you a quicker way of opening the Find tool. The keyboard shortcut for the Find tool is Ctrl F. This is a quicker and easier way to access the navigation pane. Enter the word or phrase you would like to find in the search bar. Let's search for the word energy as an example. Type the keyword into the field, then hit enter. Just below the search bar, the number of results will be displayed, which in this case is 6. The results will be displayed at the bottom half of the pane along with the sentences they belong to. Note that the results will also be highlighted in the text itself. To navigate through the results, we can use the up and down arrows just below the search bar. Or click directly on a result. We can end the search by clicking the X icon within the search bar. Searching is not just limited to words. We can also search for symbols. I have the copyright symbol copied to my clipboard that I'm going to paste into the search bar. When searching for symbols, Word will display any results like it would for words or phrases. You can also search for parts of words too. Let's search for the prefix eco. As you can see, Word is displaying different words that feature eco, like ecotech industry or ecological. However, Word is also displaying the word become, which isn't what we want right now. To limit a search to only the first letters of a word, just insert a space before the search word. As you can see, only words that begin with eco are now being displayed. Become is no longer featured in the results. This allows you to narrow down search results with more ease. Close the navigation pane by clicking the X icon to the top right of the pane. This has been a basic overview of finding words and phrases in a document in Word 2019. If you are looking for something specific in your Word document, you can use the advanced search options. These options allow you to specify the word's case or format, and even search for prefixes, suffixes, or multiple forms of your search query. We can open the advanced search window through the editing toolset. Open the Find menu, then select Advanced Find. From here, we can make more precise searches. Click the More button to view the Advanced Find tool's abilities. We can search for words here like we would with the Find tool. Type your keyword, then click the Find Next button. The result will be highlighted in the text itself. Note that even though I typed the keyword in all uppercase, Word still displays results with lowercase. To display only results that match exactly the case of your search word, check the Match Case box at the bottom portion of the menu. So now, if we navigate through the results, we can see that Word is only displaying words in all caps. Also note that when you check an option, it will be displayed just below the search field. We have more search options below. When navigating through results, we can choose to only go up, down, or all from this drop-down menu. We can choose to find only whole words by checking this box. With this activated, Word won't display results that are only parts of words. For example, if we search for the word an without this option checked, we can see the word man is being displayed because it has the letters A, N in it. But if we activate this option and go through our results, we can see that Word is only highlighting whole words. If you only want results to match the start of words, check the Match Prefix box. This makes searching for prefixes much easier. For example, let's search for the prefix re with this option activated. Note how the only results being displayed are at the start of words. The same can also be applied to suffixes, which come at the end of words. Let's search for the suffix ness with this activated. Note again how the only displayed results come at the end of words. We can view our search history by clicking the arrow on the right of the search bar. The Find In option below allows you to search within a defined area. And the Highlight option will highlight all search results in a text like so. This has been a basic overview of using the advanced search tools in Word 2019. You can use the Find and Replace tool in Word to quickly replace any or all instances of a chosen word. This can be handy if you need to make changes to a large document or change how a repeated word is spelled. To open the Find and Replace tool, first open the Find menu within the Editing toolset. Then select Advanced Find and switch to the Replace tab from the new menu. Here we can see two blank fields. The top field is where we enter the word we want to find, and the bottom field is where we enter the word that will replace it. As an example, let's find the word ghost and replace it with spectre. Click the Find Next button to jump to the selected word in the text. To replace the highlighted word, just click the Replace button. Note how Word has successfully replaced Ghost with Spectre. To skip a highlighted word, just click the Find Next button again. We could use the Replace All button to quickly change all instances of the word Ghost. However, this isn't a good idea as Word will apply the changes indiscriminately. So here, the word ghostlier would be replaced by the word spectralier, which we can't do because it's not a word. Where it is a good idea to use the Replace All button is when you're changing the spelling. For example, let's find the word center and replace it with the US spelling. Once complete, Word will tell you how many replacements were made with a pop-up message. To switch these back, just do the opposite of previously shown. Find the US spelling and replace it with the UK spelling. It's even possible to find and replace symbols. For example, let's find double quotation marks and replace them with single quotation marks. Following the same principle as previously shown, enter the double quotation marks in the top field and the single quotation marks in the bottom field. As you can see, Word has successfully replaced our symbols. When you have finished replacing, click the Close button on the bottom right to close the window. This has been a basic overview of using the Find and Replace tool in Word 2019. You can use wildcard codes to perform approximate searches in Word. These codes are very useful if you do not have all the information you need to perform a standard or detailed search. You can search for variable spellings, specific prefixes, and even half-complete numbers. We can make wildcard searches with the Advanced Find tool. Open the Find menu within the Editing toolset, then select Advanced Find. Select the More button at the bottom left to view more options. Then check the Used Wildcards box to enable the feature. Let's go through some of the ways we can use wildcards. If you're unsure of a character or number when searching for a date or word, you can insert a question mark in the place of the part you're unsure of. For example, if you want to find somewhere between 2001 and 2009, but aren't sure of the exact year, you can enter 200 followed by a question mark. As you can see, results include 2007 and 2004. The asterisk symbol can be used to search for words starting with a letter but preceded by the word the. For example, if we search the s asterisk, we will see results like the service or the savings. If you're looking for a word with spelling variations, we can search both guesses with square brackets. For example, I want to find the name Sims, but I can't remember if it's spelled S-I-M-M-S or S-I-M-E-S. We can search for both if we first enter what we do know, which is S-I-M, then add square brackets with the possible variations, which are M and E for us, inside. Then finish with the letter S outside the brackets as both variations end in S. Hit Enter to perform the search. As you can see, Word has results for both variations. We can use an exclamation mark within square brackets to exclude characters. For example, if we want to search for HOM but don't want Word to display the word home, we can exclude the letter E by typing HOM into the search field, followed by exclamation mark E within square brackets. Again, hit Enter to perform the action. As you can see, Word is displaying results with HOM, but none followed by the letter E. Following the same principle, we can exclude multiple characters. Enter the keyword followed by an exclamation mark within square brackets. This time let's search for EN. Then enter the characters to be excluded after the exclamation mark. I want to exclude the characters T, U, and V. Again, hit Enter to perform the action. So now, Word is only displaying results not directly followed by characters T, U, or V. We can use normal brackets to search for a certain number of instances of a letter or number. For example, if we wanted to find any occurrences of 3 zeros in the document, we could enter 0, then within normal brackets, we can enter the number 3. As you can see, Word is displaying all occurrences where 3 zeros appear side by side. We can search for prefixes with parentheses preceded by a less than sign. Enter the prefix between the parentheses and hit Enter. Let's search for the prefix ENT. Only words beginning with ENT are being found. We can search for suffixes by removing the less than sign and placing a greater than sign after the parentheses. Note how this time only words ending in ENT are being found. There is a list of other special searches in a pop-up menu at the bottom of the Find menu. Before we view this though, we need to disable wildcards. Click the Special button below to view the options. We can choose from a list of different options, but let's just go with a section break for now. Note the new code in the field above. Click the Find Next button to jump through the section breaks. This has been a basic overview of performing wildcard searches in Word 2019. The Replace tool in Word allows you to change the formatting of text. This means you can avoid having to manually select and reformat text. To begin replacing text formats, first open the Advanced Find tool. We could do so via the Editing toolset, But a quicker way is by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-H. Once this is open More Options by clicking the More button at the bottom left of this new window. We can filter what kind of formatting we would like Word to detect. First, select the Find field. Then click the Format button at the bottom of the window to open a pop-up menu of options. Let's select Highlight. So now, Word will only display results that match your searches but are also highlighted. We can also format replacing text. Like before, we first need to select the Replace field. I don't want my replacing text to be highlighted, so I'll have to select Highlight from the Format menu twice. Note how Word now tells us the replacing text will not be highlighted. This applies to all formatting options. If you're replacing formatted text but want the replacing text to clear certain formatting, the option must be selected twice. Let's apply some more formatting. I want to change how the font will be displayed. Reopen the Format menu and select Font. In this new menu, we can adjust the font style, size, and apply effects. Let's make the replacing text small caps and bold. Note the appearance of the text in the preview below. Hit OK when you're happy with the changes. Because we've asked Word to detect any highlighted text, if I select Find the Next, Word will mark it in the document like so. We can then choose to replace just this selection or replace all. Let's replace just this selection. As you can see, Word has successfully replaced the formatting of this text. We can also replace styles with this tool. I'm first just going to clear our options from earlier by selecting the No Formatting button at the bottom of the window. We can replace styles in essentially the same way as we did with formatting. First, select the Find field. Then open the Format menu and select Styles. I'm going to replace any headings with the heading tree style, so I'll find it in this list and click OK. Like before, select the Replace field. Reopen the Styles menu via the Format button. And I'm going to replace heading tree with the Intense style. Then select Replace All. Word will tell you how many replacements were made with a pop-up message. I'm just going to close this menu so we can see our new headings. As you can see, Word has successfully found and replaced our styles. This has been a basic overview of replacing text formats in Word 2019. Symbols or special characters used in your document may need to be localized or adapted to suit different readers. Rather than seeking out each individual character and replacing them, you can get the Word Replace function to do it automatically. There are a few things I would like to change in this document. Firstly, I want to replace these double hyphens with long M dashes. We need to add an M dash to the document before we begin replacing anything. Switch to the Insert tab. Then open the Symbols menu on the right of the ribbon. And select More Symbols. In this new menu, switch to the Special Characters tab. And insert the M dash. With this in our document, we can now cut it. Select the dash, then press Ctrl X on your keyboard. Open the Replace function by pressing Ctrl H on your keyboard. Enter the double hyphen into the find field and paste the M dash into the replace field by pressing Ctrl V on your keyboard. With these inserted, click the Replace All button. Word will tell you how many replacements have been made with a pop-up message. And as you can see, Word has successfully replaced all double hyphens with M dashes. Let's replace some more special characters. Just below, we can see a paragraph with French-style quotation marks. Let's replace them with normal quotation marks. Following the same principle as before, copy the symbol with Ctrl-C and paste it in the find field. Then add normal quotation marks in the replace field and select replace. Let's do the same for the opening quotation mark. Copy it, paste it into the find field, and click replace. As you can see again, we have successfully replaced the French-style quotation marks. And lastly, I would like to simplify this name. As you can see, it contains many special characters which may cause localization issues. We could replace each individual letter, but because this only appears once, I'll just copy the whole name and paste it in the find field. Then enter the simplified name in the replace field. And as you can see again, we have successfully replaced special characters in Word 2019. You can use Word's email function to send and share documents. This tool automatically creates a new email in your default email program with your document attached. To begin sharing your document, first go to File, then click Share from the navigation pane on the left. From this pane, we can see our different sharing options. We could upload the document to OneDrive and share it via a link, or we could attach a copy to an email as either a Word document or PDF. Note that when you attach a copy, each person you send it to will have their own version of the document. However, if you share it via OneDrive, everyone you send it to will see the same document. Let's attach this document to an email. Click the Send as Attachment button. This will open the default email client, which for us is Outlook. Here we can see our document has already been attached and the email subject has been autofilled. We now need to choose who we are sending this to. We can add recipients by clicking in the top field and then typing their email address. I'll send this to John Smith for demonstration. If the recipient is already in your contacts, then their preview will appear where you can just press enter to quickly add them to the field. We can then add text to the body field below. Though this isn't necessary, it's a good idea to provide some context for your recipient. Once all the fields have been filled out, click the Send button to the top left to finally send your document. After you've sent a document, you'll be returned to Word. I'm just going to open my Outlook to see if our document was sent successfully. As you can see, our email along with the attached document has been successfully sent. This has been a basic overview of sending your document via email in Word 2019. OneDrive is a Microsoft cloud service that allows you to save a document online, giving you easy access anywhere, provided you have an internet connection. This service can be utilized directly through Word. Currently, this document is only saved to this computer, meaning only I can view and edit this document.
To save your document to OneDrive, first go to File, then select Save As from the navigation pane on the left. If you have already added a cloud service like OneDrive or SharePoint, they will appear among the possible save locations. If you haven't, you can add one by clicking the Add a Place button below. Then choose either SharePoint or OneDrive from the right portion of the interface. You will need to provide your email address and login details. I'm just going to paste my email address in here for the sake of brevity. And then enter my password. Once you've added a cloud service, you can then save it there. Let's save this document to OneDrive. With OneDrive selected, you can then choose where on OneDrive you want to save the document. Let's save this to the folder Word Documents, so we'll know where to find it on OneDrive. The standard Save window will open, where we can see options to rename the file or change the file type. Let's leave it as is for now though. After you do this, you'll be returned to your document. Word will notify you that the document is uploading on the status bar. When you save a document to OneDrive, it will save automatically, meaning you won't have to save it manually. With this document saved to OneDrive, we can now share it directly with other users. To open Share options, select the Share button at the top right of the interface. From this side panel, we can choose who to share this document with and adjust the sharing options. We can choose who to send this to in the above field. We can enter a person manually here, or search the address book by clicking the icon just to the right. I want to share this with my colleague Julia Campbell, so I'll just enter her name in the field. And I'm going to select this option from the previews. Note that when you share a document via OneDrive, you are sharing one document, not a copy. So if you or a recipient make changes, they will appear for anyone else with access. Just below, we can see a drop-down menu where we can choose to allow or prohibit editing. If you want the recipient to be able to make changes, select Can Edit. If you just want to show the document, select Can View. I don't want Julia to make any changes just yet, so I'll just click Can View. And just below, we can add a message to provide some context. When you're happy with the sharing settings and have added all recipients, click the Share button to share your document. The recipient will receive a notification telling them that the document has been shared with them. You can even create links manually. This is handy if you're sharing with a non-OneDrive user. At the bottom of the panel, click the underlined Get a Sharing Link. We can choose to create an edit link or a view only link. Like previously stated, choose one based on whether you want recipients to be able to make changes or not. Then click Copy to copy the link. With this copied to the clipboard, we can now manually share this link whichever way we want. To test that it works, let's paste it into a browser. I'm just going to open Edge, and then paste it into the address bar using Ctrl-V. As we can see, anyone with the link can now view and edit this document, including non-OneDrive users. This is handy to know if you're working on one document with many different people. This has been a basic overview of sharing a document via OneDrive in Word for Office 365. Word allows you to send documents via link. You can choose who to share the link with and even adjust editing permission. Before sending a document via link, it must first be saved to OneDrive. To check this, go to File. Then make sure the Info tab is selected. Beneath this document name, we can see that it's been saved to OneDrive. Click this to open a drop-down menu. Then click Share to open the Share side panel in the document itself. From this new panel, we can quickly create a shareable link. Click the underline Get a Sharing Link at the bottom of the panel. You can choose to create an edit link or a view only link. When you share an edit link, You are sharing one document, not a copy. So if you or a recipient make changes, they would appear for anyone else with access. When you share a view-only link, the recipient won't be able to make any changes, but will be able to view the document. Let's create an edit link. Click Create an Edit Link. Then select Copy. With this link copied, we can easily share it via any messenger client. The recipient will then be able to open the link in a browser with Word Online. And if we return to the side panel, we can see that the sharing list has been updated. Now anyone at my company with the link can edit the document. We can even send an email with an automatically generated link too. This is handy if you're sharing with a non-OneDrive user. Return to File, then select Share from the navigation pane on the left, and click Email. From here, we're going to select Send a Link. Before we send anything though, we should note the following. Like previously stated, everyone with access works on the same copy and sees the latest changes. Sending a document as a link also keeps the email small, as the document doesn't need to be copied. Click the Send button to open a draft in Outlook. We can see the subject has been filled and the body contains a link to the document. Like stated before, the recipient will be able to open the link in a browser with Word Online. We can now send this email to non-OneDrive users, giving them access to the document. Click Send to send the link to your recipient. My colleague will now be able to open this document in Word Online. This has been a basic overview of sharing your documents via a link in Word 2019. In Word, you can restrict or allow editing permissions for a link to a document depending on your preferences. You can also further manage access to a shared link in the Share side panel. Before we change the permission for this document, we must first make sure it's saved to OneDrive. Because OneDrive enables autosave, if the save icon at the top left of the interface has circular arrows, we know that the document has been saved to OneDrive. Now, let's look at managing permissions. Click the Share button at the top right of the interface to open the Share side panel. As we know already, when sharing a document, you can choose to allow or prohibit editing. When sending a document via a link, we have the same options. We can create an edit link or a view-only link. I'm just going to return to the previous menu so we can look at managing link access and permission. The bottom portion of the Share pane displays who this document has been shared with and their level of access. Because John Smith appears at the top, we know that I'm the author of this document. And below my name, we can see our status says editing because we have the document open. Below this, we can see more names. From here, we can tell that both Julia and Lisa have access to this document. And that they have the power to edit. This is because I shared it with them via OneDrive and selected the option Can Edit. And below, we can also see that anyone in my organization with this link can edit the document. I created this shareable link earlier, and that's why it appears in this list. This is handy to know, as it can be easy to lose track of different levels of access, especially if you're sharing it with many different people. We can edit a user's permission even after it's been shared from here too. Right-click the person's name, then select either Remove User to stop sharing, or we can change this user's permission to Can View by selecting the second option. Note how Julia's status has been updated in the list. She will no longer be able to make changes to this document, only view it. To disable a link from accessing the document, just right-click the link, then select Disable Link. Once you remove a link, you will also deny access to anyone who may have been using that link to view your document. This has been a basic overview of managing link access and permissions in Word 2019. Word allows you to add comments to a document. These can be very handy for collaborative projects. You can see who added a comment and even replied to them individually. Comments can then be managed collectively through the Review tab. If your document contains comments, they will be displayed on a side panel to the right, like so. If we hover our cursor over one, we can see the comment, who wrote it, and the date it was added. For example, we know that Julia Campbell added this comment 2 minutes ago. To reply to a comment, just click the Reply button below the comment. When you've finished typing, click outside the comment area to leave. We can quickly and easily move between comments in the Review tab. Within the Comments toolset, select the Previous and Next buttons to move through comments. Note how the comment is highlighted in the side panel on the right. Also note that Word will return to the first comment automatically after all have been selected. To delete the selected comment, just click the Delete button within the Comments toolset. Click on the arrow to view more deletion options. From here, we have the option to delete all comments in the document. We won't do that right now though. We can easily add comments from this toolset too. First, select the point in the text you want to comment on. Then click the New Comment button from the Comment toolset. A blank comment field will appear on the right. Simply begin typing to add your comment. And again, click outside the comment area when you've finished. Comments are a great way to stay on track, especially when working on collaborative projects. This has been a basic overview of commenting on a document in Word 2019. Word allows you to work collaboratively on a document, meaning multiple people can update a document simultaneously. Any changes made by others will be highlighted in your document so that you can easily identify them and keep track of any updates. Before we look at collaborating on a document, we need to note that it must be saved to OneDrive. Check the Save icon to the top left. If circular arrow icons appear, we know that autosave is enabled, meaning that it's saved to OneDrive. To share a document, first click the Share button at the top right of the window. Enter the name or email address of the person you're collaborating with in the top field. Note that it isn't necessary for the recipient to have a Microsoft account for a collaboration. Then, make sure the permission says Can Edit from the drop-down menu. Click Share to share the document. The recipient will receive an email notifying them that a document has been shared with them. Note also that the recipient's account has been added to the below list, meaning they can now access and edit the document. The recipient can now access this document with Word Online. When they open the document, you'll see a 2 appears beside the Share icon. This means that there are 2 people currently working on this document, John Smith and Julia Campbell. Also note how Julia's status has been updated to Editing in the bottom portion. Both users can now make edits in real time. If another user makes a change, Word will notify you that an updated version is available in the status bar. Either click this or Save to refresh the document. Any new changes will appear with a green overlay like so. This is a handy little feature as it means you won't miss any updates. Note that even though it's called real time, there is usually a slight delay in changes, especially if you're working with a slow connection. If you want to communicate with another user outside of Word, you can quickly create an email message draft by clicking their account name and then clicking the envelope icon. Close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. This has been a basic overview of collaborating on a document in Word 2019. When there are lots of individuals working collaboratively on a document, it is important to keep track of any changes. Word has a tool that tracks changes, making sure any changes are highlighted in the text. These changes can then be viewed and accepted or rejected on a case-by-case basis. We can enable the Track Changes tool via the Review tab. Within the Tracking toolset, select the Track Changes button. We can enable track changes with or without a password. Let's enable a password by selecting Lock Tracking. Enter your password twice, then hit OK. So now any changes we or other users make will be marked with vertical lines on the left margin of the page. Formatting changes will be marked with dotted lines. So if we try to make this bold, we can see that the Track Changes tool will mark it. If we try to delete text, the text will appear as a strike through rather than being removed. And any new text will be underlined like so. Note the previously mentioned vertical lines on the left margin. These mark the points where changes have been made. To deactivate protection, click the Track Changes tool again and reselect Lock Tracking. Then re-enter your password and hit enter. To disable the Track Changes tool, reopen the tool once again and select Track Changes. We can now freely edit our text without changes being tracked. New text won't be underlined, and we can delete text too. If you're working on a collaborative document with a Track Changes tool, other users' changes will be marked too. I'm just going to open a different document where another user has made changes. Here we can see changes made by Julia have been marked just like in the previous document. However, this time the tool isn't password protected, meaning anyone can disable the tool. Simply disable the tool like previously shown. Click Track Changes, then select Track Changes again from the drop-down menu. We can make changes freely, but note that the older changes will still be marked. Let's turn the tool back on and look at how else we can display markups. Within the Tracking toolset, click the top arrow to view the different display options. We can toggle Simple Markup, which will only display coloured lines on the left. Changes won't be marked in the text itself. We can toggle All, which will show all markups including lines, strike-throughs and bubbles. We can toggle No Markup, which will naturally show nothing. And we can toggle Original, which will display the text before changes were made. Let's change this back to All. We can further customize which markups we want to see. Click the arrow beside Show Markup to view these options. We can specify to show or hide comments, insertions and deletions, formatting, balloons and even specific people. For example, let's disable formatting. Note that the formatting change is no longer being marked. Let's re-enable this for now though. As you can see, formatting is now being marked again. We can jump through changes using the Previous and Next buttons within the Changes toolset. Click the icon with the left arrow to jump to the previous change, and click the icon with the right arrow to jump to the next change. This has been a basic overview of following and tracking changes in Word 2019. You can use the inking tools in Word with the Draw tab to add some artistic elements to your document. You will see how to use the different pens and tools available in this tab in order to annotate and correct your document. Before we begin, it's important to note that you will need either a touchscreen device or a plug-in device which allows you to use a stylus. I will be using a graphics tablet for this video, so apologies in advance as the cursor will probably be a bit jittery. You may also need to install drivers or perform updates for this to run properly with Word. If Word recognizes a drawing device, the Draw tab will appear automatically on the ribbon. Click here to view the different drawing functions. The two basic functions in the Draw tab are the Draw and Eraser tools. The Draw tool allows you to place ink strokes in your document, and the Eraser command naturally erases them. Click a tool to activate it. Just to the right we have the Pen toolset. From here we can choose what type of pen we would like to use. We have 3 pens, a pencil and a highlighter. Simply click a pen to select it. Then draw in your document to add strokes. You can use the pen tool in the editing process where you might want to rearrange things or quickly jot down ideas. We can use the highlighter tool to highlight certain parts of text. Select the highlighter from the pen toolset, and then highlight like you would with a real page. I'm just using my tablet to draw like you would with a physical page. The pencil tool has less distinct marks, so it can be used to quickly sketch different ideas. To erase a mark, select the Eraser tool from the Tools toolset, and then click over the mark you would like to remove. Note that the Eraser tool removes the full stroke, not just the point you mark. We can adjust the size and colour of our strokes too. Click the arrow beside a pen to open a drop-down menu with further options for adjusting the stroke. Let's make this pen thicker and change the colour. Note the new appearance as I apply strokes. We can open customization options for the pencil and highlighter the same way we did with the pen tool. We can add a pen, pencil or highlighter to the list of favorites by clicking the plus sign within the Pens toolset, and then selecting one of the options from the drop-down menu. Let's add another pen to the list. To remove a pen from the list, simply right-click it, then select Delete from the drop-down menu. If you want to hide your ink marks for the time being, we can do so via the Review tab. On the right side of the ribbon within the Ink toolset, select Hide Ink. Simply re-click the button to make the ink reappear. We can also add ink comments to a document. Within the Comments toolset, select the speech bubble icon to the top right, then simply write your comment in the new bubble on the right. If you would like quick access to the draw tools, you can add them to the quick access toolbar. Click the arrow on the toolbar, and then select More Commands from the drop-down menu. On the left we have a list of commands, and on the right we have our quick access toolbar commands. We can narrow our search down by opening the above drop-down menu, and then selecting Draw tab. Then find the command you want to add from the list, and click it. Then select the Add button between the two lists. I also want to add the Eraser tool, so I'll do the same. I'll click Eraser, then click Add. When you've added all the commands you want, click OK to return to your document. As you can see, we now have quick access to the pen and eraser tools. This has been a basic overview of annotating a document in Word 2019. You can use the compare function in Word to view the differences in two documents at the same time. This is a good way to review the final version of a document, especially if the Track Changes tool hasn't been used. So say you and a colleague or friend have been working on a collaborative project. You've been working separately on different documents, so you each have slightly different versions. We can compare both versions easily in Word. To begin comparing, first go to the Review tab. Open the Compare menu on the right of the ribbon, and click Compare from the drop-down menu. This opens a new menu where we can choose which documents we would like to compare. We have the original document on the left and the revised version on the right. Click the File icon to select the document to be compared. Find and select your file. For me, it's Service Outline version 1. Then click Open. And do the same for the revised document. Click the File icon. Then find and select your file, which in my case is Service Outline version 2. Note that the author of the revised document will autofill the Label Changes With field. This can be changed manually, but for now let's leave it as is. When you have both documents selected, click OK to begin comparing. This will open a new Word window with 4 different panels. The largest panel in the middle is the Compared document. It displays elements from both documents. Deleted items will be marked with a strike through, and new items will be underlined. The top right panel is the original document, and the bottom right panel is the revised document. The left-sided panel is where revisions are displayed. This tells you how many revisions were made and logs each change along with a description. This gives you a clear overview of all revisions. Note that if you scroll on one panel, the other versions will follow to make sure you don't get lost. Let's take a closer look at how the Compare tool works. On the top right, we have our original document with just the title Service Outline. Just below, we can see the revised document has been updated to include the year 2012. And if we look at the Compare document, we can see that 2012 has been underlined, marking that it's updated content. Let's look at another example with the Revisions tab. I'm going to click this revision to jump to it in the document. Here we can see that the subheading 4th quarter 2012 has been deleted. That's why it appears with a strike through in the Compare document. This same principle applies to formatting changes and images. We can choose to accept or reject each individual change much the same way we would with the Track Changes tool. We can accept the selected change and move to Next, reject the change and move to Next, or jump to the previous and next changes with the below buttons. If we click the arrow beneath the Accept command, we can see more options like Accept all changes or Accept without moving. Let's accept this change without moving. Note how the text is no longer underlined in the compared document. These same options are available for the Reject command. We can also choose which markup to show. Like with tracked changes, we can display simple markup, all markup, no markup, or original. When you finish making changes, you can close the old files and save the new version. Go to File, then Save As, and I'm going to save this to my desktop and call it Service Outline version 3.
This has been a basic overview of comparing documents in Word 2019. You can use Word's compare and combine tools to create a definitive version of multiple documents. These tools allow you to merge the two versions that you've created and decide exactly how the different modifications are integrated. Currently, I have a version of this document open, but my colleague has made a newer version with the Track Changes tool. We want to create a final version by combining both documents. With the Combine tool, we can approve or reject changes made simultaneously. To activate the Combine tool, first go to the Review tab. Then within the Compare toolset, open the Compare menu and select Combine. This opens a new menu where we can choose which documents we would like to combine. We have the original document on the left and the revised version on the right. Click the File icon to select the document to be combined. Find and select your file. Mine saved on my desktop. And click Open. And do the same for the revised document. Click the File icon, select it, then click Open. Note that the author will autofill the Label Unmarked Changes With field. This can be changed manually, but for now, let's leave it as is. When you have both documents selected, click OK to begin combining. This will open a new Word window with the final combined document and a revisions pane on the right. Note the bubbles indicating formatting changes here. I'm just going to zoom in so we can see it a bit clearer. Bubbles on the right indicate a formatting change. Also note the vertical lines on the left margin of the page indicating any other changes. We can choose to accept or reject each individual change much the same way we would with the Track Changes tool. We can accept the selected change and move to Next, reject the change and move to Next, or jump to the previous and next changes with the below buttons. If we click the arrow beneath the Accept command, we can see more options like Accept all changes or Accept without moving. Let's accept this first change without moving. Note how the text is no longer underlined in the document. This is because we've accepted a change. These same options are available for the Reject command. We can also choose which markup to show. Like with Track Changes, we can display Simple Markup, All Markup, No Markup, or Original. When you've finished approving or rejecting changes, save the document as a final version. Go to File, then select Save As, and I'm going to save this to my desktop, and call it Service Outline Final Version. This has been a basic overview of combining documents in Word 2019. Page breaks are used to move your text to the top of the next page, creating space in your document. These are very useful when structuring your Word document. So say you're writing a document with different sections. It's a good idea to structure these so your readers will be able to follow more clearly. Here we can see the title for Chapter 2 appears at the bottom of this page, and the chapter itself begins on the next page. This may confuse readers, and it also just doesn't look great. We can have this title start on a new page by inserting a page break. Go to the Layout tab. Next, we need to place the insertion point where we want the page break to be. We want to create one between the end of Chapter 1 and the title for Chapter 2, so we'll place it there by just clicking that point. Then open the Breaks drop-down menu from the Page Setup toolset, and select Page to insert a page break. As you can see, the title for Chapter 2 now begins on the next page, making our document look much better. A quicker way to enter a page break is with the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Enter. Before we look at this, I'm just going to quickly open the navigation pane via the View tab so we can jump through our document more easily. and I'll jump to Chapter 3. As you can see, the same problem appears here. Our title starts at the end of a page. Let's insert a page break with the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Enter. Again, we have successfully inserted another page break. Note that when you insert a page break, any new text added to the previous page won't affect the layout of the following one. So, if we add text here at the end of this page, we can see that the layout of the following page isn't affected. However, if we continue to add text until the next page, I'm just going to press enter a couple of times to display this. The page break will mean that the whole page is skipped because Chapter 3 has to start on a new page. Page breaks are handy to know when structuring your document. If you add several breaks and want to keep track of them, we can get Word to display them. Go to File, then select Options from the navigation pane on the left, and switch to Display. Then from here, check the Paragraph Marks box, and click OK. We can now clearly see the breaks between different paragraphs and headings, giving us a better idea of the structure of our document. We can turn off this display the same way we turned it on. Go to File, then Options, Display, and uncheck the previously checked box. This has been a basic overview of inserting a page break in Word 2019. The Word Section tool can be used to create distinct areas within your document. These areas, known as sections, can be organized and formatted individually, giving you control over your document's appearance. For example, you can arrange your section's text into columns without affecting the text outside that section. Before we get started, it's helpful to display all formatting marks. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left, and switch to Display from the new window. From here, check the Show All Formatting Marks box, and click OK. We will now better be able to see where our section breaks are. To begin adding section breaks, first switch to the Layout tab. Then open the Breaks drop-down menu within the Page Setup toolset. From here we can see the different section breaks. We can select Next Page, which will insert a section break and start the new section on the next page. As you can see, we have created a section on a new page from where our insertion point was placed. And if we scroll back up, we can see where the section break was added. Let's reopen the drop-down menu and look at the other options. We can insert a section break and start the new section on either the next even or odd page. Because we are on page 4, if we select even page, the new section will naturally start on page 6. To delete a section break, move the insertion point to just before the break, and then press the delete key. Note that this is not the same as the backspace key. We can create sections within the same page too. This is very handy if you want to format a certain area without affecting the rest of the page. Let's create a section for these paragraphs. Move the insertion point to the start, then open the Breaks menu and select Continuous. This will create a section break and start a new section on the same page. As you can see, these paragraphs now have section breaks before and after it, meaning we can make formatting changes to just this section. As an example, let's turn these into columns.
select them, then open columns from the Page Setup toolset, and select 2. As you can see, only text within this section has been formatted. We can also apply more layout changes to the indent and margins. Within the Paragraph toolset, we can adjust the left and right indents. We can insert a figure manually or increase and decrease with the arrows. Note the new layer of our text below. This is only taking place within the section break. We can adjust the margins from the Page Setup toolset too. Choose from one of the presets to increase or decrease the space surrounding your text. Let's make the margins narrow. Again, note the new layout of our text in the document, and again note how this is only taking place within the section break. We can even change an individual page's orientation thanks to section breaks. Making sure the insertion point is in the section, open the Orientation menu from the Page Setup toolset, and select Landscape. Note how the section appears on its own page because we can't have two different orientations on the same page. Also note how the other pages still have the page set to portrait mode because of the aforementioned section breaks. This has been a basic overview of creating a formatting section in Word 2019. In Word, you can insert page numbers into the header and footer areas. You can then customize the style and appearance of the page numbers that you have inserted. Page numbers are particularly important for longer documents. To begin inserting page numbers, first go to the Insert tab. Then open the Page Numbers drop-down menu within the Header and Footer toolset. We can add page numbers at the top of the page, bottom of the page, on the page margins, or just this page's current position. Let's add page numbers at the top of the page. Hover your cursor over the option. This will open a new menu with a long list of different options to choose from. Let's go with this option. After you do this, Word will add page numbers to each page and open a new Design tab under Header and Footer Tools. We can further format the numbers if we return to the Page Number menu, this time it's on the left, and click Format Page Numbers from the drop-down menu. From this new menu, we have further customization options. We can display numbers numerically, alphabetically, or with Roman numerals from this drop-down menu. Just below, we can check this box to include chapter numbers, which can then be formatted to whichever style you like. At the bottom of the menu, we can choose where to start page numbering. We can even choose to start it at 0. This is a good idea if you want to include the cover letter in the numbering. And then if we uncheck Different First Page from the Options toolset, we can see that Word is now including 0 in the first header. If you don't want to see this, then just recheck the previously mentioned box. To reset the numbering to 1 at a certain chapter or section of your document, we can do so with page breaks. First, move your insertion point to the new section or chapter. I'm just going to scroll down to chapter 2. Then switch to the Layout tab. Open the Breaks drop-down menu within the Page Setup toolset and select Continuous. If we scroll down, we can see that the numbering has restarted here because of the page break. And if we scroll back up, we can see that the original numbering remains intact. We can show the total number of pages too. Reopen the header by double-clicking the top margin. Then move your insertion point to beside the number. Switch to the Insert tab and open the Quick Parts menu within the Text toolset. Then select Field from the drop-down menu. Find Num Pages from the list on the left. Select it, then click OK. This will then display the total number of pages on each header. So we know that this is page 3 of 8, and this is page 2 of 8, and so on. To remove page numbers, reopen the Page Number menu and select Remove Page Numbers from the drop-down menu. This has been a basic overview of inserting page numbers in Word 2019. It can sometimes be a good idea to include certain information on every page in your document. This can be done with the Header and Footer tools. Once you've created your header or footer, any information placed there will by default appear on all pages in your document. First, let's look at adding a header. Go to the Insert tab. Then within the Header and Footer toolset, open the Header drop-down menu. We can then choose from a list of predefined styles or view more headers from office.com. I want the document title and author name to appear on the top of each page, so I'll select this option. If we scroll through our document, we can see that each page is displaying the document title and author name. Word will pull the information from the document properties and put them in place. If you don't have your properties filled in, Word will put default placeholders in instead, where you can simply enter the details manually. Also note that when you insert or activate a header, a new Design tab will open beneath the Headers and Footers tools. From here, we have more customization options. Inserting footers follows essentially the same process. Return to the Header and Footer toolset and open the Footer drop-down menu. This time it's on the left side of the ribbon. We can then choose from a list of predefined styles or view more footers from office.com. I want the date to appear on the bottom of each page, so I'll select this option. Click the arrow beside the placeholder to open a calendar where we can find and select the date manually, or click the Today button to quickly enter today's date. And if we scroll through, we can see that each page is now also displaying the date. Note again the new Design tab where we can manually edit fields that have been inserted. We can also navigate between headers and footers. Within the Navigation toolset, click the Go to Header or Go to Footer buttons to switch between headers or footers. And use the Previous and Next buttons to jump to either the previous or next header or footer depending on which is currently activated. We can edit the header or footer if we return to the original drop-down menu and select Edit from the options at the bottom. We also have the option to remove just below. We can close the header and footer tools by clicking the red X icon on the right of the ribbon. We can re-enter the header by double-clicking anywhere on the top margin, and leave once again by double-clicking anywhere in the body of the document. This has been a basic overview of inserting predefined headers and footers in Word 2019. You can create and insert custom information in Word's headers and footers. This is good to know as the presets don't always cater to your needs. Before we look at inserting custom information to headers and footers, we should first configure the settings and look at how we can access headers and footers. Switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Header and Footer toolset on the right side of the ribbon, select Header, then select Edit Header from the drop-down menu. Note that when you activate the header or footer, you will automatically be switched to a new tab with more customization options. Another way of activating the header or footer is by simply double-clicking the top or bottom margins of the page. From here, we can add to our header like we would in any Word document. We have 3 options within the Options toolset. Check Different First Page if you don't want the header to appear on the first page of your document. This is a good idea if your document contains a cover page. Check Different Odd and Even Pages if you would like odd and even pages to have different headers or footers. This is handy to know if you're working on a booklet. Check Show Document Text if you would like to show or hide the content of the main body. We can also adjust the header or footer position. We can adjust the distance from the top or bottom with these fields. Keep an eye on the header as I increase the size. Click the downward arrow to decrease the size. We can even insert tab stops to align header or footer content. We won't look at this right now though. The Insert group is where we can add custom information. If we click Date and Time, a new menu will open where we can choose what to display and how we display it. Just going to change the language to English. Click OK to add the date to your header. If we click Document Info, a drop-down menu will open with options for inserting certain document properties such as author or file name. And if we select Field from the bottom of the menu, we can see a list of possible fields to enter. If you have information saved to Quick Parts, you can insert it from the Quick Parts drop-down menu. We can format text we've added the same way we would with any other text. Select it. Then either format from the pop-up menu or switch to the Home tab and do it from there. We can even add a picture to the header. Select Pictures from the Insert toolset. Then find your picture. Mine's saved to my desktop. Select it and click Insert. I'm just going to make this a bit smaller so it fits our header better. When you add a picture, you will automatically be switched to the Format tab. Lastly, let's look at navigating headers and footers. I'm just going to return to the Design tab from earlier. Within the Navigation toolset, we can jump between headers and footers, as well as options for jumping through the previous and next header or footer depending on which one you currently have selected. This has been a basic overview of creating custom headers and footers in Word 2019. Word allows you to save headers and then import them into other documents. This can be very handy if you have a company header you plan to reuse in other documents. Currently, I have a document open with a header I want to save and reuse in other documents. Note that headers can include elements that leave the actual header space, but still won't affect the main body. Let's enter our header by double-clicking the top margin. Then we want to select all elements. We can do this with the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-A. Note that this won't select all content in the document, only the elements within the header. With this selected, let's open the header menu on the left of the ribbon, and then select Save Selection to Header Gallery. This will open a new menu where we can name our custom header and choose where to save it. Let's name this Homotic and save it in the Headers Gallery. Click OK when you're happy with configuring your header.
With our header saved, let's now look at importing it to another document. I'm just going to quickly close this and open a new document. Remember to select Save here to save the header to the building blocks. In the new document, switch to the Insert tab. Then open the Header menu within the Header and Footer toolset. Any headers you've saved will be displayed here, so I'm just going to scroll through and find it. And here we can see our saved header. Select it to insert it into your document. Note how the color isn't the same as in the original document. This is because the header will adjust its colors depending on the theme of the document. Though this may seem like an annoyance, it gives us more versatility when reusing headers. To change the color scheme, switch to the Default Design tab. Then open the Colors drop-down menu and select the new color scheme. As you can see, the elements of our header have been updated for this document. This has been a basic overview of saving and reusing a header in Word 2019. Giving your paragraph a border and fill is a great way to draw attention to a certain piece of text. In Word 2019, you can adjust the style, color, thickness, and even location of your border. Firstly, let's look at applying a border to a paragraph. I want this paragraph to have a border, so I'll just select it by triple-clicking it. Then we can apply a border with the bottom right icon within the Paragraph toolset. From here, we have a list of the different types of borders we can apply. Hovering over these will preview it in the text itself. I want my paragraph to be surrounded, so I'll go with the Outside Borders option. Next, let's look at adding a fill. With our paragraph still selected, click the arrow beside the Paint Bucket icon within the Paragraph toolset to view a list of colors we can fill our paragraph with. From here, we can choose from Theme, Standard, or more colors. For now, let's just go with yellow. This can be a good way to draw attention to certain parts of text in your document. We can further customize our border and fill. With our paragraph still selected, reopen the Borders drop-down menu and select Borders and Shading. From this new menu, we can further tweak our borders to suit us. From the left portion of the menu, we can change the setting to apply a box, shadow, 3D, or custom. We can adjust the style, color, and thickness of our border from the middle portion. Let's change the style and thickness. I'll make the border dashed and a little bit thicker. On the right portion, we have the preview. The surrounding boxes toggle to show certain borders. And just below, we can choose to apply the border to the whole paragraph or individual lines of text in the selection. Let's leave it as paragraph for now. Switch to the Shading tab above to view more options for our fill. From here, we can change the fill color. And just below, we can even apply patterns to the fill. And like before, we have our preview on the right portion, as well as the option to apply the effects to the whole paragraph or just the selected text. Click OK to apply changes and return to the document. This has been a basic overview of customizing your paragraph outline and color in Word 2019. In Word, you can change the page, border, and color. With the border and fill tools, you can apply colors to your document and design interesting borders to make your document more attractive. We want to change the page color and surround the text with a border. Let's look at the different ways we can achieve this. We could do so with tools from the Paragraph toolset. First, select all text by pressing Ctrl A on your keyboard. We need to select all text because we want to apply effects to the whole document. With this selected, open the Borders drop-down menu. This is just like applying a border to a paragraph, but for all text. The same principle applies to changing the fill color. Though these are simple and easy ways to change the page color and apply borders, they don't look particularly nice. Let's look at applying these changes via the Design tab. On the right side of the ribbon, we see the Page Background toolset. Click Page Color to view options on changing the page color. From here, we can apply a theme, standard, or specific color. We can also apply fill effects. We can set a gradient, texture, pattern, or even a picture as our page color. Let's apply a gradient. I want a 2-color gradient, and my 2 colors will be white and a light yellow. Try to remember legibility when you're designing your document. You want your readers to be able to read the document. And lastly, I want it to be a horizontal gradient. As you can see, our gradient has been successfully applied. Next, let's add our border. Clicking the Page Borders option will open the Borders and Shading menu on the Page Border tab. Like with paragraph and image borders, we can change the setting, style, color, and width from these fields. We can even use clip art as borders. Let's give this a palm tree border. And apply it to the whole document except the first page. This is a good way to distinguish a title or cover page from the rest of your document. On the right portion, we have the preview, and the surrounding boxes toggle to show certain borders. Click OK when you finished applying your border. As you can see, the border has been successfully applied to the document. And if we scroll up, we can see that the cover page has no border, like we set. This has been a basic overview of customizing your page outline and color in Word 2019. A cover page can be used to introduce or present your document. Word has a wide range of cover pages that can be inserted easily. A cover page is a good way to give a brief but relevant summary of your document. Currently, we have a document open with a manually created cover page, which is fine, but it doesn't look particularly nice, and I had to insert the information manually. To insert a cover page, first switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Pages toolset on the left of the ribbon, open the Cover Page drop-down menu to view a list of cover page templates. Word has many different styles to suit you depending on the type of document you're creating, and the elements displayed will vary depending on which template you choose. Let's go with Facet, as it contains spaces for a title, name, and email address. Note that when you insert a cover page, the first page of your document won't be replaced. Rather, it will just be pushed down to page 2 to make room for the cover page. However, also note that inserting a cover page may replace some elements like headers. When you add a cover page, Word will include placeholders where you can manually insert your own information. Simply click a placeholder, then begin typing. Let's change the title to Service Outline. And let's change the subtitle. Simply click the placeholder, then begin typing. If you don't want to use one of the default placeholders, you can simply delete them like you would with any other element in a Word document. Just click it, select the contents, then hit delete. I'm just going to zoom in so we can see the bottom placeholders a bit more clearly. If you have updated the properties of your document, Word will automatically pull information from there and insert them instead of the default placeholders. As you can see here, my email address has already been automatically added. And just below, I'm going to add my name the same way we did earlier. Click the placeholder, then type. Let's zoom back out to get a better overall view of the layout. If you want to change the style of your cover letter after you've added one, you can do so from the same menu as earlier. Open the cover page menu on the left of the ribbon and choose a new style. If the new style has the same placeholders as the previous one, they will automatically be updated to include the information you already added. So here we see the title and subtitle already included. However, note that the name and email no longer appear. That's because this template doesn't have the email or name placeholders, meaning my previously added information has been removed. This is important to be aware of as you don't want to lose key information when updating your cover page. Word will also include previously deleted placeholders when updating the cover page. Let's delete this placeholder like we did last time. To remove a cover page, just return to the same menu as before and select Remove Current Cover Page from the drop-down menu. This has been a basic overview of inserting a cover page in Word 2019. A table of contents is a great way to navigate your document. If you have properly formatted your document's titles and subtitles, you can quickly create a table of contents without having to insert any information manually. Before we add a table of contents, it's important to check that the headings have been formatted correctly. I'm just going to open the navigation pane via the View tab. Here we can see that the headings and subheadings have been formatted correctly, so Word will recognize them when we go to create a table of contents. I'm just going to return to the first page and place my insertion point where I want the table of contents to be. This is the first point after the cover letter and before the actual document begins. This is an important step to remember as you don't want the table of contents to appear in the middle of your document. With your insertion point in place, switch to the References tab. Then open the Table of Contents menu on the left of the ribbon. Then from here, choose one of Word's default automatic tables. As you can see, Word has successfully added a table of contents with our different headings and subheadings. For the sake of layout, it's a good idea to keep your table on a page of its own. To do this, just add a page break after your table of contents by pressing Ctrl-Enter on your keyboard. Our table now has its own page, giving our document a clearer layout. Note that you can't edit headings directly from the table. Any changes made will have to take place in the document itself. For example, let's try and change a bit of history to Our Story. I'm going to replace the title then select Update Table. Remember to check Update Entire Table and hit OK. As you can see, Word will automatically pull the information from the document, meaning we can't edit the table directly. Let's change the heading manually. I'm going to jump to a bit of history through the navigation pane. Then update the heading manually like you would with any text. Next, we need to return to the table and now update the table by clicking the above tab. As you can see, the heading and table have been successfully updated. We can also change the heading type in the same way. Let's return to the Our Story heading, then switch to the Home tab, and within the Styles toolset, select Heading 2. Then, like before, we need to return to the table, but this time let's update the table through the References tab. Within the Table of Contents toolset, select Update Table. Again, remember to check Update Entire Table. As you can see again, our heading has been updated in the Table of Contents. Note how because we changed the heading style, the indentation in the contents changed too. This has been a basic overview of creating a table of contents in Word 2019. After adding a table of contents, Word allows you to further customize the appearance and structure of it, giving you greater creative control. You can even save your table and reuse it in other documents. To begin, let's look at changing the layout of our table. Firstly, activate the table by clicking it. Then switch to the References tab. From here, open the Table of Contents menu on the left side of the ribbon, and select Custom Table of Contents from the drop-down menu. This will open a new menu where we can change the layout of our table. On the left we have the Print preview, and on the right we have the Web preview. We can choose a preset format from the drop-down menu beneath the General heading. Let's go with the Distinctive option. And just below this, we can choose the number of levels we would like to display. Just above, we can choose to show page numbers or not. And just below this, we can choose whether to align them right or not. Click OK to save changes and return to the document. Then click OK in the pop-up message to confirm replacing the table of contents. As you can see, our table has been successfully updated. We can manually customize the table of contents too. Return to the same menu as before, Table of Contents, then Custom Table of Contents. This time click the Options button on the bottom right to view more configuration options. From here, we can manually alter the heading size by changing a heading's level. For example, if we change heading 1 to level 5, then click OK, and return to our document. Again, select Yes. We can see that our table has been updated so that any text formatted to heading 1 has been resized to level 5, making the text much smaller. Word even allows you to save customized styles so that you can reuse them in other documents. This can save you a lot of time if you're working on multiple documents. To save a custom layout, first select the table, then reopen the Table of Contents menu, and select Save Selection to Table of Contents Gallery. Then from the Building Blocks window, we can rename the style. Let's call this Homotic Contents. And save it to the Table of Contents gallery. Click OK when you're happy with the changes. Now let's open another document and apply our new style. I'm just going to open one from the taskbar. Then in our new document, switch to the References tab, Remember to place your insertion point where you want the table of contents to appear. Then open the Table of Contents menu. And here we can see our custom style has been added to the list of presets. Tick Contents. Click this to add it to the document. Again, remember to select Update Entire Table. And as simple as that, our custom table of contents has been inserted to this document, giving us greater creative control in Word. This has been a basic overview of customizing your table of contents in Word 2019. An index is an alphabetical list of specific words or names with references to their location within the document. You can add an index to your document to help readers find different elements quickly and efficiently. There are two steps to creating an index in Word. First, we need to mark the entries, then we need to insert the index. Let's start by marking some entries. Let's mark the word technological. Select it. Then switch to the References tab and select Mark Entry within the Index toolset. Alternatively, you could press Alt-Shift-X on your keyboard to open this window. This is our Mark Index Entry window. From here, we can choose to insert the selection as either a main entry or sub-entry. Just below, we could choose to cross-reference a certain page, the current page, or a page range. This section is where you want the index to direct readers for this entry. And below, we can format the page number to either bold or italics. At the bottom, we can choose to mark just this selection with the Mark button, or mark all instances with the Mark All button. I prefer the Mark All instances as it's more comprehensive. Note that once you mark an entry, a field code will appear beside it in the document. And all formatting marks will be made visible. The field code tells Word to display this entry in the index and won't be visible after we hide formatting marks. So if things seem messy right now, it's just to help us keep track of our entries. Let's mark some more entries. I'm going to select the word environment and then click the entry window to activate it and click Mark All. Again, note the field code in the document. And let's do the same for the word energy. Select it, then click Mark All. Now that we've marked a few entries, it's time to add our index. I'm just going to close this window and scroll to the bottom of the document. Then select Insert Index within the Index toolset. Before inserting the index, we need to choose how it will be displayed. We can see how the index would appear in this preview. To the right, we can choose either indented or run-in. Let's go with indented. Just below, we can choose the number of columns. Let's leave it at 2, or change the language. Just below the preview, we have some more display options. Check the box if you would like page numbers to align to the right-hand side. I like to do this to make the index a bit more legible. With the page numbers aligned right, we now have the option to choose the tab leader. We can choose a dotted or straight line or none. Let's keep the dotted line. And below this, we have the Format menu where we can format how the text will be displayed. Let's go with Modern. Once you're happy with all changes, click OK. I'm just going to zoom in so we can see our index items a little bit more clearly. As you can see, we have successfully created an index that includes our previously marked entries. And beside each entry are the pages it appears on. So, for example, we now know that energy appears on pages 2, 7, and 8. We can continue to mark entries even after an index has been added. I'm just going to scroll up, and we're going to mark the word innovation. So I'll select it, and this time press Alt-Shift-X. Then from our Mark Index entry window, select Mark All. I'm just going to close this window because we don't need it anymore. And if we scroll down to our index, note that it doesn't appear yet. This is because we need to update our index manually. So select your index. Then within the Index toolset, select the Update Index button. As we can see, innovation has been added to the index. I'm just going to turn off the formatting marks so we can see our index a bit better. Go to File, then Options, switch to Display, and uncheck Show All Formatting Marks. As you can see more clearly now, we have successfully inserted an index with our previously marked entries in their respective categories. This has been a basic overview of creating an index in Word 2019. Word allows you to add bookmarks to your document. Once you've created a bookmark, you can create links to specified sections in your document, making navigating through your document much simpler. Before we begin, we need to make Word display bookmarks. This is important as it will allow us to keep track of any bookmarks we've added. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left, and switch to Advanced. Then scroll down to the Show Document Content heading, and check the Show Bookmarks box. Then click OK. Now that we'll be able to see our bookmarks, let's add some to our document. Let's add a bookmark to this paragraph as it's a key point in the document. Select it, then switch to the Insert tab. Open the Links menu and select Bookmark. This will open a new window where we can name our bookmark. Let's name this bookmark Activity so we'll know which section of text it marks. And click the Add button on the right to add it. Once you add a bookmark to a section or heading, it will be marked in the document with square brackets like so. Let's add some more bookmarks. I'm just going to scroll down my document. And I want to mark this paragraph with a bookmark too. We just need to follow the same steps as with the first paragraph. Select the text, then select Bookmark from the Links menu, and name it. Let's call this bookmark Construction. And like before, select Add. Bookmarks are not just limited to text. We can mark pictures and graphs too. I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom of this document to demonstrate this. Adding a bookmark to a graph or picture follows essentially the same principle. Select the graph by clicking it, then select Bookmark from the Links drop-down menu, rename it, and hit Add. We now have 3 bookmarks in our document. We can create links for these, allowing readers to jump through bookmarks with ease. Let's return to the start of the document. We are going to add our links here. First, enter the names of the bookmarks. Next, we need to select one. Let's start with Activity. Then within the Insert tab, open the Links menu and click Link. In this new window, switch to Place in this document on the left. Then find your bookmark, which in this case is Activity. Select it and hit OK. Note the new appearance of the word Activity. The underline indicates that it's a link. Let's do the same for the other 2 bookmarks. Select the word, then open the Links menu, select the bookmark name, and hit OK. And then one more time, select the word, open the Links menu, select the bookmark, and hit OK. To jump to these points in the document, we just need to click while holding Control. So to jump to the graph, hold Control, then click the link. And as simple as that, we've jumped to this bookmark. If the Control-click function isn't working for you, it may be turned off. To turn it on, go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced. Then make sure to check Use Control-click to follow the hyperlink. Bookmarks are a great way to make navigating large documents much easier. This has been a basic overview of inserting bookmarks in Word 2019. A caption is a short description that helps readers identify the contents of an illustration, graph, or table. Word allows you to insert manual or automatic captions, giving the visual elements of your document more context. To begin adding captions, find the first figure in your document and select it by clicking it. Then switch to the References tab. From within the Captions toolset, select Insert Captions. This will open a new window where we can specify the type of caption we would like to appear. We can give a caption a specific name in the top field. Let's call this Homatic Office. Below, we have options to change the label. Currently, the label is set to a figure. We can change it to one of Word's default presets from the Label drop-down menu. If the default labels don't give a correct description, you can create a new label by clicking the New Label button below. Let's add the label image. Note the updated caption in the top field. If you don't want the label to appear as part of the caption, just check the Exclude Label from Caption box. We can also choose to display the caption either above or below the item from the Position drop-down menu. Let's leave it below. Click OK to caption your selected item. I'm just going to zoom in so we have a better look at our caption. As you can see, we have successfully added our first caption. Let's add some more. I'm just going to scroll down to another image in this document. We can access the same caption menu as before by right-clicking the item and then selecting Insert Caption from the drop-down menu. And here again, we can name and configure our caption. This time, let's exclude the label from the caption and select OK. We have successfully added our second caption. We can even insert auto captions so that any table or figure will automatically be captioned once inserted. Within the Captions toolset, open the Caption menu again by selecting the Insert Caption button, and then select the Auto Caption button at the bottom left of the menu. We're going to create auto captions for tables, so we need to find Microsoft Word Table from the list. Once selected, we can choose the kind of label we would like to use. Let's go with Table. And just below, we can choose where to position the caption. Let's leave it below. We can also choose how to display the numbering. We can use numbers, letters, or Roman numerals. Click OK once you're happy with the changes. So now if we create a table, it will be automatically captioned by Word. I'm just going to scroll down in the document so we can find some text ready to be put in a table. Select the text, then switch to the Insert tab, open the Tables menu on the left of the ribbon, and select Convert Text to Table. I'm going to select Autofit to Contents, and separate text at commas. Click OK to create your table. As you can see, our table has been automatically captioned. This can be very useful when working on a large document where you may need to keep track of multiple elements. It can also save you a lot of time rather than manually captioning each element. This has been a basic overview of inserting a caption in Word for Office 365. Word allows you to organize and keep track of the different illustrations in a document with a table of figures. Much like a table of contents, the table of figures can be updated automatically and adjusted to show the figure's page number and name. Before you create a table of figures, your document needs to contain caption images and figures. Without captions, Word won't recognize the figures and you won't be able to insert a table of figures. If we scroll down this document, we can see that I've already captioned different images. Figure 1, Figure 2, Table 1, and so on. This means we can now add a table of figures. First, go to the References tab. Then select Insert a Table of Figures from within the Captions toolset. This will open a new window with configuration options for our table. On the left we have the Print preview, and on the right we have the Web preview. If you're uploading your document to the web, you can choose to use hyperlinks instead of page numbers with this checkbox. If printing, we have some more options. We can choose to show page numbers or not. And below, we can choose to align said numbers to the right. I like to align my numbers to the right as it makes the table of figures more legible. And we can choose how to separate the title and page numbers with the Tab Leader drop-down menu. Let's leave it as a dashed line for now. At the bottom portion of the window, we have some general options. We can format how text will be displayed with one of the presets. Let's go with Classic. Note that we can only create a table for one caption type at a time. So when we create this table, only elements with the caption figure will be created. If you would like to create a table for a different caption, just find it from the Label drop-down menu. Once you're happy with all changes, click OK to insert the table of figures to your document. As you can see, we have successfully inserted a table of figures for all the figures in this document. Let's add another table of figures but for a different type. Return to the same menu as before. And this time in the Caption Label drop-down menu, I'm going to select Table. And click OK. As you can see, we have now added a table of figures for all the tables in this document. With our tables of figures added, we can now jump to these points in the document by clicking while holding Ctrl on your keyboard like so. Keeping a table of figures is a good way to log and keep track of the different visual elements in your document. This is especially important for large documents. This has been a basic overview of creating a table of figures in Word for Office 365. Word allows you to cross-reference, meaning you can link to other parts of the same document. Cross-referencing can be useful, especially if a figure or page is referred to several times. Along with the bookmark function, cross-referencing is a good way to simplify navigation within your document. Currently, I have a document open where I already inserted some bookmarks at different sections. The headings are Guarantee, Catalog, Contact Us, and the cover page. I want to cross-reference these bookmarks from this custom table of contents. After we add cross-references, we should be able to jump to these bookmarks in the document from here. To begin adding cross-references, first switch to the Insert tab. Then make sure your insertion point is placed after the section you'll be cross-referencing, which for us is our guarantee. Then open the Links menu and select Cross-Reference. From this new menu, we can choose the reference type and what we are referencing to. Firstly, let's select the reference type. We placed bookmarks in the document earlier, so our reference type is bookmarks. Then from the list below, we need to choose which bookmark we are referencing. Because of where we placed our insertion point earlier, we should select Guarantee. And we want to display the page it appears on, so we'll select Page Number from the drop-down menu on the top right. Then select Insert to add the cross-reference. Just going to move this out of the way so we can see our contents better. Anyone reading our document will now know that this section appears on page 5, and that clicking on the contents while holding Ctrl will bring you to that point in the document. Let's add some more cross-references. Move the insertion point to the next item in the contents. Note that we can work on the document itself and keep the cross-reference window open. This time we need to select the bookmark catalog. And rather than referencing the page number, this time let's reference the paragraph number. Again, click Insert to add the cross-reference. We don't necessarily have to reference a specific point in the text. We can simply have Word display whether the section is above or below the contents. Let's demonstrate this for the last two bookmarks. Like before, move the insertion point. Then select Contact from the list in the cross-reference menu. But this time select Above/Below from the menu on the top right. Then click Insert. And then do the same for the last bookmark. Move the insertion point. Select the bookmark. And click Insert. As you can see, we have successfully added cross-references to our document. I'm just going to close this window because we don't need it anymore. To jump to any of these points in the document, simply click the cross-reference while holding Ctrl. This has been a basic overview of using the cross-reference function in Word for Office 365. When editing layout in Word, we can use the outline mode to give a clear overview of the structure of our document. You can easily visualize the hierarchy of headings and then promote or demote individual sections in your document. We can even change where our document sections are placed. To utilize outline mode, you need to make sure Word recognizes your headings and subheadings. I have the navigation pane open to display that our different headings are correctly formatted, meaning we can use outline mode. I'll just close this before we continue as it's no longer needed. To activate outline mode, first switch to the View tab. Then within the Views toolset, select the Outline button. With outline mode activated, we can clearly see the hierarchy of our document. The left-sided pane displays the text style. For example, we know that Introduction is formatted to heading 1 and the below text is formatted to normal. Within the text itself, we can see the different levels of headings or text based on the indentation. The further in the text is, the higher the level it has. The higher the level, the less important the text usually is. With this in mind, we now know that this text has a higher level than the heading. If you're unsure of the level of certain text, just move your insertion point. The level will be displayed within the Outline Tools toolset. Currently, outline mode is showing all levels. If you would only like to see one level, we can do so from the drop-down menu. Let's show only level 1. Level 1 usually houses main titles and headings. As you can see below, where it is now only showing the main titles of our document. We can do the same for level 2. Note that level 1 headings are still being shown. This is because level 2 headings are subheadings of level 1. We can expand the contents of a specific heading directly in the document by double-clicking the plus sign beside a title. To collapse the content, just double-click the plus sign again. Now let's take a look at actually restructuring our document. Say we want to demote the level of our service so that it's a subheading of Why Homotic. We can do so by first selecting our service, and then clicking the green right arrow within the Outline Tools toolset. To promote a heading, just click the left green arrow. But let's leave it as level 2. As you can see, the heading has been successfully demoted, making it a subheading of the Why Homotic heading. We can even change the order of sections in our document in outline mode. For example, let's move the Contact heading to above the Why Homotic heading. First, select Contact. Then click the blue upward arrow within the Outline Tools toolset. Let's leave outline mode and see have our changes taken place. Click the red X icon from the ribbon to close outline view. If we scroll through a document, we can now see that the Contact section precedes Why Homotic, and we can see that our service is now a subheading of Why Homotic. Outline mode can make restructuring your document a simple, streamlined process. This has been a basic overview of planning and restructuring your document in Word 2019. The Outline view in Word allows you to create a master document. A master document contains one or more subdocuments that can be linked to or fully integrated into your master document. These subdocuments can then be accessed easily from a single central location. Before we integrate any documents, we first need to activate Outline mode. Switch to the View tab. Then within the Views toolset, select the Outline button. In this mode, we will now be able to insert subdocuments. I'm just going to show only level 1 so that we have less clutter on the screen. Next, we need to choose where we want to insert our subdocument. Let's say we want to place it after the Who Are We heading. Simply place the insertion point after the heading, then hit Enter on your keyboard. This will create space for our subdocument. Within the Master Document toolset, select Show Document. This will expand the toolset to display more commands. Of these new commands, we want to select Insert. Then from this new window, we need to find our subdocument, select it, and hit Open. If both documents have styles with the same name, you will be prompted with a message asking if you would like to rename the subdocument style. To help distinguish between both documents, I'm just going to select Yes to all. As you can see, we have successfully inserted a subdocument. Any subdocuments you insert will be enclosed by a grey rectangle like so. To add a second subdocument, just follow the same steps as before. Create space for it with the Enter key. I want to insert a document after the Why Homotic heading this time. Then press the Insert button. Find your second file and click Open. Again, we are prompted with the same message, and again we'll select Yes to all. As you can see, our second subdocument has been successfully integrated. Documents can get a bit long and tangled when you integrate several subdocuments. A handy way to avoid this is by collapsing the subdocuments. To do so, simply click the Collapse Subdocuments button within the Master Document toolset. Click OK to save changes. This will reduce the subdocuments down to links. To expand the subdocuments again, just click the Expand Subdocuments command. If you would like to view a subdocument in isolation, just double-click the icon in the top left of the grey rectangle. I'm just going to close this and return to the master document. And I'll collapse the subdocuments again so they're not in the way. Let's return to the document and see how our subdocuments appear in normal view. If we scroll through, we can see the links to our subdocuments. This is a good way to display them as it will keep the document small and avoid confusion. This has been a basic overview of creating a master document in Word 2019. Illustrating your Word document with images is a good way to make it more interesting. In this video, we look at inserting an image from the internet, inserting an image as a file, and more. We have our document open on an empty page where our images will go. Like inserting anything else, we must first be aware of where our insertion point is. This indicates where our image will go, so it's important to know where it is. Firstly, let's look at adding an image from the internet. We can copy an image directly from a browser. Let's open Microsoft Edge. Then search for an image. Let's search for renewable energy images. Remember to switch to Images on the search results page. Then click the image you would like to copy to expand it. This is important as expanding displays the correct resolution. If you copy a thumbnail, the image you paste will appear thumbnail sized. With the image expanded, we'll right-click it, and select Copy from the drop-down menu. Now that the image has been copied to the clipboard, let's return to our document. I'm just going to minimize the Edge window. Then right-click in Word and select Paste Picture. And as easy as that, we've inserted an image from the internet. We can resize this image by first selecting it, and then clicking and dragging one of the surrounding points like so. We can even add images from the web directly in Word. Switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Illustrations toolset, select Online Pictures. From this new window, we can search for pictures like we would with Bing in a browser. We can search for pictures in OneDrive from here too. Again, let's search for the word renewable using the above search field. Note that by default, Word will only display images with a Creative Commons license. This means that these images are free to be used by us without having to worry about copyright. To insert an image, simply select it, then click the blue Insert button at the bottom right of the window. Again, we can resize it like we did with the first image. We can also insert any images saved to the computer from File. Again, switch to the Insert tab. Select Pictures from the Illustrations toolset. Then find your file. Mine is saved to my desktop. Select it and click Insert. This isn't the only way we can insert pictures from File. I'm just going to delete this image for the time being, and then resize the Word window so our picture file is visible on our desktop. We can insert this image by simply clicking and dragging the file into the document. And like before, I'm just going to resize this image. Note that this method isn't limited to files on your desktop. Files can be dragged and dropped from other locations like folders too. Before we go on, I'll just resize the Word window. If your document contains many images that are slowing it down, you can replace them with placeholders. Before we do this, we need to make sure that the images are set to inline with text. To check this, select the image, then open the Layout Options menu. And here we can see that the image is set to inline with text. We can now replace these with placeholders. Go to File, then select Options, and switch to Advanced. And scroll down to the Show Document Content heading. Then check the Show Picture Placeholders box, and click OK. As you can see, we have successfully replaced the images with placeholders. This is handy to know if you're still adding text to your document and need Word to run smoothly. This has been a basic overview of inserting images in Word 2019. The screenshot function in Word allows you to take screenshots of different windows and insert them to your document. You can also screenshot only certain parts of your screen with screen clipping. Screenshots are a good way to display what something on screen looks like. For example, say we want to display the results page from a browser. Because Word doesn't recognize Edge browsers yet, I'm just going to open an Internet Explorer one. And I'm going to search for Smart Home because I want to include the search results in my document. And I want to display the results from the Video tab. This is the window we want to include in our document. Return to the document without minimizing the browser window, as Word won't be able to take a screenshot if it's been minimized. Switch to the Insert tab. Within the Illustrations toolset, open the Screenshot menu on the right. Any open windows would appear here as previews ready to be screenshotted. As you can see, the Internet Explorer window is being displayed here. Click the preview to insert it into the document as a screenshot. Because the screenshot is from a web browser, Word will ask us if we would like to hyperlink our screenshot. Let's go with yes. Once the screenshot has been inserted, we can adjust it like we would with any other image or picture. And because we chose to add a hyperlink, anyone reading this document can open the page the screenshot was taken from by clicking the screenshot while holding Control. To disable screenshot hyperlinks, go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced. Then check the Do Not Automatically Hyperlink Screenshot box. We leave it as is for now though. Taking screenshots is not just limited to pages from the web, where it can take a screenshot of any program in Windows. For example, let's open PowerPoint and open a presentation we want to screenshot for our document. Once you have the page you want to screenshot open, we need to return to Word without minimizing PowerPoint. We can do so by clicking on the window itself or by clicking the Word icon on the taskbar. Then in Word, switch to the Insert tab and open the same screenshot menu as before. This time we can see the preview for our PowerPoint window. And like before, just click it to insert it. We've added our PowerPoint screenshot, but it includes the ribbon and sidebar, which are kind of distracting. If you only want to take a screenshot of part of the screen, we can do so with Word's Screen Clipping tool. Return to the Screenshot menu via the Insert tab, and this time select the Screen Clipping option at the bottom of the menu. This will automatically minimize Word and turn your cursor into a crosshair. To take a screenshot, just click and drag over the area you would like to screenshot. Once you release your mouse, Word will reopen with the screenshot in place. We can even take a screenshot of toolbars. This can be handy if you need to log the date and time. Open the Screenshot menu via the Insert tab once again. Select Screen Clipping. Then simply click and drag over the taskbar like previously shown. The screenshot tool can be very useful if you're creating a document that includes instructions with several steps. This has been a basic overview of taking a screenshot in Word 2019. Word has a number of universally recognizable icons that can be inserted into a document. Once inserted, these icons can be further customized and stylized to fit the look of your document. Icons are a great way of quickly and simply illustrating ideas. Currently, we have a document open with an icon already in place. This is what we'll be inserting. I'm just going to scroll down to a blank space where we can insert our icons. To begin, switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Illustrations toolset, select the Icons button. This will open the Icons menu. On the right we have displayed all of the icons available in Word. Icons are separated into different categories like people and technology. We can scroll through this list to try and find a suitable icon. If you have a particular icon in mind, you can jump straight to one of the categories by clicking one from the list on the left portion of the window, like so. We can insert several icons simultaneously. To do so, simply select the icons you would like to insert. Note that when you select an icon, it will be marked with a blue check sign. This allows us to keep track of the icons we've already marked. To insert the selected icons, simply click the blue Insert button at the bottom right of the window. Once inserted, icons will then behave like images would. We can move them around by clicking and dragging. And we can resize them with the surrounding handles. We can also format an icon's color like you would with a shape. Right-click the icon. Note that an extra menu appears beneath the standard drop-down menu. From here, we can give the icon a custom outline.
or a custom fill. Or we can choose from one of Word's preset styles. Let's go with this option. To remove an icon, simply select it, then press the delete key on your keyboard. This has been a basic overview of inserting icons in Word 2019. If your document contains images, figures, or icons, you need to know how to adjust the text wrapping options. Images can be treated like words, surrounded by text, placed behind or in front of text, and more. In this video, we'll look at the different ways text can interact with images. Each image or icon has its own text wrapping options menu. To access this menu, first select the object, then click the small square icon that appears to the top right. This is the Layout Options menu. Broadly speaking, there are two layout options, inline with text and with text wrapping, which has its own variations. Inline with text makes the object act as if it were a word. We can move this object by clicking and dragging. The black line indicates the icon's destination. Note how it occupies space like a word would, only much bigger. When you set an object to inline with text, Word can only align it in relation to the page or margins. Let's reopen the layout options and look at how we can adjust the text wrapping. If we select square, text will wrap around an invisible square surrounding the icon like so. And if we move the object, we can see how text adjusts to wrap around it. The next option is tight, which will make text wrap closer around the actual shape of the object. The true option will allow text to fill in gaps in an object's shape. This is usually only used with larger objects. The top and bottom function will only allow text to wrap above or below the object. We can set the object to appear behind text. This is mainly used for stylistic elements like background pictures or textures. And we can also have an object appear in front of text. Note that this will obscure any text it's placed in front of, so it's only used stylistically. At the bottom of the Layout Options menu, we have the option to move the object with text or fix its position on the page. We can manually configure the wrapping style if we select See More. And then switch to the Text Wrapping tab. From this menu, we can adjust each individual wrapping style. Let's customize the square style. We can choose to have text wrap on both sides, left only, right only, or only the largest side. And at the bottom, we can adjust each individual side's distance from the text. Note that when you adjust this, it will only affect the selected object. For example, let's increase the distance from the text on the right side. Click OK when you're happy with the changes. And as you can see, our changes have taken place. By default, the text wrap style for objects is in line with text. If you don't like this, we can change it if we go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced. Then scroll down to the Cut, Copy and Paste headings. Then open the Insert Picture As drop-down menu. And choose the new default text wrapping settings. This has been a basic overview of adjusting text wrapping options in Word 2019. You can stylize images in Word with a few different tools. You can give images frames or borders to create a uniform look, or use effects to make them stand out. To begin, first we need to select the image, then switch to the Format tab, where we will be making changes from the Picture Styles toolset. If we open the Quick Styles menu, we can see a number of preset styles we can quickly add to our document. Hovering over any of these in the menu will preview the style in the document itself. The preset styles can be a good way to improve the look of your document, especially if you are artistically challenged. Simply click a style to apply it. If there are certain aspects of a style you don't like, You can manually configure them from the Picture Styles toolset. Let's look at adjusting the image border. Open the Picture Border menu. From here we can change the border color. We can choose from one of the theme or standard colors. Selecting the theme color is a good idea if you want to maintain stylistic consistency throughout your document. We can make further adjustments to the border. Hover your cursor over Weight, then select More Lines. This will open a side panel on the right with options to change our border style. We can choose to have no line, a solid line, or a gradient line. Let's go with a gradient line. And just below, you can further tweak these settings to achieve your desired look. I'm happy with mine though, so I'll leave it as is. We can apply effects to pictures to give your document more style. Open the Pictures Effects menu within the Picture Styles toolset. We can apply a shadow to give an image more depth. We can apply a reflection to an image, giving it a sleeker look. Use a glow to make your image pop out more. The Soften Edges effect will naturally soften edges. And the Bevel and 3D commands allow you to manipulate your image in 3D space. Let's give this image a reflection. And lastly, within the Picture Styles toolset, we can change the picture layout. This can make arranging, captioning, or resizing the image easier. This has been a basic overview of using image styles in Word 2019. Word allows you to perform basic editing on images. You can adjust the brightness, contrast, and even coloring of an image. We look at these and more in this video. As you can see, we have a document open with an image, but it's a bit flat and colorless. We can change this in Word. First, select the image. Then switch to the Format tab, where we will be making changes from within the Adjust toolset. Within the Corrections menu, we can adjust the sharpness, brightness, and contrast. Softening an image can make it appear warmer, but if the effect is too strong, details can become a bit blurry. Conversely, sharpening the image makes the details more pronounced, but at the cost of color. Just below, we can adjust the brightness and contrast. The further right an option is, the higher the brightness, while the further down you go, the higher the contrast. With this in mind, let's select the middle option as it should give us a nice balance between the two. Our image already looks much better. Within the Color menu, we have options to adjust saturation, tone, and coloring. Saturation is the intensity of color in an image. If the saturation is too low, the image will appear black and white. But if it's too high, the image will have a kind of fake, sickly look. Color tone is concerned with the temperature of the image. We can make the image appear cooler, which will enhance the blues, or warmer, which will enhance the reds. And just below, we can choose to recolor the image entirely. And if we hover over More Variations, we can choose a custom color to recolor with. We won't do this right now though. We can make drastic changes to the image texture within the Artistic Effects menu. You can imitate pencil or brush strokes and much more from this menu. Let's go with the pencil grayscale effect. Knowing how to edit images in Word can give you greater control when stylizing your document. This has been a basic overview of editing an image in Word 2019. Hyperlinks give quick access to websites, email drafts, and even other documents. Word automatically recognizes website addresses and email addresses, but you can also manually insert and modify your own hyperlinks. Currently, we have a brochure open. We want this to act as a kind of hub for different contact details. We can do this with hyperlinks. We want a link to a website, a contact email, and another document with further information.
Before we add our links though, we need to make sure that Word will automatically recognize them. Go to File, then Options, and switch to Proofing. From here, select the Autocorrect Options button. In this new window, switch tabs to Auto Format as you type. Then just make sure that the Internet and Network Paths with Hyperlink is checked. Without this, Word won't automatically change websites or email addresses into hyperlinks, giving us more work than we need. Let's return to our document and add some hyperlinks. Let's add a link to a website first. Move your insertion point to where the link will be. Then simply type the link out like you would with any other text. I'm just going to copy and paste it for the sake of brevity. Once you finish typing, press space to convert the text into a hyperlink. Note that the text is now colored and underlined, indicating that it's a functional link. I'll just resize the text box so the link is fully visible. Anyone reading this document can now access this website by clicking this link while holding Control. Next, let's add an email. Like before, move the insertion point. Then type the email address. And hit space. Again, note the new appearance of our text. We can insert hyperlinks manually too. For example, let's convert this text into a hyperlink that links to another Word document. Select the text, then switch to the Insert tab. Open the Links menu, and select Link. In this new window, we can then choose where we are linking to. Note above that the text we selected earlier is in the Text to Display field. The left portion of the window displays the different places we can link to. Because we are linking to another document, we should select the first option. Then if we open the Look In drop-down menu, we can see the different locations on our computer. Our file is saved on the desktop, so let's select Desktop from here. Then find the file on your list, select it, and hit OK. Note once more the new appearance of our text. We can edit links even after they've been added to the document. Let's change the link to our website to something shorter. Right-click it, then select Edit Hyperlink from the drop-down menu. This will open the same menu as earlier. This time, let's change the text to Display field. Let's change it so it displays Homotic website. Note that this one changes the link only how it's displayed. I'll just rearrange this. Our hyperlinks look much cleaner and more professional now. After adding links, it's important to double check that they work. To open a hyperlink, just click while holding Control. We now know our website link works. Let's just return to Word and test the email link. Again, click while holding Control. After clicking an email hyperlink, the default email client will open a draft with the linked email in the Send field. And lastly, click the final link while holding Control to see if it works. As you can see, we have been brought to a separate document, meaning our links are fully functional. This has been a basic overview of adding hyperlinks to a document in Word 2019. Word allows you to insert and embed videos from a variety of online sources. Inserting a video from an online source is a good idea if you plan on sharing the document, as anyone viewing the document will also be able to see the video. To begin, switch to the Insert tab. Then move your insertion point to where you want the video to appear. Then select Online Video from the middle of the ribbon. You can search for videos on YouTube or paste an embed code directly. Let's search YouTube for Homotic. The search results will be displayed below. If you click on a thumbnail, the video title and creator will be displayed at the bottom left of the window. To insert a video, first select it,
Then click the Insert button at the bottom right of the window. The video will be embedded in the document where it can be adjusted like an image. We can rotate it with the above arrow icon, or resize it with the surrounding white handles. I'll just make this a bit smaller so it fits with the text on the first page. To open the YouTube player, click the play icon on the preview. From here, we just have to press the play icon once more. The video will be played with YouTube's standard player. We can play or pause the video by clicking anywhere on the screen, or by clicking the play or pause icons at the bottom left of the screen. We can skip to different points in the video by clicking on the navigation bar along the bottom of the window. Volume can be adjusted if we hover our cursor over the speaker icon, and adjust the slider to the left or right. Click the speaker icon itself to mute or unmute the video. We can view the settings by clicking the cog icon. We can adjust the speed and quality of the video from here. And if we click the YouTube logo at the bottom right, the video will open in YouTube in a new browser. Click the square icon at the bottom right to activate full screen mode. We won't do that right now though. To return to the document, just click anywhere outside the player but still within the Word window. Note that if you leave the video and then reopen it, the video will start again from the beginning. To delete a video, just select it, then press the delete key on your keyboard. This has been a basic overview of inserting a video into a document in Word 2019. Word allows you to insert 3D models into your document. You can insert models you have saved on your computer or choose from Word's collection of online 3D models. Firstly, let's look at the two different ways we can insert a model from file. As you can see, we have our 3D model file here on our desktop. To insert this, simply click and drag the file to the document. And as simple as that, we've added our first 3D model. We can also insert from file manually. Switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Illustrations toolset, click the arrow beside 3D models and select from a file. Find your file from the new window. Mine is saved to the desktop. Select it and click Insert. Now we have two 3D models in our document. We can rearrange them like we would with images, but note that Word will probably run slowly as it takes more time to process 3D objects. If you don't have any 3D files saved to your computer, you can find and use some from Word's online collection. Return to the Insert tab, and within the Illustrations toolset, select the 3D model button. We can search for a specific model in the above search field, or browse the different categories below. To insert a 3D model, first select it, then click the Insert button at the bottom right. I'll just rearrange this too. What makes 3D models interesting is that you can manipulate them in 3D space and display them from any angle you choose. After selecting a model, just click and drag the middle icon and play around with the different angles. This has been a basic overview of inserting 3D models into a document in Word 2019. After you've inserted a 3D model into your document, you can further format it. Word allows you to resize, rotate, and arrange 3D models. We'll look at these and more in this video. Firstly, let's see how we can identify if an object is 3D or not. Once selected, any 3D object will display an orbit icon indicating that it can be manipulated in 3D space. So if we select the light bulb, we can see the orbit icon being displayed, meaning it's a 3D object.
And if we quickly select the owl icon, we can see the orbit symbol is absent, meaning it's not 3D. Let's look at resizing a 3D object. With the object selected, we can adjust the size with the surrounding handles, like so. Just click and drag one of the corner handles and adjust it to your desired size. Note that 3D models may take a little longer to respond to commands. When you select a 3D model, a new Format tab will appear on the ribbon. Click here to view different options on formatting your 3D object. We can adjust the size manually from the Size toolset. Just enter measurements into one of these fields. Note that if you change the height, the width will change accordingly to maintain the aspect ratio. And I'll just rearrange this light bulb. What makes 3D objects interesting is their ability to be viewed from any angle. We can change this in two different ways. We can adjust the view by clicking and dragging the orbit icon on the object itself. We can rearrange the view to display any angle we want. Where it also has a list of 3D model views we can quickly apply from within the 3D Model Views toolset. The list contains the most common angles. Simply click one to apply it to the object. Arranging the model on the page follows essentially the same principles as with other objects. We can adjust the position to in line with text, or choose one of the set locations with text wrapping. We can adjust the text wrapping options like any other object. Let's set it to square, and then manually move the object when arrows appear beneath the cursor. If two objects share the same space, we can bring the selected object forward or send it backwards with the buttons in the Arrange toolset. A handy tool to use when rearranging objects is the Selection pane. This pane displays the different objects in the document. Clicking one of these will select it in the text itself. Click the eye icon to the right to either show or hide the object. This can be a good way to avoid confusion and frustration when rearranging your objects. And lastly, we can align the object the same way we would with any other object. Let's go back to the Format tab and open the Align menu, and then just realign this to the center. To reset the model to its default settings, just click the Reset 3D Model button from within the Adjust to toolset. This has been a basic overview of formatting a 3D model in Word 2019. Adding a watermark to a document is a good way to indicate if it's official or confidential. Word allows you to add a graphic to the background to act as a watermark. We look at these and more in this video. To begin, first switch to Design. Then within the Page Background toolset, open the Watermark drop-down menu. We can choose from one of its presets or find more watermarks from office.com. We can create a custom watermark if we select Custom Watermark from the bottom of the menu. From this new window, we can choose to create a picture or text watermark. Let's create a text one. From the text field, we can choose from some of the default options, or enter custom text manually. Just below, we can change the watermark's font. Let's go with Arial. We can manually adjust the size below. I like to keep it set to auto so it fits the page. We can also change the color like any other text. Note that the document contents should still be visible with a watermark, so try not to pick something too distracting. Then just beside the color menu, we can choose to make the watermark semi-transparent or not. I like to keep this checked to make sure the document is still legible. And lastly, you can display the watermark diagonally or horizontally. Let's keep it set to diagonal so it's more visible. Once you're happy with your watermark, select Apply. As you can see, we have successfully given our document a watermark. We'll just close this menu for now because we don't need it anymore. Another good way to indicate that a document is just a draft is by changing the page color. Open the Page Color menu within the Page Background toolset. Then select a new page color. Because a different page color can be distracting, we can then make the page appear white through the settings. Go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced, and scroll to the Show Document Content heading. Then from here, uncheck the Show Background Colors box, and click OK. So now the page appears white, but if someone were to try and print it, it would print as the color we changed it to earlier. This is another handy way to protect your document. This has been a basic overview of inserting a watermark in Word 2019. Word allows you to create custom diagrams and flowcharts with shapes. These can be from one of Word's presets or a custom freehand shape. We look at adding and customizing different shapes in this video. Say we want to create a custom flowchart for different parts of a company. We should represent these parts with different shapes and arrows. First, switch to the Insert tab. Then, within the Illustrations toolset, open the Shapes menu. Word has an array of shapes to choose from, but for now, let's just add an ellipse. After you select the shape, your cursor will turn into a crosshair. Simply click and drag over an area to create your custom shape. Then release when you found the right size. And just like that, we have added an ellipse. Note that once you add a shape, a new Format tab will automatically be selected. With the shape selected, we can then add text by simply typing. Let's assign this shape to represent management. Let's add another shape. This time, open the Shapes menu from the left of the Format ribbon. This time, let's add a rectangle. Again, note how the cursor changes to a crosshair. Click and drag over the area to add the shape. And type to add text. You can even copy and paste shapes. This can save you lots of time if you want to add the same shape multiple times. To copy a shape, first select it by clicking the border. Then press Ctrl C on your keyboard. To paste the shape, press Ctrl V. As you can see, we have added another rectangle. I'll just rearrange this by clicking and dragging it. When you paste the shape, it will be identical to the original, allowing you to create a flowchart with more symmetry. Let's paste this shape one more time. Just press Ctrl V again. And rearrange it. We now have 3 rectangles, but the text is the same for each. We can change this by simply double-clicking the text and typing the new word. Let's assign this rectangle to represent sales, and this one to represent R&D. Each shape now has its own text, but it's still hard to distinguish them because they share the same color and style. Let's make some changes. First, select the shape. Then open the Shape Styles menu. From here, we can choose from one of the preset styles. These are generated to fit the document's theme, so they're handy if you want to maintain stylistic consistency. Click one to apply it to the selected shape. Let's do the same for the other 2 shapes. Select it, and select a new style from the Shape Styles menu. And one more time, select the shape, and choose a new style from the Shape Styles menu. We can also add arrows to our flowchart. Reopen the Shapes menu, and select Line Arrow under the Lines heading. Adding a line follows the same principle as adding a shape. Just click and drag from the line's start to finish. We are not just limited to straight arrows. We can add an elbow arrow for the shape on the right. Just click and drag to add it. Then readjust it with the handles. We can even draw freehand lines. Reopen the Shapes menu and select the Freeform Scribble tool. Then just freehand draw your new line. Like with shapes, we can even change a line's style from the Shape Style toolset. Let's give this line an arrowhead. We can also create hand-drawn shapes. Open the Shapes menu and select the Freeform Shape icon under the line heading. Then just freehand your new shape. Let's create something a bit more abstract than the presets. This shape can then be customized the same way as with Word's preset shapes. Just type to add text and apply a new style from the Shape Styles menu. This has been a basic overview of creating a diagram with shapes in Word 2019.
You can use the Freeform Shape command in Word to create a custom shape. In this video, we look at inserting, editing, and formatting a custom shape. To begin, let's switch to the Insert tab. And within the Illustrations toolset, open the Shapes menu. Word has many shapes to choose from, but if you can't find what you're looking for, you can create a custom shape. Under the Lines heading, select the Freeform tool on the right. Note that the cursor will turn into a crosshair. We just need to click and drag to create our shape. Let's create something abstract. Note that to create a shape, the line must eventually return to its starting point. If you don't do this, you'll end up with just a line. Release your mouse when the preview shape appears filled. Now that we've created a custom shape, we can interact with it like any other shape. We can adjust the layout options from the Layout Options menu. Let's set this to tight. And move the object around by simply clicking and dragging. To add text to the shape, just begin typing when you have the shape selected. We can even change the path of a shape after it's been created. Within the Insert Shapes toolset, open the Edit Shape menu. Then select Edit Points. The shape's outline will be marked by black points. These mark where the shape's path can be changed. Click and drag a point to edit the shape. Note that when you select a point, it will be flanked by two white handles. These handles control the curve and how this point interacts with its neighboring points. Within the Shape Styles toolset, we can change the color of our shape and apply effects. We can choose from one of Word's presets, or change the fill and outline manually. We can even apply effects. Let's give this shape a shadow. Creating a custom shape is a handy tool to use when Word's predefined shapes don't have what you're looking for. This has been a basic overview of creating a custom shape in Word 2019.
Arranging items on a page is a necessary skill to have when organizing your document. Word allows you to arrange individual items manually or align several items at once. We look at these and more in this video. As you can see, we have a document with different items scattered across the page. We want to arrange these in a way that makes the document neater. We could arrange each object manually. Hover your cursor over an item's border. Note the new icon that appears beneath the cursor. This indicates that by clicking and dragging, we can move this item. This is a quick and easy way to move items, but aligning them neatly this way can be tough. It's much more efficient to use Word's Align tools. It's best to think about items in horizontal or vertical terms when aligning, so let's select the top 3 items first. We have one item selected, so we need to select the next 2 while holding Shift. We now have our 3 horizontal items selected. Next, we need to switch to the Format tab, where we will be making changes from the Align menu within the Arrange toolset. When aligning horizontally, we can align to the top, middle, or bottom item. For example, aligning top will align all items with the highest selected item, which in our case is the John Smith rectangle. As you can see, the Julia and Mike rectangles are now in line with the John Smith ones. I'll just quickly undo this by pressing Ctrl Z so we can demonstrate aligning horizontal items one more time. Reopen the Align menu. And this time let's select Align Bottom. Keep an eye on where the objects move to. As you can see, the John and Mike rectangles have aligned with the Julia one as it was the lowest selected item. If we had selected Align Middle, the items would have aligned to the Mike Smith rectangle. I'm just going to undo this and align the objects to the top item. Next, we need to align our vertical items. I'll just deselect the items we no longer need. Then select the items while holding the Shift key like previously shown. Then open the Format tab and open the Align menu once again. When aligning vertically, we can align to the left, center, or right item. This is essentially the same way as aligning horizontal items. I want to align the rectangles with John Smith, so I'll select Align Left. Our document already looks much neater, but notice the gaps separating rectangles. If some gaps are bigger than others, it can disrupt the symmetry of the layout. We can easily amend this if we open the Align menu. And because we have selected the vertical items, we should select Distribute Vertically. Let's do the same for the horizontal items. Deselect the vertical items and reselect the horizontal ones. I'm doing this by clicking while holding the Shift key. Then open the Align menu and select Distribute Horizontally. We have successfully aligned our items, giving our document a much neater layout. I'm just going to scroll up so we can take a look at aligning overlapping items. If an item is being overlapped, you can bring it forwards or send it backwards with the tools in the Arrange toolset. As you can see here, the homotic shape is overlapping the management shape. As you can see, the management shape is now overlapping the homotic shape. To send it backwards, just select the Send Backwards button within the Arrange toolset. We can also access these tools by right-clicking the selected item and choosing either Bring to Front or Send to Back. This has been a basic overview of arranging items on a page in Word 2019. In Word, the selection pane can be used to manage the objects in your document. You can organize your objects from the selection pane by reordering them, or get a clear overview by hiding or showing certain objects. As you may already know, we can select multiple objects in Word by clicking while holding either Ctrl or Shift. This is fine, but when you have many objects, it's a good idea to use the selection pane. To open the selection pane, first open the Select menu within the Editing toolset. Then select Selection pane from the drop-down menu. This will open the selection pane on the right of the interface with a list of all the objects in this document. Clicking a name from the list will select it in the document itself. And if we select an object directly in the document, note that the selection pane updates too. Also note the names of objects in the selection pane. By default, Word will give objects names based on their shape. That's why we have rectangles 7, 8, and 9 here. This can get confusing, especially if you're working with many objects. so it's a good idea to change the names. To do this, just click an object in the selection pane and type the new name. Let's call this object Sales so we know which one it is. Hit enter when you finish typing. Another handy feature to know when organizing your document is the show or hide command. Show or hide an object by clicking the eye icon beside an object's name in the selection pane. We can show or hide all objects with the Show All or Hide All buttons above. It is important to note that an object's position in the selection pane also corresponds to its placement in the document itself. Let's look at the homotic and management shapes to demonstrate this. As you can see, the homotic shape is covering a portion of the management shape. And if we look at the selection pane, we can see that homotic is above management here too. Let's move homotic below management in the selection pane and see what happens in the document. Select homotic, then click the downward facing arrow to send it back one place. As you can see in the document, the management shape now covers the homotic shape. Click the up arrow to bring an object forward. We can also reorganize shapes in the selection pane by clicking and dragging them like so. And we can access this tool if we right-click the object directly. Then hover your cursor over either Bring to Front or Send to Back. If we select Send to Back, note how the object is moved to the bottom of the list in the selection pane. And if we select Bring to Front, the object will be moved to the top of the list. The selection pane is essential to know when working in a document with many objects. Click the X icon to close the selection pane. This has been a basic overview of using the selection pane in Word 2019. A drawing canvas is a great way to group several shapes or objects. Once placed inside a canvas, several objects can then be treated as one large object. This can be very useful when reorganizing your document. As you can see, we have several different objects on this page. We want to contain these within a drawing canvas. To do this, we first need to select the objects. Within the Editing toolset, open the Select menu. Then click Select Objects. Click and drag over the objects. Make sure to start your click on the page itself. And drag the square over the objects, ensuring that all objects are covered. If the objects aren't fully covered, they won't be selected. Now that we've selected our objects, we can perform the same action on all of them. Let's cut these with Ctrl X so they'll be saved to our clipboard for later use. Next, we need to insert the drawing canvas. Switch to the Insert tab. Then open the Shapes menu and select New Drawing Canvas. The drawing canvas will be placed in the document. Before we paste our objects into the canvas, we need to resize it. Note that we can make the canvas bigger or smaller, and Word will adjust the objects to fit the canvas. Resize the canvas by clicking and dragging the white handles surrounding it. Once you're happy with the size of the canvas, right-click inside it and select Paste. With the elements in a canvas, they are now much more manageable. If we adjust the layout options for the canvas, we are essentially adjusting the options for all objects within it too. Let's set this to square. And move it to the above page by clicking and dragging the border. Note how text wraps around the canvas. If we change the layout to tight, note how the text now occupies space between individual objects. Using canvases means you won't have to adjust each individual object, saving you lots of time. We can even have canvases create automatically for new shapes. To do so, go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced. Then under the Editing Options heading, check the Auto Create Drawing Canvas box. Let's hit OK and return to our document. So now, if we go to Add a Shape, switch to the Insert tab, then open the Shapes menu, and select the shape, we can see that a drawing canvas has automatically been created where we can place our new shape. This has been a basic overview of creating a drawing canvas in Word 2019. The Smart Art tool can be used to add a professional looking graphic to your Word document. These graphics are predefined shape-based diagrams, but they are also highly customizable. We look at inserting a Smart Art graphic in this video. We have a document open with a list of founders for this company. We want to create a graphic that will display their names, roles, and pictures. Smart Art will allow us to put templates in place for these. To begin, switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Illustrations toolset, select the Smart Art button. This will open the Smart Art window. The left portion displays the different categories. Because we want to include images, let's select the Picture category. The middle portion displays the different available graphics. Select one to preview it on the right, along with a short description just beneath. After you've selected a graphic, click OK to insert it. With our Smart Art inserted, we can now begin to replace the placeholders with our own content. Click the arrow on the left of the graphic to get an even cleaner overview of the placeholders. We can see that there's room for 3 images and each image has 2 text placeholders. Click the image icon to begin inserting an image. Let's insert this image from a file. Find your file, mine saved to my desktop, select it, and click Insert. And just like that, we've added our first image. Note that it fits the parameters of the placeholder, so our layout won't be disrupted. Next, let's add the name and role. Click the text placeholder, then type the caption. And do the same for the role. Click the placeholder, then type. Let's close this for now because we don't need it anymore. And I'm just going to zoom in so we have a better view of our layout. We can insert an image by clicking on the element in the actual document. We can add a picture from an online source. We can choose from one of Word's online collection, or even add a picture from a OneDrive account. For now, let's just insert this picture from File. Select the picture, then click Insert. And we can add captions by clicking on the elements directly. We can even insert pictures copied to our clipboard. I'm just going to minimize Word for a second and copy a file from my desktop. Then reopen Word. Right-click the final image box and select Paste. And once again, add the captions by clicking on the elements and typing. Click outside the graphic to deselect it after you've updated the placeholders. This has been a basic overview of inserting a Smart Art graphic in Word 2019. Smart Art graphics are highly customizable. After you've added a graphic, you can easily change the positioning, colors, and style. We look at this and more in this video. Start by selecting the graphic. Notice the 2 new tabs beneath Smart Art Tools. We are going to modify the graphic through this Design tab. We can change the entire layout from the Layout menu. Word has a wide range of layouts to choose from. Click one to apply it. Note that your content will adjust to fit the new layout so nothing will be lost. Next, let's update the graphics colors. Open the Change Colors menu within the Smart Art Styles toolset. Based on your theme, Word will display the different colors available. You can choose a mix of the different theme colors or go exclusively with one of the accents. Let's go with one of the colorful options. Again, note the new appearance of our graphic in the document. We can change the style from the Smart Art Styles menu. Each preset has its own effects, and we can even choose from 3D styles. Again, click an effect to apply it. We can also make changes to individual elements. For example, let's edit Andrew's hexagon. Select the element, then switch to the Format tab. From the Shape Styles toolset, we can change this individual element's fill or outline. Let's give this element a new fill. From the Shapes toolset, we can make it bigger or smaller, or even change the shape entirely. Let's leave it as is for now though. We can change this element's text by first selecting it, then choosing a new fill or outline from within the Word Art Styles toolset. Let's change this to one of the presets. We can even adjust the relationship between elements. Let's return to the Design tab, where we will be making changes within the Create Graphics toolset. We can rearrange elements with the Move Up and Down buttons. Note how the picture moves with the text, again ensuring you don't lose track of the different elements. We can also promote or demote different headings or subheadings. For example, if we select the CEO subheading, and then promote it so that it becomes a more important element, note how a new object is created for it. To demote an element, just click the Demote button. We can add extra bullet points to an object or heading. Click the Add Bullet button, then type. Let's add the bullet point Co-founder. We can add extra elements too. Say we want to include the Marketing Manager in this graphic. Click the Add Shape button within the Create Graphic toolset. Then type the new text and insert the image by clicking the image icon. Let's choose from Word's online collection. This has been a basic overview of modifying a smart art graphic in Word 2019. After you've added a smart art graphic, you can further format it. Make your graphic stand out with different shape styles and text effects. We look at these and more in this video. We first need to select the smart art graphic before we make changes. With this selected, we can now access the Format tab. We can change each individual element's shape from the Shapes toolset. First, select an element within the graphic. Let's change the center picture's shape. Then open the Change Shape menu within the Shapes toolset, and select a new shape. We can increase or decrease a shape's size with the larger and smaller commands. This time, let's adjust the rectangle surrounding the picture. If we make it larger, note how the other elements become smaller to accommodate the shape's new size. This is to ensure all elements stay within the confines of the smart art border. To make an element smaller, just click the Smaller command. We can then rearrange these elements manually by clicking and dragging. I'll just move the captions around so they fit the new rectangle size better. we can change an element's style from the Shape Styles toolset. We can choose from one of Word's presets, or choose a custom fill and outline. Let's select a theme color as a fill. Like with other shapes, we can apply shape effects. Let's give this shape a glow. Next, let's look at how we can format the text in SmartArt Graphics. First, select the text. Then, within the Word Art Styles toolset, we can choose from one of the presets, or apply a custom fill and outline. Let's give this a new fill. And like with shapes, we can apply effects too. Let's give this a shadow. And lastly, let's look at adjusting an element's size. Let's select the caption box as an example. Then open the size menu on the right of the ribbon. From here, we can manually adjust the width and height of the selected object. Keep an eye on the caption box as I make changes from this menu. To delete a SmartArt graphic, first select it, then press the delete key. This has been a basic overview of formatting a SmartArt graphic in Word 2019. If you often use the same items or groups of items in your documents, you can save them to your auto text and quick parts galleries, which will then allow you to insert them into future documents quickly and efficiently. Quick parts and auto text are different parts of essentially the same tool. Quick parts is used for larger items like graphics, whereas auto text is used more for smaller items like names or numbers. Let's look at the quick parts gallery first. Switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Text toolset on the right side of the ribbon, select Quick Parts, which is indicated by the top middle icon. This will open a drop-down menu with a list of any saved items. As you can see, we already have some contact details and a graphic saved to the gallery. These can be easily inserted into any document with a click. You should save items that won't require changing to your Quick Parts gallery. Contacts will be used in many documents, so that's why I've saved them to my Quick Parts gallery. Next, let's look at the Auto Text function. Reopen the Quick Parts menu. From here, hover your mouse over Auto Text. This will display any previously saved auto text items. As you can see, a quote, header, and sign-off name have already been added. Again, clicking on this will add it to the document, but if we right-click on auto text item, we can see further options. We can insert this at the start or end of the document or section, or at the header or footer. Because this is a header, let's place it at the page header. As you can see, we have added a header to our document using auto text. If you have boilerplate text or an item you plan to reuse, you can save it to your Quick Parts or auto text gallery. Let's save this chart to the Quick Parts gallery so it can be reused in other documents. First, we need to select it. Then reopen the Quick Parts gallery and select Save Selection to Quick Part Gallery from the drop-down menu. This will open a new window with saving options. We can rename the item from the top field. Let's call this Budget. And just below, we can choose which gallery to save it in. This is where the item will appear after you've finished saving. Let's leave it as Quick Parts. We can also assign this item to a category, or create a new one for it. And if you would like, you can give an item a description. Once you're happy with the settings, hit OK to save your item. Let's see if the item has been saved. Reopen the Quick Parts gallery. And as you can see, we have successfully saved an item to the Quick Parts gallery. You can further manage your items after you've added them. Right-click an item. To view the properties for just this item, select Edit Properties from the drop-down menu. This will open the same window from earlier. To get an overview of all your building blocks, just right-click any item and select Organize and Delete. This gives us a full list of our building blocks with a preview on the right. We can edit properties, delete or insert items with the below buttons. Let's delete the budget item from the list and select Yes to confirm. Note that when you delete an item from the building blocks gallery, it won't be removed from the document itself. This has been a basic overview of using quick parts in Word 2019. It can be tricky to insert equations manually in Word. Because of this, Word features tools that simplify creating equations. You can copy an equation from an online source or insert it from one of the presets. The first way we will insert an equation is by copying from an online source. I have a Wikipedia page open with the equation we are going to insert. To copy this, first right-click it, then select Copy from the drop-down menu. Let's minimize this window and return to our document. To paste the equation, simply right-click the document and select Paste. As you can see, we have successfully inserted an equation from an online source. The second way we can insert an equation is by choosing from one of Word's presets. Switch to the Insert tab, then open the Equation menu on the right of the ribbon. Here we can see a list of the most commonly used equations. If the equation you're looking for doesn't appear here, Word offers a longer list from office.com. To insert a preset equation, simply click it from the list. Again, we have inserted an equation. However, note that when you insert an equation using Word, you have more formatting options. We can have the equation appear professional or linear. And if we hover over justification, we can see options to align the equation to the left, right, or center. Let's align this left. Note that when you have a preset equation selected, a new Design tab will appear beneath Equation Tools. From this tab, we can insert additional symbols, fractions, scripts, radicals, and more. When inserting extra elements or symbols, note that anywhere you see a dotted square indicates that this element can be personalized. Just click the square, then type. This has been a basic overview of inserting an equation in Word 2019. If you can't find an equation online or Word doesn't provide it in the presets, you can create one manually. You can type it into an equation field manually or handwrite it. We look at creating an equation in this video. To begin, switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Symbols menu on the right side of the ribbon, select Equation. This will insert a blank field where we can add our equation. Also note that a new Design tab will be automatically selected. And I'm just going to align this placeholder to the left. For the sake of demonstration, we are going to reproduce Lagrange's theorem. For normal characters, we can simply type using our keyboard. With this in mind, let's start creating our equation. Simply type out the characters. For more complex characters, we're going to need to use tools from the ribbon. We want to insert a large operator. Note the different groups we can insert from, and that each group has its own presets. If we look at Lagrange's theorem, we can see that we need customizable space above, below, and beside our operator. So we should select the second preset. We can customize these placeholders by clicking them and then typing. If we look at the equation again, we can see that next we need to add 2 elements with subscripts instead of 1 element. To do so, we should open the script menu and select subscript. And let's do that once more. Open the script menu and select subscript. We can now enter our elements by clicking the box and typing. We can navigate through these with the directional arrows on the keyboard. As you can see, we have successfully created a manual equation by typing. Next, let's look at hand drawing an equation. Let's add another blank equation field. Switch to the Insert tab again, and select Equation from within the Symbols toolset. Then within the Tools group, select Ink Equation. From this new window, we can draw out our equation. This is especially handy if you're working with a tablet. Let's write out Lagrange's theorem. Note the preview in the above field. Don't worry about getting it perfect. Word will try and figure out what you meant based on what comes before and after. We can use the Select and Correct tool to correct symbols. Activate the tool, circle the error, and select the correct option from the drop-down menu. If you do make an error, you can erase it with the Erase tool. Once you're happy with the preview, select Insert. Once inserted, we can then format it like we would with other equations. We can change it to linear or professional. And we can also save this equation. Open the Format menu by clicking the grey arrow beside the equation and select Save as New Equation. Let's call this Lagrange's theorem. And select OK. If we return to our equation menu via the Insert tab, we can see that our equation has been successfully saved. This has been a basic overview of creating an equation in Word 2019. You can use Word's chart function to present statistics in a clear way. You can further customize the chart type and manage the data table, meaning you won't have to use a separate spreadsheet application. We have a table here that we want to present in a more digestible way. Before we do this though, we need to insert a default chart with placeholders. Switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Illustrations toolset, select Chart. This will open a new window with a list of available charts. The left plane displays the different categories of charts. Let's select the pie category. The top portion displays the variations available within the selected category. Let's go with the donut chart. And the main portion displays a preview of the chart itself. Once you're happy with your selection, click OK at the bottom of the window. The chart will appear in the document along with a spreadsheet. The chart displays the information in the spreadsheet. By default, Word will use placeholders when you insert a chart. We don't need these though, so we can just delete them. And I'll just readjust the area around which information is pulled from. Like stated earlier, we want the chart to display the consultancy percentage for these 3 quarters. To do so, we can simply copy them with Ctrl-C and paste them into the spreadsheet with Ctrl-V. As you can see, the information in the spreadsheet corresponds to the chart in the document. Let's just close the spreadsheet for now. After you've added a chart, you can still change the type. Select the chart and switch to the New Design tab. And on the right of the ribbon, select Change Chart Type. Let's change this to a bar chart. We can also customize the data. Within the Data toolset, select Edit Data. This will open the same spreadsheet from earlier. Let's add the figures for construction and conception. First, we just need to extend the area information is being pulled from. Then we need to copy it with Ctrl-C and paste it into the spreadsheet. As you can see, the information in the chart has been successfully updated. This has been a basic overview of inserting a chart in Word 2019. After you've added a chart, you can further customize the formatting and style. You can customize the entire chart using Word's presets or alter individual elements to give your chart a personal style. To begin, select your chart. Note the 2 new tabs that appear beneath the Chart Tools label. We will be customizing our charts from these tabs. First, let's switch to Design. Within the Chart Styles toolset, we can see a list of preset styles. These are Word's default styles, each varying in different ways. Hovering over these will preview it in the document itself. Click a style to apply it. Next, let's look at changing the colors from the Change Colors menu. We can choose a colorful scheme or a monochromatic one. These colors are displayed based on the theme currently applied to your document, so you don't need to worry about upsetting stylistic consistency. We can also adjust the layout of our chart from the Quick Layout menu. Each layout has its own combination of elements. For example, in the first layout, we can see that our chart has a title. But if we hover over the 4th layout, we can see that the title no longer appears in our chart. Each one of these varies slightly in this respect. Choose a layout that suits your needs depending on the information you're displaying. Now that we've altered the style of our chart, let's look at making some formatting changes. Switch to the Format tab beneath the Chart Tools label. We can now select and format individual elements. We can select an element by clicking it directly in the chart, or by using the drop-down menu within the Current Selection toolset. Here we can see displayed the different elements of our chart. Let's edit the legend. With this selected, we can now modify the fill, outline, and even apply effects. Let's give this a shadow. Similarly, we can change the text formatting from within the Word Art Styles toolset. We can even view more formatting options if we select the Format Selection button on the left of the ribbon. This will open a new side panel where we can make changes to the selected item. Let's move the legend position to top. Note the new appearance in the chart. If we select a different element like one of the bars, notice the new options available in the Format side panel. With this bar selected, we can now change its position with the other bars by adjusting the series overlap and gap width. Keep an eye on the chart as I make changes here. To select the whole chart, either click on a blank part of the chart or select Chart Area from the drop-down menu on the left of the ribbon. With the chart selected, we can now apply a border, fill and effects to it like previously shown with individual elements. And like previously, we can apply even more effects from the Format side panel. Let's change this fill to a gradient fill. And just below, we have a list of parameters we can adjust to personalize our chart. This has been a basic overview of formatting a chart in Word 2019. Labeling your chart is a good way to contextualize data and statistics, making your document more understandable for readers. Word offers a number of tools to help label your chart. Each chart displays different elements. For instance, we can see that this one has axes and a legend. We can add or remove elements based on what we want to display. To start, first select your chart. Then select the plus icon that appears beside the chart. This displays the active and inactive elements of this chart. To add an element, just click the checkbox beside its name. Let's add a chart title. Click the arrow beside an element to view more options. We can display the title above the chart or centered overlay. And if we select more options, a new side panel will open with more manual customization options. Let's close this for now though. To edit the title, just double-click the placeholder and type the new content. Let's add some more elements. Select the whole chart again by clicking a blank area. Then click the plus icon once again. We can add axis titles. These can provide the chart with more context by identifying what each axis represents. If we click the arrow, we can choose to display only either the horizontal or vertical axis. We can add data labels to display the data with more precision. Note how the exact percentage is shown above each bar. And if we click the arrow, we can choose how we would like them to be displayed. We can toggle or untoggle grid lines. If we click the arrow, again we can change how they get displayed. And if we click the arrow beside legend, we can change its alignment. Let's set this to top. Also note that each of these elements can be customized manually by selecting more options from the arrow drop-down menu. This is the same panel from earlier where we can adjust the selected element's style, effects, alignment and label options. We can even manually adjust elements directly in the chart by clicking and dragging. For example, let's move a data label. Note that if you move a data label, a line will still appear connecting it to the bar, ensuring your readers don't get lost. With Word's tools, you can adjust your charts so that your readers absorb as much information as necessary. This has been a basic overview of labeling a chart in Word 2019. You can insert charts and tables from Excel to Word. Once you've inserted these, you can then modify them in Word. We look at inserting an item from Excel in this video. This is a document we will be inserting to. I have a chart and graphic prepared in an Excel file. So to start, let's open the Excel file. Select the item you want to insert. For us, it's this chart. Copy it with Ctrl+C. Return to the Word document. And press Ctrl+V to paste it. As you can see, we have successfully inserted a chart to our document from an Excel file. This chart is now modifiable. We can change the content or resize it. We can also insert graphics. Reopen Excel. Select the graphic. Press Ctrl+C. Return to Word. This time, rather than pressing Ctrl+V, let's take a look at some of the additional paste options by right-clicking. Note the extra pasting options. When pasting from Excel, we can choose to link the data or not. If we link data, then any value changes made in Excel will also appear in the Word document. Let's select Use Destination Theme but Link Data. This way, the graphic will fit the style in Word, but the data will stay up to date. To demonstrate this, let's reopen Excel and adjust one of the values. Let's change manpower here from 25 to 50. Note the updated chart here. And if we return to Word, we can see that the graphic has been automatically updated here too. Like with charts, any graphics inserted are entirely customizable in Word. Via the Design tab, we can change the style and color, resize it. We also have the option to insert an Excel spreadsheet directly in Word. I'm just going to scroll up and move to a different part in the document to demonstrate this. Switch to the Insert tab. Open the Tables menu on the left of the ribbon and select Excel Spreadsheet. Once inserted, note the ribbon changes to match that in Excel, including formula options. To return to the standard Word interface, just click anywhere outside the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet can be resized and repositioned like a standard Word chart. To delete a spreadsheet, press the Delete key after it's been selected. This has been a basic overview of inserting an item from Excel in Word 2019. Tables can be used to analyze and present data that you want to include in your document. You can create a table from scratch or convert prepared text into a table. We look at these in this video. Here we have a list of items we want to display in a table. When creating tables, it's important to know how many rows and columns you'll need. If we count these items, we know that we need 3 rows and 5 columns. With this in mind, let's switch to the Insert tab and look at how we can insert a table. On the left of the ribbon, open the Tables menu. From this grid, we can insert a custom table. The further down we go, the more rows our table will have. We need 3. And the further across we go, the more columns our table will have. Like stated earlier, we need 5. After you've found the right size for your table, click to insert it. With the table inserted, we can now begin inputting our items. Simply type to add an item. We can jump to the next cell with the Tab key. We can also navigate through cells with the directional arrows on our keyboard. Let's add the rest of our items. Although creating a table and adding items manually is a fairly simple process, it can get a bit tedious, especially if you have many items. A more efficient way of creating a table is by converting text. If you have a list of items you want to convert to a table, you can do so quickly as long as the items are separated by commas. If we look at our original list, we can see that our items are separated by commas. To convert these, first select them, then switch to the Insert tab, open the Tables menu, and select Convert Text to Table. This will open a new window where we can make some configurations. We can adjust the number of columns from the top field, and in the middle portion we can change the column width. Let's change this from auto to 3 centimeters so there's less blank space in our cells. And at the bottom we can choose what to separate text at: paragraphs, commas, tabs, or other. Because our items are separated by commas in the document, we leave it toggled to commas here. Once you're happy with the settings, click OK to convert the text to a table. And as simple as that, we converted text into a table, saving us lots of time. Because we have 2 identical tables now, we should delete one. Select the table by clicking the handle just off the top left corner. Then press the backspace key. This has been a basic overview of creating a table in Word 2019. After you've added a table, you can modify it by adding or removing either rows or columns in several different ways. We look at inserting and deleting items in a table in this video. The first thing we want to add to this table is another column at the end for discounts. We can do this in a few different ways. If we hover our cursor over any of the lines separating columns, we can see a small plus sign appear. Clicking this will insert a column to the right. Let's update our table to include the new heading. We can also insert new cells if we right-click the table, then hover our cursor over Insert. From here we can insert columns to the left or right, or rows above or below. We can access this same menu if we double-click an item in the table and select Insert from the Intelligent toolbar. Here we can see the same commands from earlier. Another way we can access these commands is if we switch to the Table Layout tab. Within the Rows and Columns toolset, we can see the Insert commands here too. Insert above, insert below, insert left, and insert right. Let's insert some more columns. We can also delete cells in a few different ways. To delete a column, hover your cursor over the top line so that it becomes a black arrow. Then click to select the column and press the backspace key to delete. We can also delete cells by right-clicking and then selecting Delete Cells. From this new menu, we have options to delete different cells. We should toggle Delete Entire Column and hit OK. We can access these same commands from the Layout tab. First, move your insertion point to the column you want to delete. Then open the Delete menu and select Delete Columns. Adding or removing rows works in essentially the same way. Instead of inserting left or right, we just need to insert them either above or below. Let's add a new row. Hover your cursor just outside the left of the table, then click the plus sign. Note that rows can also be added by right-clicking, hovering over Insert, and selecting Insert above or below, through the Layout tab, or through the Intelligent toolbar.
We can delete rows in a similar way. Let's delete these rows for now by selecting them and then pressing the backspace key. Word features many ways to delete or add items to your table, giving you complete creative control. Before we finish, let's add our items to this row like we would normally. This has been a basic overview of inserting and deleting items in a table in Word 2019. After inserting your table, you can further edit it. Word allows you to adjust the size of columns and rows. You can choose to resize individual cells or the whole table. We'll look at these and more in this video. Firstly, let's look at resizing the height of a row. The quickest way to do this is to first hover your cursor over the line separating two rows. Then, when your cursor changes to an opposite facing arrows icon, simply click and drag either up or down to resize the selected row. If you have your ruler toggled, you can see the exact height of the row by clicking and dragging while holding the Alt key. The height will be displayed on the left-sided ruler. We can also resize the height of all rows at the same time so that the table is proportioned correctly. First, select an entire column by clicking the top of the table. Then right-click the selected column and select Distribute Rows Evenly. As you can see, our rows all share the same size once again. We can also change the height of rows through the Table Layout tab. Within the Cell Size toolset, we can change the row height manually. Let's increase the size. Note that because we have all 4 rows selected, the entire table is being updated. If we select just one row and update the row height, note how only the currently selected row is now being updated. Keep in mind which cells you have selected when you're resizing your table. Resizing columns works in essentially the same way. We can resize a column directly by clicking and dragging the line separating two columns. Note that increasing one column size will decrease the neighbouring column size. To avoid this, just click and drag while holding the Shift key. This will increase the table width to accommodate the new column size. We can distribute column width evenly like we did with rows. First, select the entire table by clicking the handle off the top left. Then we can either right-click and select Distribute Columns Evenly, or we could select the Distribute Columns command from within the Cell Size toolset. We can view more detailed options if we right-click the table and select Table Properties. From the Row tab, we can specify the selected row's height. We can navigate between rows with the bottom buttons. And from the Options heading, we can allow rows to break across pages or repeat as header row at the top of each page. From the Column tab, we can set the preferred width of columns and choose to measure in either percent or centimeters. And at the bottom, we can navigate through columns with the previous and next buttons. This has been a basic overview of resizing your tables, rows, and columns in Word 2019. After you've inserted data to a table, you can then change its appearance with Word's formatting tools. Data can be formatted like any other text in a document, but there are also extra options when aligning. We look at these in this video. To begin, we must first select all cells by clicking the handle of the top left of the table. With this selected, we can now make quick and basic formatting changes from the Intelligent toolbar. We can change the font. Let's set this to Arial. Increase or decrease the size. Change the color. And apply basic formatting effects like bold or italics. These same commands are available with slightly more depth from within the Font toolset on the Home tab. When working with tables, you may want to format only certain cells. For example, say we want to make changes to this table's headings without affecting the rest of the table. We can do so if we select only the cells we want to change. Let's select the headings row by clicking and dragging when our cursor changes to a bold black arrow. And let's make our headings bigger and italicized from the font toolset. This way they stand out more. We can also change alignment from the paragraph toolset. We can align items to the left, center, or right. However, tables also allow for vertical alignment. Before we demonstrate this, I'm just going to select the full table once again. To access the extra alignment options, switch to the Table Layout tab. Within the Alignment toolset, we can now align these items to the top, middle, or bottom of each cell, as well as to the left, center, and right. We can even change the alignment of the table itself on the page. Right-click the table, then select Table Properties. In the Table tab, we can change the alignment to the left, center, or right. Let's align this to the center. And just below, we can adjust the text wrapping options to allow or disallow text to wrap around the table. Click OK to apply your changes. This has been a basic overview of formatting the text in your table in Word 2019. You can adjust your border settings in Word. You can show or hide borders and customize individual cell borders by changing their width, style, and color. Here we have a document open with a table, but the borders aren't visible. To apply borders, we first need to select the entire table by clicking the handle off the top left. We can apply borders from the Intelligent toolbar. Open the Border menu, which is indicated by a square icon. There are a number of different options for applying a border, but for now, let's select all borders. As you can see, we have successfully applied borders to our table. We can also adjust the borders for individual cells. I want to remove the borders around this top left cell as it doesn't contain any items. We first need to select the cell by clicking it. This time, let's access the Borders menu from the ribbon. Within the Paragraph toolset on the Home tab, select the same square icon from earlier. We want to remove the top and left border, so we should select them from the menu. Next, let's look at changing a border's style. We want to change columns 3 to 7, so we should select them by clicking and dragging. Then, to change the style, we need to open the Properties menu. We can do so in two ways. We can right-click the table and select Table Properties, or we can switch to the Layout tab and select Properties from within the Table toolset on the left of the ribbon. With the Table tab activated, select the Borders and Shading button at the bottom of the window. From this new window, we can apply or create custom styles for our selected borders. On the left portion, we can choose from one of Word's options or create a custom one. From the middle, we can change the style, color, and line width. Let's select a dashed line, change the color, and increase the width slightly. Next, we need to apply these changes to the preview on the right. After you've found the style you want to apply, click the borders you want to change. I want to keep the surrounding borders black, so I won't touch them, but I will select the inner borders. Note that a style has been applied to the preview. When you're happy with the appearance of the preview, select OK to apply the changes. As you can see, the changes have been successfully applied in the document itself. You can even create your own border styles through the Table Design tab. From within the Borders toolset, first select the border style. You can then change the line weight, and color. To apply these changes, first make sure that Border Painter is toggled. Then simply click the borders directly in the document you would like to change. Knowing how to customize your borders gives you greater creative control when working with tables. This has been a basic overview of adjusting your table's borders in Word 2019. You can apply color to any tables you've inserted in Word. You can change the color of a cell's outline, background, and even content. Like most things in Word, we first need to select the items we want to change. We want to apply color to any white cells on this table. Even though they are separated by a column, we can select them all simultaneously. Select the first group by clicking and dragging when the cursor turns into a black arrow. Then, after these have been selected, do the same for the second group, but this time while holding the Control key. And as simple as that, we have selected the cells we want to change. From the Intelligent toolbar, we can make basic color changes to the text. We can highlight selected text and change text color. We can choose from Word's standard or theme colors and even apply a gradient to the text. We can also make changes to the cell's background color from the shading menu. These commands are not just available from the Intelligent toolbar. From the Font toolset on the Home tab, we can change a text color and apply highlighter. We can even apply effects from here too. And if we switch to Table Design, we can see the Shading menu is available here too from within the Table Styles toolset. We can choose from Word's standard or theme colors, or select a custom color by clicking More Colors. From the Standard tab, we have a more extensive list of colors. And from the Custom tab, we have the ability to find the exact color we want to apply. Click OK to apply it. Knowing how to apply colors to a table can really make your document stand out. This has been a basic overview of applying color to your table in Word 2019. If you have a document with both tables and text, it is important to know how these can interact. You can move tables, adjust the alignment settings, and change how text interacts with them. We look at these and more in this video. So here we have a table that we want to move below this text. We can move tables with the handle just off the top left. Simply click and drag when the new icon appears beneath the cursor. Note that the page will automatically scroll when the cursor reaches the bottom edge of the interface. This is to ensure you can move the table to any part of the document. Also note the dotted border that acts as a preview for where the table will be placed. When you find a new location for your table, simply release your mouse to move it. As you can see, we've moved the table to beneath the text. Let's see what happens when we move it into the text. Again, simply click and drag the handle. Note how text automatically adjusts around the table. This is a handy feature, but sometimes you don't want surrounding text to distract from your table. We can change this via the Properties. Right-click the table, then select Table Properties. Under the Text Wrapping heading, toggle None. Let's hit OK and see how text interacts with our table. As you can see, the text no longer wraps around the table. We can also adjust the alignment of the table. Reopen the Table Properties menu. And let's align this to the left. Note we can input the exact amount of indentation from this field. Let's set it to 2.5 centimeters and hit OK. As you can see, our table has been indented 2.5 centimeters from the left margin. This has been a basic overview of adjusting your table layout in Word 2019. If your table contains lots of data, you can sort it based on different criteria to make it more digestible for readers. We look at this and more in this video. So here we have a table with lots of items. Because of this, it's hard to interpret the information. Let's make it clear by sorting from most expensive items to least. To begin, first select your table. Then switch to the Table Layout tab. Within the Data toolset, select the Sort button. From this new window, we can assign criteria for sorting. Before we continue, note the two options at the bottom portion. You need to let Word know if your table has a header row or not, so it will know where to pull information from. If we look at our document, we can see that our table has a header row. If we were to toggle the No Header option, Word will display column numbers instead of names in the drop-down menu, and would include the headers in the sorting process. Because of this, we should keep the header row option toggled. Next, we need to choose our criteria. Open the drop-down menu, and because we want to sort these on price, we should select the Total Price category. Word is now going to sort items in this column. Next, we need to specify whether the data is text, numbers, or a date. Because we're sorting this on price, we should select number. And lastly, we need to choose ascending or descending. Ascending will display the lowest to highest, while descending will display the highest to lowest. Because we want the most expensive items displayed first, we should select descending. Once the criteria have been set, hit OK to sort your table. As you can see, our table has been sorted from most expensive items to least. We can even apply multiple sorting criteria at the same time. This time, let's sort by location first. But because many of the locations are the same, we then want to sort by product name once the items have been sorted by location. Reopen the Sort menu. We first want to sort by location, so we should select it from the drop-down menu. We should leave the type as text, and set it to ascending so they're sorted alphabetically. After the items have been sorted by location, we then want them to be sorted by product name. We leave the type as text, but this time set it to descending so that words beginning with Z, then Y, then X, and so on will be displayed first. And again, once the criteria have been set, hit OK to sort the table. So now our data has first been sorted alphabetically by location. You have B, C, and P. And then within each location, the items have been sorted by product name, starting with later letters first. That's why thermostat appears here, and automated blinds appears here. This has been a basic overview of sorting data in a table in Word 2019. Word allows you to perform calculations with the data you've inserted to your table. This can be useful if you want to return the subtotal of several entries in your table. As you can see, we have a table with a list of figures. If we click the handle, we can see that the table resembles an Excel spreadsheet. Although Word doesn't have the power to perform advanced calculations like Excel, we can still perform some basic ones. Like Excel, each cell in the spreadsheet can be identified by its column and row coordinates. Columns are indicated by letters, so here we have A, B, C, D, E, and F, while rows are indicated by numbers, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Just combine the two to find the coordinates of any given cell. For example, we now know that this cell is A2, and this is A3, and these are F7 and F8. Let's look at performing some calculations. We want to figure out the total for this blank cell. To do so, we need to multiply the quantity by the price per unit. We could do so manually, but let's look at using Word. Switch to the Table Layout tab, then making sure your insertion point is in the correct location. Click the Formula button within the Data toolset. For this action, we can delete the default formula. We can now enter our own. Each formula must begin with an equal sign. Next, we need to enter our cell coordinates. We know the quantity is A8, Next, we need to enter the multiplication sign. In Word, the multiplication sign is marked by an asterisk rather than an X. And we need to enter the price per unit cell coordinates, which is E8. We can then choose how to format the number from the below drop-down menu. We leave it as is for now though. Hit OK to perform the calculation. As you can see, our table has been correctly updated. Next, let's add the subtotal, which is all the individual totals added together. Reopen the formula window. The default calculation will actually perform the action we want here, but let's look at another way for the sake of demonstration. This time enter an equal sign followed by sum. Then within brackets, we want to enter the first and last cells, which are F2 and F9. And separate them with a colon so Word knows to include all the cells in between them. Hit OK to perform the calculation. As you can see again, our table has been successfully updated. Lastly, let's figure out the total, which is our subtotal plus VAT and post and packaging. Open the formula window once more. Begin with an equal sign, then the subtotal, which is F11, then multiply it by 1 plus F12. This is to account for the fact that it's a percentage, and remember to keep it in brackets. And lastly, we need to add the post and packaging, which is F13. Again, hit OK to perform the calculation. As you can see, we have found our total. Before we end the video, I'm just going to open the formula window once again. Within the paste function drop-down menu, we can see a list of other functions available in Word. This has been a basic overview of performing a calculation in a table in Word 2019. Word features a research tool called Smart Lookup. If you select a word or phrase and search with Smart Lookup, Bing can provide you with more information, history, definitions, and extra content related to that word or phrase. To perform a Smart Lookup search, first select the word you want more information on. For the sake of demonstration, let's select the word technology. Then switch to the References tab. And within the Research toolset, select Smart Lookup. This will open the Smart Lookup side panel along with the search results. For single words, Word will display the most relevant result first, which is often from Wikipedia. We can open this page and explore further by clicking the link at the bottom of the pane. This is handy if you want more information on a word or term and the idea it represents. Let's close this window for now though. If we scroll down the side panel, we can see further results from Wikipedia and the web. If we switch to Define from the top of the side panel, we can see that Smart Lookup also gives a definition of the word. This is handy if you're reading a document and don't understand a word, or if you're writing a document and want to double check the meaning. We can also hear the correct pronunciation if we select the microphone icon.
Technology.
This is good to know if you're working on a presentation but aren't sure of a word's pronunciation. Let's close this panel for now and see how we can use Smart Lookup to search for phrases. Smart Lookup is not just limited to searching individual words, we can search for phrases too. Let's use Smart Lookup to search for the term environmentally friendly. Again, we first need to select it. But this time, let's access Smart Lookup by right-clicking and selecting Smart Lookup from the pop-up menu. Word will provide results from Wikipedia and the web,
But note that because this contains multiple words, Word is unable to give a definition or pronunciation. However, the search results from the web can often lead to sites that provide this information. This has been a basic overview of using Smart Lookup in Word 2019. When crediting sources in Word, you need to create a bibliography. In this video, we look at inserting citations and further updating sources. To start, switch to the References tab. We will cite information using tools from the Citations and Bibliography toolset. Before adding sources, we first need to select our referencing style. If we open the Style drop-down menu, we can see a list of the available styles in Word. Let's stick with the Modern Language Association style. With our style chosen, we can now begin inserting citations. Here we have 2 paragraphs we want to cite sources for. Citations are usually placed at the end of a page, so we'll move our insertion point there. Then open the Citations menu. If you've already added sources, they will appear here ready to be reused. Simply click one from the list to insert the citation. We can view further editing options if we click the arrow beside the citation. We can update the citation to include specific pages, and if we select Edit Source, we can change details about the source itself. We can manually add a new source if we reopen the Citation menu and select Add New Source. We can specify the type of source from the top field, add an author. Remember to enter the surname first, enter the source title, and add the year it was published. We can even add the city, publisher, and medium. With our details added, click OK to insert the citation. If we reopen the Citation menu, we can see our source has been added to the list, meaning it can be reused throughout the document. If you're working on a document but don't want to enter all the details right away, you can insert a placeholder. This will allow you to come back to your document later and add more information. This is handy if you don't have the full details to hand or you would currently rather focus on the actual content of your document. With our sources added, we should now insert the bibliography. Move your insertion point to where you want the bibliography to appear. It's usually at the end of a document. Then open the Bibliography menu and select one of Word's built-in presets. As you can see, Word will pull all the cited material and display them in the bibliography. To remove a citation, we can't simply delete it like we would with normal text. Go to Manage Sources, find and select the source, then click the Delete button. Remember to update your bibliography after adding or removing sources. This has been a basic overview of citing information in Word 2019. Word allows you to create a database of articles, books, and journals which can then be used to insert sources quickly and efficiently. We look at managing these sources in this video. As you can see here, this document has cited sources. We can view a full list of sources and further manage them if we switch to the References tab, and then select Manage Sources from within the Citations and Bibliography toolset. This will open a new window with a list of sources. The left portion displays the master list of all saved sources, while the right portion displays the sources currently inserted in this document. We can add a new source from here if we select the New button and enter the details. We can specify the type of source, insert the author, title, year it was published, city, publisher, and medium. Hit OK to add the source. As you can see, the source has been added to both lists. We can delete a source from the current list and it will still appear in the master list. Any source in the master list can be copied back to the current list. However, note that deleting a source from the master list means that it will be removed completely. Let's close this for now and look at how we can insert a bibliography. Before we add the bibliography though, we need to move our insertion point to the end of the document. Then open the bibliography menu from the same toolset. From here we can choose from one of Word's presets. Note that you can't directly edit the bibliography like you would with normal text. For example, if we try to change the year this source was written, and then select Update, we can see that it returns to what was originally inserted. To make changes, we need to select Manage Sources from the ribbon, select our source and click Edit, update the details from this window, hit OK. If your source exists in the master and current list, you will be asked if you want to update both of them. We'll select Yes. Let's close this window and return to our document. And if we update our bibliography, we can see that our changes have taken place. If we click the icon beside the Update command, we can see options to change the bibliography style. To delete the bibliography, simply select it by clicking the top left icon and press the backspace key. This has been a basic overview of managing your bibliography in Word 2019. Word has an inbuilt translator. You can translate individual words, full sections, and even the whole document. We look at using the translator in this video. The translator tool can be accessed from the Review tab. From within the Language toolset, open the Translate menu. Here we see two options to translate either the selection or full document. Clicking on either of these will open the Translator side panel. With this open, we can look at how to best use Word's translator. We have two text boxes, one for the language we are translating from and one we are translating to. Based on the text in your document, Word will detect whatever language you're writing in. This can be changed if we click the arrow beside the language name and select a new language from the list. We can change the language we are translating to in the same way. Let's leave it as Spanish. We can also swap our languages around by selecting the arrows between the text boxes. To translate text, simply select it in the document itself. As you can see, Word provides a translation in the below box. If you're reading a language you mostly understand but are not fully fluent, you can use the side panel to translate individual words like this. We can also translate full sections too. Let's select this paragraph by triple-clicking it. As you can see, Word has translated it in the side panel. We can hover over any of the translated words to view further information at the bottom of the panel. We can replace the selected text with the translated version with the blue Insert button. This can be very handy if you don't speak the same language as the people you're working with. We can even translate the full document. Switch to Document at the top of the side panel. We need to set the languages we are translating to. Then select the blue Translate button to translate the document. Word will create a copied version of the translated document, so there's no need to worry about losing the original version. Let's save this so we don't lose it. Go to File, then Save As. Choose where you're saving it. Let's call this Newsletter Spanish. And hit Save. As handy as they are, translator tools are liable to make errors. Because of this, you should compare the original to the translated version and check for mistakes. Let's switch to the View tab. And then select View Side by Side on the right of the ribbon. This will display both documents side by side, making it easy to compare versions. I'll just rearrange this on the right. And also note that scrolling in one document will scroll in the second too. This has been a basic overview of translating your document in Word 2019. Word features a tool that will automatically insert and format line numbers. You can then manually adjust where and how they appear. We look at these in this video. To begin, switch to the Layout tab. Then within the Page Setup toolset, open the Line Numbers menu. Here we can see several different options. The most basic of these is Continuous. This will number each line in the document sequentially. We can have line numbering restart on each page, which will naturally restart the numbering on each page. We can have the numbering restart at each section. The numbering will then restart wherever you've placed section breaks. Let's add a section break here. Open the Breaks menu and select Continuous. As you can see, the numbering has restarted where you placed a section break. We can even suppress numbering for selected areas. Say we don't want to number any lines before Chapter 1. We first need to select the lines. Then reopen the Line Numbers menu and select Suppress for current paragraph. And if we scroll back to Chapter 1, we can see that the numbering now starts here. To view further options, reopen the Line Numbers menu and then select Line Numbering Options. This will open the Page Setup menu, from where we should select the Line Numbers button at the bottom right. From here we can choose where to start the numbering, change the distance between line number and text, and choose to show each number or count at certain intervals. And at the bottom, we have some of the same options from earlier. This has been a basic overview of inserting line numbers in Word 2019. Footnotes are used to include relevant information that doesn't necessarily have a place in the main body of a document. You can use Word's footnotes to help you format and manage any footnotes you've added. Footnotes differ from endnotes in that endnotes are reserved for more substantial digressions. Footnotes are usually short remarks or other complementary information. Before we insert footnotes, we must first enable the footnote text style. To do so, select the dialog box launcher on the Styles toolset. From here, select the Manage Styles icon. From this new window, switch to the Recommended tab. We then need to sort these alphabetically so the footnote style will be easier to find. Then from the list of styles, find footnote text. And select Show from the bottom left. This will ensure that the footnote style will appear in our Styles tile, which will make formatting footnotes much easier. I'll just move this off to the side. To start adding footnotes, first switch to the References tab. We want to change this blue text into a footnote. First, we need to select it and cut it with Ctrl X. Then move the insertion point to where the footnote will be marked. And select Insert Footnote from the ribbon. Note how extra space is made for the footnote at the bottom of the page. With this, we can now paste the text from earlier here with Ctrl V. And because we updated the styles tiles, we can change this sentence to footnote text, so it correctly resembles a footnote. Let's add another footnote. We have another sentence in blue we want to convert to a footnote. Let's follow the same process as earlier. Select and cut the text. Move the insertion point. And this time, let's add a footnote with the shortcut Alt-Ctrl F. Again, paste the text to add the footnote. And format it. Note how because this footnote comes before the original one, the footnote numbering will automatically update too. I'll just zoom in so we can see this better. To delete a footnote, move your insertion point to the right of one in the document and press the backspace key twice. Note how the footnote will be removed from the bottom of the page if you delete its marker. This has been a basic overview of adding a footnote in Word 2019. After you've added footnotes to a document, you can further customize them. You can change their formatting and where they appear on the page. To begin, switch to the References tab. Then select the Footnotes dialog box launcher. This will open the Footnote Management window. Firstly, let's look at changing the position. We can choose to display the footnotes at the bottom of the page or below text. Let's set this to below text. And as I hit apply, pay attention to where the footnote moves. The footnote will now adjust to appear below text. So, if we delete the above picture, we can see the footnotes adjust with the text. Let's reopen the Footnote Management window and look at more formatting options. You can choose to format your footnotes with numbers, letters, Roman numerals, or symbols. Let's set this to letters. You can even insert a custom symbol from this button too. Let's select Apply and see our changes. As you can see, the footnotes are now marked with letters rather than numbers. Let's reopen the Footnote Management window one more time. We can choose where to start the numbering from this field. And just below, we can have the footnotes number continuously, restart at each section, or restart at each page. Let's set this to Restart at each section. And click Apply. If the numbering doesn't restart automatically, you should go to the Layout tab and insert a continuous section break. As you can see, the document's footnote numbering has been restarted. This has been a basic overview of customizing footnotes in Word 2019. Endnotes, like footnotes, are used to store tangential information relating to your document. Endnotes are displayed at the end of the document and are usually more substantial than footnotes. Word also allows you to convert endnotes into footnotes and vice versa. We look at these in this video. We want to turn this blue text into an endnote. First, we need to select and cut it with Ctrl X. Then move the insertion point to where the endnote will go. To insert the endnote, switch to the References tab and select Insert Endnote from within the Footnotes toolset. Alternatively, you could use the keyboard shortcut Alt, Ctrl and D. After inserting a footnote, Word will automatically bring you to the end of the document where you can insert the endnote text. Let's paste the paragraph we cut earlier by right-clicking and selecting Paste. Remember to select Keep Text Only to ensure correct formatting. If your document contains footnotes, you can convert them to endnotes. Open the Footnote Management window via the dialog box launcher. From here, select the Convert button. As you can see, we have three options: convert all footnotes to endnotes, convert all endnotes to footnotes, and swap footnotes and endnotes. Let's convert all footnotes to endnotes. I'll just close this window for now. As you can see, any footnotes that were in this document have now been converted into endnotes. If you would like to change them back, we can do so by reopening the Footnote Management window, selecting Convert, and selecting Convert all endnotes to footnotes. Endnotes can be a great way of providing additional information to your document without disrupting the rhythm of your text. This has been a basic overview of inserting endnotes in Word 2019. Word has thousands of pre-formatted forms available to download for free. These can be used to quickly create documents where you can simply fill in your details. Say we want to create a form for a quote, but we don't have time to worry about layout or design. It may be a good idea to use one of Word's templates. To view templates, go to File, then select New from the navigation pane on the left. From this pane, we can choose from a wide range of templates like reports, cards, letters, and more. If the template you want doesn't appear here, you can search for one using the search bar at the top of the pane. Let's search for a form template. Type the keyword into the search bar and hit enter. When you search for a template, the results will appear below. And a new list of categories will appear on the right side of the interface where you can filter your search further. Click on a category to only show results from that group. We want to create a business quote form, so we'll narrow the results down to business. So now, Word is only displaying templates from the business category. Clicking on a template will open a preview where you can see who created the template, as well as a short description about the template itself. Select Create to use this template. The template will open in a new Word window. Word will provide placeholders where you can fill in your own information. Let's insert the company name. Click the placeholder and enter the new details. The same can be done for the other placeholders like address and phone number. Next, let's insert the company logo. As you can see here, we have a logo placeholder. To replace this, first right-click it, then hover over Change Graphic, and select from a file. Then find your file, mine saved to the desktop, select it, and click Insert. As you can see, we have replaced the logo placeholder with our company logo. You can even change the color of templates. This is a handy way to personalize your document without disrupting the layout. Go to the Design tab and open the Colors menu and select a new color scheme. I'll just zoom out so we have a better view of the full document. As you can see, by updating the placeholders, replacing pictures and changing the color scheme, we have already turned the template into a more distinctive document. After you've updated a template, you should remember to save it as a Word document. Go to File, then select Save As. Choose where to save your document. Rename it. and select Save. I'll just close these documents for the time being. And if we go to reopen this document, we can see that our changes have been saved. We can now enter our custom information into the empty fields and reuse this form. This has been a basic overview of using form templates in Word 2019. If you have created a form, you can save it as a template for later reuse. This can save you lots of time if you frequently use the same type of form. As you can see, I have a form created that I want to be able to reuse with different information. To save this as a template, first go to File, then select Save As from the navigation pane on the left. Firstly, let's choose where to save our file. Select Browse. Then let's rename this to Homotic Form. Most importantly, we need to change the file type. Currently, the file would save as a standard Word document. We want to change this to a Word template, so select Word Template from the drop-down menu. This is important because Word wouldn't recognize it as a template if it were saved as a standard Word document. With templates, it's a good idea to save them in the Custom Template folder. This can be accessed through the Documents folder. If you don't save your template here, it won't appear in the Personal tab on the Start page, meaning you won't have easy access to it. Select Save to save the template. If you're using an old file, you'll be notified that the document will be upgraded to the newest file format. Click OK to proceed. Let's close this window for now and reopen Word so we can view the Start page. If we switch to the Personal tab from the Start page, we can see that our form has been successfully saved as a template. We can even pin this template, ensuring it remains at the top of the list. To remove a template, open the File Explorer on your computer, go to Documents, open the Custom Office Templates folder, right-click the template, and select Delete. This has been a basic overview of creating a form template in Word 2019. Word allows you to insert drop-down menus into a document. These are handy if you're creating a survey and want participants to select one answer from a predefined selection. You can also allow participants to specify their own custom answer. We can insert drop-down menus from the Developer tab. Because this isn't a default tab, we need to activate it. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left of the navigation pane, and select Customize Ribbon. On the right list, toggle the Developer box, and hit OK. As you can see, the Developer tab has been added to the ribbon, meaning we can now add custom drop-down menus. We will be looking at the most useful tools from within the Controls group. As you can see in this form, we want participants to be able to select a date. Rather than allowing them to insert this freely, we should add a date picker. To insert this, select the calendar icon from the Controls toolset. Now participants will be able to pick a date from the calendar by clicking the arrow beside the bounding box. And if we select Properties from the Control group, we can further edit the date picker. We can choose how to display it. Let's leave it as a bounding box. Change the bounding box's color. Let's make it blue. And change how the date itself will be displayed. Let's go with this format. Click OK when all changes have been made. As you can see, our date picker has been updated. Next, let's look at adding a drop-down menu with custom options. we are going to create a drop-down menu for title. Select drop-down list content control to insert it. This menu currently has no items. To add some, first open the Properties menu once again. From here, we can update the details of our drop-down menu. We can give this a title. Let's call this title as that's what it corresponds to. Like with the date picker, we can change the bounding box's color. Let's give this a pink color. We can change how text will appear in the menu if we first select the below checkbox and then select a style from the drop-down menu. Let's set this to body text. Under the locking heading, we can prohibit content being deleted or edited. Let's check the first box. This is a good idea in case participants accidentally delete or change the content. And the bottom portion is where we add the list items. Select Add, then enter the name and value. Hit OK to add it to the list. Let's add some more. Just follow the same process. Select Add, enter the details, and hit OK. To delete an item, just select it and click Remove. We don't need the placeholder text anymore, so we'll remove it. We can rearrange the order of items with the Move Up and Down commands. Once all the items have been added, click OK to insert your drop-down menu. As you can see, our drop-down menu and items have been successfully added. We can still edit this menu after it's been added. With the menu selected, open the Properties menu again. Let's add another item to the list. Select Add, enter the details, and hit OK. Click OK again to update the list. And if we check the placeholder once more, we can see that our items have been updated, meaning we can go back to our document at any time and update our drop-down menu. With certain information like country codes, we want participants to be able to select from a list, but also write down their own answers. From the Controls group once more, select the Combo Box Content Control command. Then open the Properties and insert the most common list names. Let's add country codes for the US, UK and France. And hit OK. As you can see, our items have been added to the drop-down menu. But because we inserted a combo box, we can manually insert our own item by typing like so. Knowing how to utilize drop-down menus in Word will allow you to create surveys and forms with reliable and uniform data. This has been a basic overview of inserting a drop-down menu in Word 2019. When creating forms in Word, you can include multiple choice lists. This allows participants to select multiple answers in a series of questions. We can even customize the appearance of the list. As you can see, we have a form with a list of multiple options. We want checkboxes to appear at the end of each so participants can select multiple answers. You need to have the Developer tab activated to insert a multiple choice list. This can be activated via File, then Options, and toggle the Developer box from the Customize ribbon tab. Before we add any checkboxes, we need to move our insertion point. I'll just select Tab a couple of times so the box will appear on the right side of the page. Then within the Controls toolset, select the checkbox icon to insert a checkbox. Anyone viewing the document can now check or uncheck this box with a simple click. We can edit our checkbox if we select Properties from the Control group. We can give this a title and tag. Let's assign this the title Save Energy, as that's the answer it corresponds to. We can choose to display the box in a bounding box, start end tag, or none. Let's display this in a start end tag. We can then change the color of the tag. Let's give this a yellow color. We can also change the character style. At the bottom portion of the window, we can change how checked and unchecked symbols will appear. Let's change these. Select the Change button to open a new window. Select your new symbol from the list of symbols. Let's change the checked symbol to a love heart. And do the same for the unchecked symbol. Select the Change button and choose a new symbol from the list. Let's make the yen sign the unchecked symbol. Click OK to apply your changes. As you can see, the appearance of our checkbox has been changed, and if we check and uncheck the option, we can see our symbols have been updated too. To delete a checkbox, select it, then press the backspace key. This has been a basic overview of creating a multiple choice list in Word 2019. Before sharing your form or survey, you should protect it from unauthorized changes. Word features a special mode that allows you to protect any areas that are not intended to be changed by the participant. With this activated, the participant can add their answers but not modify the questions or other elements of the document. To begin, switch to the Review tab. Then on the right side of the ribbon, open the Protect drop-down menu and select Restrict Editing. This will open a side panel where we can set exact restrictions. This side panel is also accessible via the Developer tab. We want to set editing restrictions, so we'll toggle the box beneath the second heading. Then, because we are creating a form, we should select Filling in Forms from the Below drop-down menu. When all configurations have been made, select Start Enforcing at the bottom of the panel. You will be prompted with a new window giving you the option to protect your document with a password. If you don't want to password protect your document, simply select OK now. However, I want to password protect mine, so I'll add one. You should always use letters, numbers, and punctuation for maximum security. Enter your password twice and hit OK. Now, the only things we can change in this document are the form fields. For example, we can enter a date. However, if we right-click this image, note how all the commands have been deactivated. This is essential to know when creating surveys, as it ensures more uniform data. It will also protect your document from unwanted editing, which is particularly important if you're sharing it with many people. To allow editing again, we need to unlock it. From the Restrict Editing side panel, select the Below Stop Protection button. Enter your password and select OK. We can now edit the document again like normal. To close the side panel, select the X icon to the top right. This has been a basic overview of protecting your form in Word 2019. Word is not just limited to creating text documents. It can also be used to create custom envelopes. With the envelope creation tool, you can insert addresses, further format their style, and even set where they appear on the envelope itself. To create an envelope, all you need are the addresses of the sender and receiver, which as you can see, we have in this document. To begin, we should first cut the sender's address with Ctrl X so that it's stored to the clipboard. Then switch to the Mailings tab. And within the Create group on the left of the ribbon, select the Envelopes command. This will open a new window where you can insert and format our addresses. As you can see, Word will automatically pull the delivery address from the document and place it here. The address can be updated manually from here, and you can even connect your Outlook or other email client by clicking the address book icon. We don't need to do that though because we already have our address. The same applies to the return address. We can link our Outlook or insert the address manually. Let's paste the address we cut earlier here with Ctrl V. Now that we have both of our addresses inserted, we should format them. Formatting addresses is a good idea if you want to make your envelope stand out, be it for a wedding invitation or job application. To access the formatting options, select either the Options button or Envelope Preview. From here, we can edit the options. We can change the size of the envelope itself from the top drop-down menu. Let's leave it at size 10. Just below, we can change the font style by clicking the Font button. From here, we can change the font style and size. Let's make this bold and increase the size slightly to 14. You can also change the font color, apply an underline and change that underline's color from the below drop-down menus. Just below, we have extra formatting options. Let's set this to small caps. Note the appearance of the text in the preview below. If we select the Text Effects button at the bottom of the window, we can see extra options for applying effects. Click OK when you finished updating the style. We can even change where the address appears on the envelope itself. From these fields, we can adjust the distance of the address from the top or left margin. Let's set this to 2 centimeters from the left. Pay attention to the below preview as I make this change. All of these options are also available for the return address. Click OK to return to the original envelope window. As you can see, our delivery address has been updated. Select Add to Document to create the envelope. You will be prompted with a message asking if you would like to set the current return address as the default return address for future envelopes. Because I plan on using this address again in future, I'll select Yes. As you can see, our envelope has been created. Note though that we can still make changes like we would with any other text. We can change the address's position by clicking and dragging its border. Let's place this more in the center. Note that if you have the ruler enabled, you can edit the margins for the address with the above tab stops. After you've created your envelope, you'll want to print it. To do so, go to File, then select Print. Word will display a preview of the envelope on the right, and to print it, simply select the Print button. This has been a basic overview of creating an envelope in Word 2019. Word can be used to create address labels. You can change the margins and dimensions of your label to create a customized format. This is especially handy if you have sticker paper to print on. To start, first switch to the Mailings tab. Then on the left of the ribbon within the Create toolset, select Labels. A new window will open where the content from the document has automatically been added. You can connect your Outlook, use the default return address if you have it saved, or insert the address manually. Let's leave it as is for now though. Just below we have options to print either a full page or single label. We can then choose how many columns or rows of labels we would like to print on the sheet. Let's leave this set to full page. To view more detailed options, select either the Preview on the right or the Options command below. Let's go through the different options we have here. At the top, we can choose the printer tray. We can select a label vendor from the middle portion drop-down menu. What you select here will alter the standardized sizes from the product number list. This list displays all available standardized size labels depending on which vendor you've selected. And just to the right of this list, we can see information on the currently selected label. You can even create a custom label with Word. Select the New Label button at the bottom of the window. First, we need to choose the page size. Let's leave this set to A4. Next, we should choose how many labels we want to appear across and down. Let's have 2 across and 4 down so it fits the A4 sheet. We can manually adjust the label's width and height from the above fields. Let's set our labels to be 6 by 9 centimeters. Note how the above preview updates as we make changes. We should also set margins so there's some breathing room between our labels. Let's set margins of 1 centimeters for the top and side. And to ensure the same space surrounds the label on each side, we should set the pitch to be the label size plus margin. So, the vertical pitch will be 7 centimeters and the horizontal will be 10. As you can see in the preview, our label is nicely surrounded by even margins. Lastly, we should give our label a name. Let's call this homotic. And hit OK. Select OK again to select this envelope. Before we print this, we need to open the label in a new document with the New Document button. As you can see, a new document has been created with our fitted labels. We can now print this like usual. Go to File, then select Print. And as per usual, we can see the preview on the right of our document, and to print it, we just need to select the Print button. This has been a basic overview of creating a label in Word 2019. Before you create a mail merge document, you'll need to create a list of addresses and contact details, where it allows you to create your own data list from scratch and save it for later reuse. To begin, switch to the Mailings tab. Then on the left of the ribbon within the Start Mail Merge toolset, click Select Recipients. We have 3 options: type a new list, use an existing list, or choose from Outlook contacts. Let's select Type a new list as we want to create a mailing list from scratch. From this new window, we can enter the contact details manually. Click a field to activate it, then type the details. We can jump to the next field with the Tab key. Let's fill in the rest of the details. Note that you can leave certain fields blank if you don't have the information available. Let's add another entry. To do so, select New Entry from the bottom of the window. Then we just follow the same process as before with new details. Note that if you accidentally add an extra entry field, you can remove it from this window. With the entry selected, click the Delete Entry button below and hit OK. Once your list is complete, select OK. This will automatically open the Saving Options window. Make sure to save it as a Microsoft Office Address Lists file. We then need to name our list. Let's call this Contact. And save it to our desktop. So now if we close this file, remember to save it, we can see our file and contacts list on the desktop. Let's reopen the Word file. You'll be prompted with a message telling you that data from your database will be placed in the document. This is the contacts list we previously saved. Select Yes to continue. You can even edit a list after it's been saved. Return to the Mailings tab and select Edit Recipient List. Then select the file from the data source list and click Edit. This will open the same window from earlier where we can update or remove contact details. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. Select Yes to confirm. This has been a basic overview of creating a mailing list in Word 2019.
If you've created a mailing list in a separate document like an Excel spreadsheet or Microsoft Access file, you can import it directly into Word and use it in a mail merge. As you can see here, we have two contacts lists. One is an Excel file, while the other is a Microsoft Access file. If we open these up, we can see the contents of the lists themselves. These are our UK contacts, and these are our US contacts. We want to import these to our Word mailing list. Let's open our Word document. To start, switch to the Mailings tab. And on the left of the ribbon, open the Select Recipients menu. Then, because we are importing a list, we need to select Use an Existing List from the drop-down menu. This will open the File Explorer. We need to find our file. Ours is saved to the desktop. Select it, and hit Open. You'll be prompted with a new window in Word asking you to specify the list. Because we only have one list, we only have one option here too. Hit OK to proceed. Once imported, we can then view our imported mailing list by selecting Edit Recipient List from within the Start Mail Merge toolset. As you can see, our UK contacts list has been successfully imported to Word's mailing list, saving us lots of time. Let's close this window for now and look at importing our US contacts list from an Access file. Following the same principles as just shown, we can import our US contacts list. Open the Select Recipients menu and select Use an Existing List. Find your file in the File Explorer, select it, and click Open. Note that you can import CSV files in this way too. And if we open the Edit Recipient List once again, we can see our US list has been successfully imported. If you have an Outlook account set up, you can even import the contacts from your address book into a Word mailing list. To do so, open the Select Recipients menu again, and select Choose from Outlook Contacts. Then choose your profile. It will naturally be Outlook. And hit OK. Then we need to select the contact folder to be imported. Hit OK again. Note that you may be asked to provide your password when importing from Outlook. The contacts list will then be displayed in Word's mailing list. Knowing how to import mailing lists from different sources can save you lots of time, especially if you're working on bulk emails or letters. This has been a basic overview of importing a mailing list in Word 2019. Once you've created your contact list in Word, it is important to keep it up to date. You can do this by editing the already inserted data. You can also sort, filter, and even search your data entries. Before we look at editing our mailing list, we need to make sure it's connected to a Word document in the first place. As you can see on the desktop, we have two files, our main Word document and Access Contacts List. Let's open our Word document. If your document is linked to a database, you will be prompted with a message upon opening. Select Yes to place the data in your document. Now that we know our files are linked, let's look at editing our mailing list. Switch to the Mailings tab. Then select Edit Recipient List from the Start Mail Merge toolset. This will open our mailing list with all our contacts that will be included in the mail merge. If you would like to remove someone from this list, simply untoggle the checkbox beside their name. You can even modify individual elements from the list too.
You may have noticed some errors in the list. Shirley Towers' full name appears in the first name column, and Rosemary Waters has been assigned the title Mr. To change these, select the Access Document name in the Data Source list, then select the below Edit button. This will open a new edit window where we can change individual cells. Let's amend the errors spotted earlier. Let's cut this surname and put it in the correct column, and update Rosemary Waters' title. If we scroll right, we can see many unused columns in our list. We can customize which columns we want displayed. Select the below Customize Columns button. Before you do this though, you must save or discard any changes. Because we want to keep these changes, let's select Yes. From this new window, we can add, delete and rename columns. Let's add a column for middle names. We need to select first name from the list as the new column will be placed beneath whichever item you currently have selected. Then select Add, enter the name, and hit OK. As you can see, we have successfully added a new column. We can also remove columns. Let's remove the zip code column. Select it, then select Delete. Word will notify you that any information in this field will also be deleted. Hit Yes to confirm. And lastly, let's rename the company name column. Select it, and select Rename. Let's just call this company rather than company name. And hit OK. When you're happy with your changes, click OK to save them and update your list. Remember to select Yes to confirm. This has been a basic overview of editing a mailing list in Word 2019. Once you've created a mailing list in Word, it is important to keep it updated and organized. You can sort, filter, and even search your data entries. To start, switch to the Mailings tab. Then select Edit Recipients List. Here we can see our full mailing list that we want to sort. To open the sorting menu, click Sort beneath the Refine heading. From here, we can choose how we are going to sort our mailing list. From the top menu, we need to choose our first sorting type. Let's sort by company name. Then we need to choose either ascending or descending. Toggling ascending will order them alphabetically, while descending will do the opposite. Let's leave it set to ascending. So now our mailing list will be sorted alphabetically by company name. We can apply multiple sorting options too. Open the Then By menu, and let's sort by last name, and leave it set to ascending. So now, once our items have been sorted by company name, they will then be sorted alphabetically by last name. Click OK to apply these changes and return to the mailing list. So now, if we look at our list, we can see our items have been sorted to our options. They are first sorted alphabetically by company name. That's why Home Service appears here, Homotic appears here, and Zebra Sky appears here. And then within each company name, they've been sorted by last name alphabetically. That's why Paula Black appears here, and Paul Yaxley appears here. As well as sorting, we can also filter what the mailing list displays. Select Filter from the Refine heading. First, we need to select which field we are filtering. For example, let's say that we only want Home Service and Homotic to appear. Let's filter company name again. Then set the comparison to equal to, and in the blank field we're going to input Homotic. We can apply multiple filters. We first need to change this field from and to or. Let's then select company name again, set the comparison to equal to, and insert Home Service. So now only entries with Homotic and Home Service in the company name field should appear in our mailing list. Click OK to save your changes. As you can see, Zebra Sky is no longer being displayed, meaning our filter has worked successfully. To remove filters, reopen the Filter menu, and select Clear All. If you're looking for a particular contact, you can use Word's search function. Select Find Recipient. From here we can enter our search word and even restrict the search to specific headings. I'll just move this window so we can see our list clearly. Let's search for the name Anderson and select Find Next. As you can see, Word highlights the result in the list itself. Word can even find duplicate contacts. If your document contains duplicates, Word will display them here where you can easily remove them from the mailing list. Knowing how to refine your mailing list can speed up your workflow when creating bulk emails or letters. This has been a basic overview of refining a mailing list in Word 2019. The mail merge function in Word allows you to take data from your mailing list and incorporate it into a document. This combination of the main document and mailing list is the mail merge document. Mail merge documents are used to send bulk emails or letters. Currently we have a newsletter open we want to send to contacts in our mailing list. Rather than inserting the details manually, Word can pull information from the mailing list with merge fields as long as you've linked the contacts list. To view your mailing list, switch to the Mailings tab and select Edit Recipient List. This is the list Word will pull information from. With merge fields, we can even specify the columns Word will pull information from. To remove anyone from the mail merge, simply uncheck the box beside their name. Let's close this window for now and look at inserting merge fields. I'll just delete the stand-in text because it's no longer needed. From within the Write and Insert fields, open the Insert Merge Field menu. Here we can see a list of available merge fields. Note that these correspond to the columns in the mailing list. Let's select fields to create an address. I'll start with the first name. Then remember to put a space after each field. Let's return to the same menu and insert the last name merge field. Then this time let's place a comma after the merge field and hit enter to start a new line. Let's add merge field for the address. Just follow the same steps as shown. Open the Insert Merge Field menu and select address line 1. Remember to hit space, open the same menu and select address line 2. And lastly, let's put in the city. Hit enter to go to a new line, open the merge field menu and select city. Merge fields aren't just reserved for envelopes though. If we scroll down, we can see that we need to enter a merge field at the opening of the newsletter itself. We can do so the same way we did with the envelope. Select the stand-in text, open the merge field menu and select first name. With our merge fields inserted, we can now preview our results. Select the Preview Results command from the ribbon. As you can see, Word has pulled the requested information from the mailing list. We have the first and last name, address and city. We can cycle through the recipients with the forward and backward arrows on the right of the ribbon. It's highly important to preview your mail merge before sending or printing. This has been a basic overview of creating a mail merge document in Word 2019. Word can be used to create bulk emails or letters with multiple recipients. Once you've created and checked your mail merge document, you can print or email the selected contacts from your mailing list. This can save you lots of time rather than inserting each contact manually. As you can see, we have a mail merge document with merge fields already inserted. Before printing or sending this out though, it's a good idea to double check the mailing list. From the Mailings tab, select Edit Recipient List. Because this is a homotic newsletter, we don't want to send it to any people with homotic addresses. We can do so by simply unchecking the boxes beside their names. Select OK to return to the document. We can then quickly preview results to make sure we've inserted the correct merge fields. This checking stage is vital for bulk emails or letters, as you don't want to waste paper or send out an email to multiple recipients with errors. Now that we finish reviewing, let's first look at printing the document. Select Finish and Merge at the far right of the ribbon, and select Print. You can then choose to print all or a custom selection. Let's leave it set to all. The print window will then open where we can configure our printing options. We can choose the number of copies. Let's leave this set to 1, or select the page range. And at the top of the window, we can select which printer to use. When you're happy with the options, select OK to begin printing. We'll select Cancel as we now want to look at emailing the document. Once again, open the Finish and Merge menu and select Send Email Messages. From the top field, we need to select the Merge field. Naturally, it will be email addresses. Just below, we can enter the subject line. For this document, the subject will be Homotic Newsletter. We can also set the email format from this drop-down menu. At the bottom portion of the window, we can choose which records to send. Hit OK to send the bulk email. You can then open Outlook and check your Sent folder to see if the email was successfully sent. This has been a basic overview of printing and emailing a mail merge document in Word 2019. The information pulled from your mailing list can be interpreted in different ways. Word allows you to create simple rules that can change things like the greeting in a letter depending on the recipient's title. For certain documents, you may not want to address recipients by their first name. You may simply want to address them by either Sir or Madam. We can use the information from the mail merge to do this automatically. If we open our mailing list, we can see the carrying titles. We have Mr., Mrs. and Ms. We want Word to use this information when inserting the greeting. First, let's remove the stand-in name and place our insertion point after Dear. From the ribbon, open the Rules menu. And then we want to insert an If, Then, Else rule. We want to select Title for our first field, set the comparison to equal to, and enter Mr. in the Compare To field. And in the middle field, insert Sir. So now, if the title is equal to Mr., Word will insert Sir. Then in the Below field, we should enter Madame. This is the Otherwise field. So if the title is equal to anything other than Mr., like Mrs. or Ms., Word will insert Madame instead. Let's select OK and demonstrate the results. We just need to select Preview Results and scroll up slightly. So as you can see, Word is now displaying either Sir or Madam based on the recipient's title. We can see that the greeting correctly corresponds to the recipient. If used correctly, rules can save you lots of time when working with bulk documents. This has been a basic overview of configuring your mail merge in Word 2019.
It is important to know how to access and configure your Word account to update your personal details. We'll also look at managing security preferences, connected services, and application updates from your account page. To access your account information, go to File, then select Account from the bottom left of the navigation pane. From this pane, we can manage our user and product information. Firstly, let's look at updating our user information. Here we can see the currently active user and the associated email. And just below, we have configuration options. Selecting either Change Photo or About Me will open Microsoft Delve in a new window.
you may be required to sign in. From here, you can update your account photo and details for all Office apps, including Word. We have the option to sign out here. However, note that signing out will also remove you from all other Office applications. Syncing and customizations will also be deactivated until you sign back in. If you share a computer or use multiple accounts, you can switch accounts from here too. At the bottom of user information, we can see connected services. Currently, OneDrive and SharePoint are linked. We can add a service from the drop-down menu. We can add additional storage services, which will enable you to save your documents in the cloud. We can connect other sites from where you can insert images and videos. And we can use apps from the Office Store by connecting it here. Next, let's look at product information. We have the option to change product key. You may need to do this if you bought several copies of Office, but use the same install button to install Office on different devices. This is because each install button is associated with a unique product key that can only be installed on one device. We don't need to do this right now though. Lastly, let's look at Office Update options. We can update now, which will check for and apply any updates for Office. Word will notify you if you're up to date. We can disable all updates. And we can view updates, which will open office.com and display a list of most recent updates to Office applications. It's a good idea to be aware of any updates, as this will allow you to get maximum use from Word. This has been a basic overview of managing your account in Word 2019. Add-ins are extensions that you can install in order to increase your productivity in Word. We look at installing, deactivating and deleting add-ins in this video. Add-ins can give Word extra power and functionality for a number of different tasks, from inserting special characters to quickly connecting sources of info. Add-ins can be accessed via the Insert tab from the Add-ins group. By default, the Wikipedia add-in comes installed in Word. Let's activate it to demonstrate how add-ins function. A side panel will open, where we can search Wikipedia for information. Let's search for wind power, and hit enter. With the Wikipedia add-in, we can easily supplement our document with images, graphs, and sections of text. This is essentially how add-ins work. They make your workflow more efficient with supplementary information and commands. Let's look at adding our own add-ins. I'll just close this side panel by clicking the X icon and return to the add-ins group. If we select My Add-ins, we can see a list of already installed add-ins. To install new add-ins, we first need to switch to Store from the above headings. We can search for add-ins using the search bar. A list of categories is displayed on the left of the pane. The add-ins themselves are displayed in the main portion. And we can even set sorting requirements from the top right drop-down menu. Let's search for the add-in Map. Type the keyword and hit enter. To install an add-in, simply click the blue Add button beside its name. You will need to provide Microsoft permission to use or share your account info so that Microsoft can contact you in relation to these products. Toggle the box and click Add to install the add-in. The ribbon it was added to will automatically be selected after installation. Let's use our new add-in. Click it from the ribbon. Again, note how a side panel opens. Let's insert a map to our document using this add-in. I'll just scroll down and search for a location. When you found your location, select Insert Map. As you can see, we have easily and successfully inserted a map to our Word document. This again highlights the usefulness of add-ins in providing supplementary tools and information. I'll just close the side panel once again because it's no longer needed. To remove an add-in, reopen the add-in menu, select My Add-ins, select the three dots to the top right of the add-in you want to remove, select Remove from the drop-down menu, and select Remove once again to confirm. And if we return to our document, we can see the add-in has been successfully removed from the ribbon. This has been a basic overview of installing and managing add-ins in Word 2019. Word's advanced options allow you to modify many of the program's display settings. Knowing how to adjust the display settings will give you more control in Word, depending on the task at hand. Before we start, it's important to note that the following visual tools won't appear in the printed version of your document. Think of them more as guides. First, let's look at tools to help with alignment and adjustment. Switch to the View tab. From the Show toolset, we can toggle the ruler. Rulers will appear on the top and left side of the interface. Using tab stops, these can be useful when setting up how paragraphs will be displayed. From the same toolset, we can toggle grid lines. These cover the entire page bar the surrounding margins. Use the grid lines to visualize page and alignment elements with precision. Next, let's look at pagination options. If we hover our cursor over the space that separates two pages, we can see our cursor changes icon. If we then double-click, all the blank space in the document will be hidden. This is especially handy if you're working with large documents and want to focus purely on the content. To return to standard, simply double-click any of the lines separating pages. Next, let's look at how we can use Word to help visualize formatting. For example, when you create a new paragraph, Word will indicate it with a formatting mark. By default, these marks are hidden. To view these, first go to File, then select Options, and switch to Display. From here, we can choose which marks to show, or simply Show All. Hit OK to return to the document. As you can see, all formatting marks are now visible. These may be distracting in the writing stage. However, if your document's layout isn't behaving the way it should, these marks can often reveal the problem. Lastly, let's look at hiding certain elements. Go to File, then Options, switch to Advanced, and scroll to the Show Document Content heading. We can choose to show placeholders instead of images, which will improve scrolling speed. Let's click OK and see our changes in the document. As you can see, any images have been replaced with placeholders, meaning a decreased load time and faster navigation. Knowing how to activate and utilize these visual tools can give you greater control of layout when working in Word. This has been a basic overview of customizing your document view settings in Word 2019. You can customize your Word interface to make it match your needs more closely. You can change the interface's color and select which elements to display, while hiding those that aren't used frequently. To access the customization options, first go to File, and select Account from the navigation pane on the left. If we look at the top right of the interface, we can see stylized graphics. We can change this from the Office Background drop-down menu. We can set no background or choose from one of Word's options. Let's go with calligraphy. We can change Word's overall theme from the below drop-down menu. Word offers themes in colourful, dark grey, black and white. Let's change it to dark grey. These can serve a practical purpose by making the text more legible. Let's look at the other ways we can change Word's interface. Select Options from the navigation pane on the left. In the General tab under the Personalize heading, we can update the username and initials. Let's leave it set to homotic. And just below we have the same options for background and theme seen earlier. Let's select OK and return to the document itself. Along the bottom of the interface we can see the taskbar. This contains different functions like word count, page layout and zoom. If we right-click the taskbar, we can see a list of the different functions we can choose to show or hide. Let's add language and number of lines. As you can see, these options are now being displayed on the taskbar. You should customize your taskbar to suit the type of document you're currently working on. Finally, there are other elements that can be disabled like the ruler or info pop-ups. Go to File, then select Options, switch to Advanced, and scroll to Display. For example, we could stop showing shortcut keys in Screen Tips and hide vertical ruler in Print Layout View. As stated earlier, you should try to find the optimal interface for whichever document you're working on. You may want certain tools displayed in the research stage, but not for the review or layout stages. Play around with the options and figure out what works best for you. This has been a basic overview of customizing the interface in Word 2019. Knowing how to customize Word's user and input behavior is an essential skill to know when working with Word. These input options, like the mini toolbar and instant previews, are handy tools, but you may want to disable them to improve your device's performance. Firstly, let's look at the mini toolbar. As you may already know, anytime you select some text in Word, a mini toolbar with basic functions will appear above the cursor, like so. From this mini toolbar, we can make formatting and stylistic changes, but it can sometimes be a nuisance. We look at how we can disable it in just a bit. The next input option we look at is instant previews. When you hover your cursor over certain tools, such as styles, an instant preview will be displayed in the document itself like so. This can be very handy, but may also slow down your device with long loading times. We can disable these input options from the settings. Go to File, then select Options, and beneath the User Interface Options heading, from the General tab, uncheck the Show Mini Toolbar and enable Live Preview boxes. Hit OK to return to the document. So now, if we select some text, we can see that the mini toolbar no longer appears. And if we hover our cursor over styles, we can also see that instant previews has been successfully disabled. With both of these disabled, Word has less features but works more smoothly. Next, let's look at enabling an input option called Smart Cursoring. First, let's demonstrate how Word functions without Smart Cursoring. Let's move the insertion point to the above heading. Then scroll down to another point in the document. Now watch what happens as I press the down directional key on my keyboard. Word will jump to the next item after the insertion point, which in this case is the image on page 1. With Smart Cursoring enabled, we will be able to use the directional arrows to scroll on the point of the document we're viewing, regardless of where the insertion point is. To enable Smart Cursoring, go to File, then select Options, switch to Advanced, and under the Editing Options heading, toggle Use Smart Cursoring. Hit OK to return to the document. Let's demonstrate Smart Cursoring. We'll move the insertion point back to the heading and scroll down to a different page in the document. Now watch what happens when I press the directional arrows. Rather than jumping back to the insertion point, Word will bring it to us, allowing a smooth navigation of the document with the directional arrows. This has been a basic overview of adjusting your input options in Word 2019. When working with or switching between languages, you need to know how to access and update the language settings in Word. We can access the language settings through the options. Go to File, then select Options, and switch to the Language tab. From here, we can adjust the language options. Word allows you to select editing languages. These set language-specific features like spelling and grammar checking for when you're typing. As you can see, the only editing language we currently have are UK, US, and Irish English. We can add additional languages from the below drop-down menu. To select one from the list, let's add French, and click the Add button to the right. Note that for certain languages you will need to download the selected language pack from office.com and then install proofing tools for Word to be able to perform proofing checks. We don't need to do that for French though. To remove a language from the Editing Languages list, simply select it and click the Remove button to the right. We can also set a default language. To do so, select it from the list and then click the Set as Default button. Word will notify you that the new default language will be set the next time you restart Word and that some of your custom settings might change. Click Yes to confirm. So now, the next time I open Word, the default language will be US English and Word will mark proofing errors accordingly. We can also adjust the display and help languages. The display language is used for text under the ribbon, buttons tab and other controls, while the help language is for these small boxes that appear when you hover over a small eye icon. To change either the display or help language, just select it from the list and click Set as Default. Click OK to save your changes. You will need to restart Word for language changes to take effect. This has been a basic overview of adjusting the language options in Word 2019. Word allows you to adjust the default save options relating to your file format and save location. Knowing how to adjust your save options in Word will give you greater control over your documents, lessening the chance of ever losing your work. To access the basic save options, first go to File, then select Options, and switch to the Save tab. From here we can make changes to how and where documents are saved. From the above drop-down menu, we can choose the default format to save files as. We leave it set to a standard Word document as that's the most common format. You can choose to show or hide additional places for saving by checking or unchecking this box. With this checked, places that require sign-in like SharePoint or OneDrive will be shown as a saving location. At the bottom of this portion, we can set the default location for standard files and templates. Currently, the default save location is the Documents folder. To change this, select Browse, then choose your new location. Let's set it to Desktop, and hit OK. We can view more advanced save options if we switch to the Advanced tab on the left and scroll to the Save heading. We can choose to be prompted before saving a normal template. With this toggled, Word will ask you if you want to save changes when you close the program after editing a normal template. We can choose to always create a backup copy. This may be a good idea if you're worried about losing your work or the device you're using is unreliable. We can have Word copy remotely stored files, i.e. ones saved to the cloud, onto the computer. This may be useful if you're worried that your connection will be lost and you won't be able to save effectively. And lastly, we can choose to allow or disallow background saves. Let's leave this checked as it allows us to work while saving, which will increase our workflow. Configure these settings to best suit your needs. This will ensure you never lose track of your work. This has been a basic overview of adjusting your save options in Word 2019. Knowing how to adjust the print option in Word can give you greater control in the printing process. You can do things like print your document in draft form, adjust the scale settings, and choose whether your document is printed in double-sided format. We look at these in this video. To access the advanced printing settings, first go to File, then Options, switch to Advanced, and scroll to the Printing heading. We can toggle Use Draft Quality. This is a good idea if you want to do a printing test run. Draft quality allows you to see what the document will look like printed without wasting much ink. We can allow or disallow printing in background. With this on, you will be able to continue working while printing occurs in the background. However, if this is slowing down your computer, you should disable it. We can have pages print in reverse order. This can make it easier to collate the separate pages. If you're using an XML document, you can choose to print XML tags. We can choose to print field codes instead of their values. For example, if you're printing a mail merge document, you can choose to show the merge field codes instead of the information pulled from the mailing list. We can allow tracked changes to update before printing so that they won't be displayed. We can choose to print on either the front or back of sheet for duplex printing. This can be useful if your printer can't perform two-sided printing. Here you can manually print one side, then the other. And we can choose to scale content for A4 pages. This will allow you to scale the document if the paper size is different. And lastly, we can select the default tray from the below drop-down menu. From here, we can choose which tray to take paper from by default. We can adjust the options for just this document from the below heading. We can print PostScript over text, which will print data coding over the text. And finally, we can print only the data from a form, meaning that none of the other text will print. Knowing how to configure your printing settings will give you greater control and confidence when printing any document. This has been a basic overview of adjusting your print options in Word 2019. You can add shortcuts to the Quick Access toolbar in Word. The toolbar is accessible from nearly all screens in Word, so adding frequently used tools can really speed up your workflow. The Quick Access toolbar is located to the top left of the Word window. As you can see, we currently have 3 shortcuts: Quick Save, Undo, and Redo. We can easily add some more. Simply click the arrow to the right of the tools to view a list of shortcuts we can add. Simply select some from the list to add them. Let's add the Email and Print tools. To add another tool, just follow the same process. Open the menu and select it from the list. Note the new icons on the toolbar. We can now quickly email or print this document from the toolbar. The drop-down menu only displays the most popular commands. If the command you want to add doesn't appear here, you can access a longer list by selecting More Commands. From this new window, simply select the command from the left list. Let's add the Copy command. Then click the middle Add button. We can remove commands in the same way. Select it from the right list and click the middle Remove button. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. We can also remove tools by clicking the arrow on the toolbar and unticking the command, or by right-clicking directly on the icon itself and selecting Remove from Quick Access Toolbar. Again, note the updated toolbar. We can even adjust the toolbar's position. Select the arrow on the toolbar once again and select Show below the ribbon. Note the toolbar's new position. Follow the same steps to return it to its original position. Open the menu and select Show above the ribbon. This has been a basic overview of customizing the Quick Access toolbar in Word 2019. The Office ribbon is the most important element in Word as it houses all the tools used when creating a document. You can also customize it to add your own tabs and functions, giving you greater creative control and increasing your workflow. As you may already know, we have a list of tabs, and the commands displayed on the ribbon vary depending on which tab is selected. Let's look at the different ways we can customize the ribbon. If you want more space for the document itself, you can quickly hide the ribbon by double-clicking the selected tab, like so. We can show the ribbon temporarily by clicking any tab once. But note that if you click the document, the ribbon will hide again. To return the ribbon permanently, simply double-click the tab. Now if we click the document, the ribbon remains in place. We can view more display options if we click the ribbon icon to the top right of the window. We can auto-hide the ribbon. This will hide the ribbon, leaving only the document. We can show the ribbon again by clicking the above toolbar once it turns blue. Clicking anywhere in the document will hide it again. The ribbon display options are also accessible here at the top right of the interface. We can choose to show only tabs, which will naturally only show tabs. Clicking the tab will show commands, and clicking the document will hide it. Note that the tabs stay in place. And lastly, we can show tabs and commands, which will return it to its default state. We can even create custom tabs. To access the ribbon options menu, go to File, then select Options, and switch to the Customize Ribbon tab. The list on the left displays commands, while the right list displays our tabs. Let's create a custom tab. Select the New Tab button below the tab list. We then need to name our tab, select it, and select the Rename button. Type the name and hit OK. Let's call this tab Sharing. Then we need to do the same for the group. Select it and click the Rename button. Choose an icon and type the name. Let's call this group Email. Next, let's look at adding some commands. Currently, only the most popular commands are being displayed. Open the above drop-down menu to change the commands displayed. Select commands not in the ribbon to view new options. Let's add the email command to our sharing group. Find it from the list, select it and click Add. And let's add the email options command too. Select it and click Add. Note the new command in our tab group. Let's reopen the drop-down menu and view a new list of commands from the File tab. Let's add some more email commands. Let's add email as PDF attachment and email as XPS attachment. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. As you can see, our custom tab and commands have been successfully added to the ribbon. You can even save the customized ribbon, which can save you lots of time if you plan on working on a new device but want to keep your customizations. Let's reopen the Ribbons Options menu by right-clicking anywhere on the ribbon and selecting Customize Ribbon from the drop-down menu. Then open the Import-Export menu and select Export All Customizations. Let's save this to our desktop. And remember to save it as an exported Office UI file. Let's reset all customizations to default to demonstrate re-importing our customizations. Open the Reset menu and select Reset All Customizations. You will need to select Yes to confirm. If we just quickly select OK and return to our document, we can see that the ribbon has been returned to default. Let's reopen the Customize Ribbon window by right-clicking the ribbon and selecting Customize the ribbon. To import customizations, open the Import-Export drop-down menu and select Import Customization File. Find your file, ours is on our desktop, select it and select Open. You need to select Yes to confirm. So now, if we return to our document once again, we can see our customization has been successfully imported. The ribbon is the most important element in Word, so knowing how to customize it is an essential skill. This has been a basic overview of customizing the ribbon in Word 2019.